Dang it!
Hey everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of, well, I don't know what the hell to call this podcast. I am Dale Coulis. Joining me is JW.
Yo.
And Matt Kohler. I am the former host of the On Tap podcast. It used to be found at ontappodcast.com. We had our final episode a little over a year ago, and our archives went down in October. Hopefully you found this podcast a special one-off podcast. This is our best of movies for the year of best and worst for movies for the year 2013. And hopefully you found it off either my Twitter, where I could be found at Gruel, or Matt's Twitter or Facebook, or Jay's Facebook there, and or on my blog. I'm doing a special movie blog this year. It's kind of covering a lot of movies I'm catching up on my film backlog here. It's pretty much grabbing a random movie out of a box, watching it, and blogging about it, which can be found at the accurately titled daleisgreat.tumblr.com. So, listeners of On Tap, if any of you have listened to that show before, if you remember, these last couple of years, it's usually a video game podcast, but we did, these last couple of years, our best and worst movies for the year before. And, well, we've been kind of craving to do it again, right?
Oh, yeah, sir.
Yep.
Right? So, yeah. And it's actually, April 18th now, and so April 18th, 2014. We waited a little longer in the year to do it than we did in prior years. I think we originally were going to do this in February or early March, but we're just like, we want to see more movies, catch up, make sure we have a more accurately selection to choose from.
And really, a lot of the award season movies are just starting to come out now, or within the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was nice to get through the Oscars at least, because I know there's a lot of Oscar bait material out there for the longest time.
Then, with the holidays as packed as they were with films, it's a lot nicer to, have an open, a longer window to watch these movies instead of trying to cram them in 2 or 3 weeks. So
exactly. As soon as they come out on DVD, you can just launch on top of them. I know, for the last month or two, we've been having release after release after release.
Yeah, I know when the Oscars happened, I know that raised my awareness to make sure I'm like, I should see some of these movies, because sometimes I know I don't follow the movies behind the scenes and stay on top of my movie news as much as you guys do. I know if you guys didn't listen to last year's special, Jay runs a movie podcast. I wanted to give it a quick plug, by the way, here. We'll make sure to plug it again at the end.
For sure. Yeah, me and a buddy run a movie podcast called The Rocker Productions Rocker Podcast, and we're doing that for the last 2 years now. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's been about 2 years. We started January of 2011. So we came up on our 2-year anniversary in January, and we celebrated that by going back and re-reviewing a bunch of stuff. I know over the years we've seen movies and then went back and re-seen them. Iron Man 3, for instance, or Man of Steel. We re-reviewed these movies just to make sure that we had them down pat. Oblivion was also on our list. Just some stuff that we felt at the time we kind of shafted, but then went back and fixed. So overall, we did a lot more than we did the year prior. We actually kind of sound like what we know what we're talking about now. So all in all, that was good. If you want to visit our website, you can get a full page of past episodes that we've done. It's musi.cc/rockprod, and that's our library.
All right. I'm looking at your URL. We got people need to jot this down on a notepad file. I'm not saying, because I'm a horrible speller. I gotta read this out so everyone can jot it down. moozi.cc/rockprod. Is that right?
That's it.
All right. Good deal. Okay, so with all that out of the way, and Matt. So Jay, that's your background, and Matt, I know you're just as on top of all the movie websites. I usually go to you guys for movie news and all that stuff, and like to pick your guys' brains, and so. Oh man, been looking forward to this. Saw a lot of movies. I was saying before the show here, one of the benefits we had by waiting on this for a little later in the year is, I know last year I only saw 41 movies. for the year going into when we recorded last year, or like I want to say like in mid to late January. Now that we're doing this in middle of April, I saw 61 movies, so I got way better selection of movies. I feel I got my bases covered better this year around. So,
if we counted pornography, I'd be out over 100.
Oh man. Oh wait. Let's bump up this total. 84 movies. Yeah. No.
Sorry, Dale.
Do we count TV shows that pretend to be movies?
I got one made-for-TV movie on my list. But, all right. Before we get into the list here, I just got a couple of quick discussion topics here. What are you guys' quick thoughts on the year of 2013 movies as a whole? Anything that pops out compared to the year 2012? Better year, worse year?
The beginning of the year was kind of rocky, as far as I'm concerned. I know we had a gap there where it was not quite spring and not quite summer, where it was just basically just random movie after random movie, and they kind of came out okay. After Earth comes to mind with Will Smith.
I made sure to avoid that movie.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I just saw the trailer and I was just like, no. Vehicle for his son, no. Not watching it.
It came pretty close to being the Razzie for this year. I think movie 43 actually took it, but After Earth was definitely a close second. If you had to boil it down to what this year was like, that would probably be the central point, and then everything kind of got really bad and then really good in comparison to that. I know I had trouble making my list of my top 10. I don't know about you guys, but I honestly could not decide between like 4 or 5 different movies, so I had to sit there and just force myself to put one down on the page.
Yeah.
It was an okay year. It wasn't spectacular. I think it was actually worse than 2012. That's my opinion.
No, I know. I'll agree with you on like the first. I want to say like about through March or so being really rough and spotty for at least quality movies coming out. Mm-hmm. I know when I was kind of going through. I'll give a quick shout out to the website. I know I referenced it on last year's podcast, videoeta.com. Mm-hmm. They do have a great way to sort through movies, theatrical movies, DVD releases, week by week, see what came out, and I had a little notepad file open on my computer and was jotting down everything. I'm like, all right, saw this. All right, this is list-worthy, this isn't. And just a great website to keep track on future and past releases. So everyone make sure to check that out. But yeah, going through like the first, at least the first 3.5 months of the year, there might have only been 1 or 2 movies that really stood out. But other than that, I think I remember going like, okay, I think I only went and saw this movie because nothing really came out for a few weeks, and I wanted to go to the theater. I don't know. Matt, did you find yourself in that situation at all, or off the top of your head?
I have a couple movies that came out during the first quarter that I really liked, but it seemed like there were lulls not only in the spring but in the fall as well. Like they loaded up the summer with the blockbusters, and then the holidays was loaded up with like the awards movies. So I felt there was like another 2-month gap in there between kind of like early to late fall, where there was just nothing for a few weeks, like. Nothing great, I should say, or anything that stood out. And it was really, we're kind of going through that right now too. I mean, I think Captain America kind of opened that up, but there's been kind of a lull in the theater, and it's unfortunate for moviegoers, I guess. But I don't know. I find something to watch regardless. So
yeah. if there's a lull in theaters, it's the perfect time to catch up on the Netflix backlog or whatever.
Another thing that kind of crept in last year was the video on demand premieres. Yeah. Well, a lot of movies would premiere on video on demand before they go to theater, or maybe they have a really limited release. Mm-hmm. And that actually, a lot of my first quarter was stuff like that I watched. So I maybe had like a couple showings in the theater, but nothing.
I know I had a couple movies on my list like that. Yeah. Like I saw through video on demand or purchase off Amazon or whatever like that. Or just because they came out in limited theatrical release and more of a.
They debuted it online at the same time they did at the theater. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess that perfectly kind of transitions to the next question I had. These last year to 2 years, it seems like we're kind of going this big transition of the way movies are kind of rolling out. Now we got like Kickstarter being a big deal for some movies, being a launch pad, and I haven't seen it yet. I really want to see that new Veronica Mars movie because I absolutely love the TV show, and it had a very limited theatrical release. But like you said, man, it came out I think around the same time as Day and Date on Amazon. You said?
Yeah. Well, it came out on a number of no. Was it just Amazon, or was it a bunch of different ones?
No, I think it was VOD on pretty much everything.
Yeah. Okay, so I keep telling myself I want to track that down and watch that. And
I heard that was kind of a botched release, too.
Oh, no.
Hopefully, there's a lot of promises made to backers, and they didn't live up to them.
Yeah, it was amazing they were able to reel in $5 million to make that movie, though.
But yeah, I mean, we also got other things really taking off here too. Besides that, movies premiering through video on demand services like Amazon Prime. And we also got Vudu, and I know I'm kind of really getting into Ultraviolet now, with actually taking the time to punch in those stupid codes that come with it. Seems like almost all movies nowadays. So, you know, if I'm ever on a trip, want to stream something on my phone or a portable device, just download it ahead of time, something to watch on a plane, I think that's kind of cool. Do you guys see this like kind of like really taking off, or finding yourself maybe doing this more as an alternative more often in the years to come? No.
I don't know if there's ever going to be a way to get the movie experience from the theaters that you would at home. But that being said, there's a lot of stuff out there that are premiering on like a Netflix or a Hulu where you're just like, okay, you're going to give it to me right now and I don't have to wait for it. House of Cards comes to mind, where it's not really a movie, but yet the way that it's structured, it almost feels like a movie experience. I think we'll see a lot more of that in the years to come, where things just kind of trail off into a dramatic TV miniseries on Netflix or Hulu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm all right with the digital premieres of it. I'm just not one of those people that I like watching it on a TV or in a theater screen. I will never enjoy watching it on like a phone or an iPad or anything like that. I don't want to watch it like that. I can't get into the movie and I don't take it as seriously. Like maybe a TV show, like a sitcom, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about like watching it as like the main, is like the first way I want to see it. I'm like talking about.
Well, I'm talking about like the Ultraviolet, because that's more of its intended purpose is to be used as a streaming. You know, like if you want to take it with you, like an on the go. Like I don't want to be watching a movie in the backseat of a car. I've never wanted to do that. I want to watch the road because I'm not stuck in my apartment.
Exactly.
So
I'm saying like more as like a alternative way to watch it. Like I've already seen it first in the theaters on home video, and then like if I'm on the road in the hotel or on an airplane, like let's kill some time throwing a movie on my phone.
I'd probably
or tablet.
I'm kind of a purist when it comes to movies. Okay. I like watching. I like getting the theatrical experience, I guess. So.
Oh yeah, same here. First way. That's definite way.
I don't think I've ever watched a movie like while I was on the road or on a plane or anything like that. I've always tried to watch it in a situation where I could get the most out of it, I guess.
Right.
Well, I would never watch a brand new movie.
Yeah, brand new movie.
Before.
Oh, no. God,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Yeah, brand new, definitely theatrical or video second way, but yeah, maybe. But, like second viewing experience, that's what I was trying to get at. But, I'm trying to think if there's any other points I wanted to touch on that. What about kickstarting movies, like more indie movies and like stuff like that? I know I supported one movie that I know a bunch of podcasting friends in Minnesota. I'll give a shout out to them. They run a podcast called Super the Hardest. They used to be known as DG Radio. They're out of Minnesota, and they just I know they're in post production right now, getting real close to wrapping up their indie zombie movie called Attack of the Psychedelic Pizza Zombies. I mean, it sounds as corny and cheesy as your average, B zombie horror scare flick, and I'm really happy for them. It's kind of like their big dream / passion project. Do you think this is like kind of a cool route for I don't know, maybe like other indie movie stars or directors, studios that have trouble getting that big studio funding as a route to get funding for on their own, raise their own profits, and get these like kind of like dream projects off the ground. Using the Veronica Mars movie as an example from earlier.
I think people will probably use it as more of a substitute for direct TV movies, especially like film festivals and stuff like that, where you can't really catch these things unless you're really close to a film festival. I know I went to Fargo this last year and saw some spectacular stuff, but for us as the mainstream audience to be able to go out there and be able to see these movies on VOD, I think is helping things along really fast. And I can see the day where you're going to get like a major release on VOD every week. Easy.
I don't know. I'm kind of looking at Kickstarter as a double-edged sword, because if it's a group of people that are not in any way connected to the industry, that are just trying to get a movie off the ground, I'm cool with that. I'd support that. Like, that's what I think is independent. But unfortunately, I'm seeing more studios using it as a way to get people to invest money into making their movies for them. And I use the Veronica Mars and Zach Braff's Wish You Were Here as that. That guy has money. Like, they have money. They know people that have money, but they're using the fans to make it for them. And I'm like, that I disagree with. And I know that some people might disagree with me on that, but I feel like the more independent guys, the guys that, like your group that you mentioned, those are the people I would be inclined to donate towards. The people who don't have anything to start these movies.
Yeah.
Versus the people that they're established actors. Like, why am I helping them?
Yeah.
Like, yes, I might want to see that movie, but at the same point, I'd rather support the guys that are up and coming because they're going to be our next generation of filmmakers.
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. Yeah.
Like, I'm sure Zach Braff isn't going to, donate anything that he's going to make off of this movie back to the fans. So,
well, yeah. I on one hand, I know it's like you got for the Veronica Mars movie, it's like, the studios wouldn't get behind it because they canceled the TV show because it didn't fit. Because UPN it fell through in the whole CW merger there, and CW didn't want to pick it up, so that's why it didn't happen, and they lost interest for it, and so that's a lot of fans wanted to see this, all the loose ends from the TV show get wrapped up, and this was pretty much like their only way possible. So I think it's cool, kind of for ways like that, for it to happen, and I guess I could see you make a good point, Matt, on like how the actors could fund this themselves, but without doing a thing like Kickstarter, you're not guaranteeing a lot of these pre-sales that this way all the people who pre-order and help fund it and they help make it possible. That this is going to get people to see it and it'll help spread a lot of word around, and I don't know. I think it's a good thing, but I'm really more for it, like you said, like for the real grassroots, true indie people.
Well, with the Veronica Mars people, I don't understand how they're going to make that much money because all the people that donated are going to get to see it for free anyways.
Well, yeah. Technically, they're donating. Technically, they're paying their.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So.
And then they got different tiers for donating. Like they could do, I think, the bare minimum to get ownership to like a digital copy is like something like $10 to $20. Then if you want a tangible copy, maybe it's $20. But if you want to go above and beyond, they got like tiers for like $100 donations, $1,000 donations, and that gets you things like name in the credits or like a movie poster, signed posters, stuff like that.
I'm still kind of wary of all of that, just especially like not to jump off subject, but the Oculus Rift incident, like that kind of stuff scares me. Where it's just like, okay, all these people donated money, and then a major corporation's like, oh, we're going to buy this, and yeah, and I mean, like I said, that's once again, I'd rather support the grassroots guys than the celebrities or the studios, so to speak. So
yeah. I'm there with you. All right, so unless there's any other topics from the year of movies you guys want to talk about, you guys ready to kick things off, the worst five?
Are we going to do 5 to 1 or start at the top?
Oh, we got to do 5 to 1.
Okay,
we got to count it down. We got to do the tease. All right, so kind of thinking in the same thing we did last year. We all just kind of rotate around, going one at a time there, and I'm sure we'll run to all of us sharing movies. We just all discuss it as one thing, and we'll make sure to give it a little mention there when it comes to our time to mention on our list when it comes time. But all right, so who wants to start?
Jay, you can start.
Jay wants to start.
Sure,
all right.
Sure.
Number 5 worst movie of 2013, J-Doc.
I think people are going to hate me for this one, but I'm going to say it anyways. Hobbit 2, Desolation of Smaug.
What?
Yes. I was never really a fan of the first Hobbit movie. I'll just say that right away. And I thought the second one was even worse than that. So, that's why I put it on my top 5. There are a lot more deserving movies to be on this top 5 list, but that one definitely stuck out to me. And it was a disappointment. I thought the ending was crap. I thought the CGI was just terrible. Just terrible. Gold in CGI? Come on. Let's not do that, please.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
I'll send it over to you guys. Any thoughts?
I enjoyed it. I don't know.
Yeah,
it wasn't in my top 5, but I did enjoy it. But I'm a sucker for Lord of the Rings, so
me too.
True.
I really liked it. It didn't make my top 10 this year. The first one did, and I think it was around the middle of the list. And but I think the first one stood more on its own, even though I know it was the first of 3 movies. I thought it stood on its own way better. And the second one, I know it's the second and third part act, and there's a big kind of to be continued moment at the end, so that kind of prevented it from being list worthy, in my opinion. And kind of like with you, Jay, but I didn't dislike it by any means. But I thought like the whole final sequence could have been done a lot better. Big final moment there, but I only saw it once in the theater, but I still really, really liked it.
Well, really, that's always the problem with the second part of a trilogy is how do you end it?
Mm-hmm. It's true. I've seen some, but the problem is I've seen some great movie series end on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
This ended on almost a snub cliffhanger because they gave you the amp up to how the movie could possibly end, and then they ended it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which I just didn't respect at all. And plus the kid humor that they inject into these movies, like the Lord of the Rings series, like I don't think they were ever meant. I've read certain sections of The Hobbit. I don't think I've actually ever finished
Okay,
the damn thing.
the Hobbit is like super lighthearted. In comparison
I know
to the
it's
trilogy,
aimed towards kids.
Yeah.
I got you. I just the Lord of the Rings series to me has always been this, and then they switch over to The Hobbit, and it's a completely different experience. So maybe that's what I'm reading out of
Yeah,
this.
I think I've actually noticed about a lot of people that they don't like all the songs and stuff. Whereas I love the songs.
Oh, I love the songs too.
Like especially in the
I don't think
extended
there's
version, but
really many songs in the second movie.
I'm sure there
Now
will
I
be,
think
'cause-
maybe in the director's
Yeah.
cut, which I'm really psyched for. I'm glad we watched the director's cut of the first movie before going to see the second one. By the way, that
Yeah.
they loaded up the songs in there, not like loaded it up, but compared to the theatrical cut.
And I know what you're saying too, but at the same point, I enjoy the fact that it has a sense of adventure, which I think is lacking in modern movies. Like Captain America had it, but that was at the same point. It was a little like, everything's too serious. They're trying to be like serious and gritty. I miss the adventure. Like Thor 2 had a lot of adventure to it. That Indiana Jones feeling like this is fun and there's action and everything and it's fun.
Like enjoying the journey.
Yeah, a lot of action movies like they've lost that fun element. Like they might crack a joke or a one-liner or something like that, but I think they're too caught up in themselves.
Yeah,
I want to
hear
say
ya.
like
Well, there's a difference between sarcastic humor and campy humor, and I felt that Desolation Smog kind of walked that line in a lot of ways, where there's these big high action sequences where somebody's like tumbling around in a barrel, for instance, and that's your main action sequence for that entire area of the film. I just don't think that should be ever in a Lord of the Rings movie. That's just, I mean,
and that is straight from the book too. That's the
is
sad
it?
part, so
Is it?
yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't know.
I guess I can't fault Peter Jackson for following the book. So
It all comes down to whether you're a Lord of the Rings fan or not. And
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy the high action sequences that were in Lord of the Rings. I like the drama and just the high openness of those movies. So for me to see the same CGI effects being used on small crowds rather than massive armies, it kind of bothers me. But
I see where you're coming from.
Yep.
I see where you're coming from. Matt, let's throw it to you. What's your number 5 worst pick?
Dale's not going to be happy with this. This is a tie between The Last Stand and Bullet to the Head.
ooh,
And I think Stallone and Schwarzenegger are riding this wave of Expendables, like nostalgia. And I don't think they have any right being in the theater.
Matt?
I think they should be straight to DVD movies, and they should have continued to be straight to DVD movies. Because, Last Stand out of the two of these is the better one between Bullet to the Head.
I'll take it.
But they're kind of joyless. Paycheck movies is how I felt about them. There's absolutely nothing original about them. There's nothing groundbreaking as far as action movies go. Nothing to change the game whatsoever. And not that I expect that to, but at the same point, I don't want to see these in the theaters just like I haven't seen them in the theaters in the past 10 years. And I'm not. And I'm more going after the fact that I don't think these should have been theatrical releases. I think these should have been straight to DVD, like the Van Damme or Out Seagal. They're great for that market, but theatrically, Bullet to the Head in particular, did you either of you guys watch
I saw
that?
both of them. Bullet to the Head, I was kind of pretty. I want to say I hated it, but I was kind of, maybe I definitely
disappointing,
got that
yeah.
Sly and Arnold.
Then Stallone looks like he's
nostalgia.
falling asleep through half of his movies these days,
But yeah, Bullet to the Head, I was definitely not. No, I didn't love it. Didn't really like it. So I'm like, all right, it was okay. I remember that came out during that first quarter doldrums too, so maybe it was more something to go and see. But yeah, I remember definitely not being impressed with it by any means.
And I want to preface this too with a lot of it. There's a lot of movies I just felt nothing about that I didn't feel they were good or bad. I just didn't, I didn't care. These are ones I just walked away either extremely disappointed or I was just like, why did I watch this?
I think that was the feeling of this entire year, truthfully.
There's just a lot of numbness. Yep.
I will say the only scene I remember really liking on A Bullet to the Head is at some point in the movie where he goes to the bar and where he kind of has this running gag throughout the movie where no place carries his brand of liquor, so he brings it with him and he pays to rent the glass. That's probably the only little scene I really, really liked out of that movie.
I avoided that like a bullet to the head. I saw Last Stand on video with you, actually, Dale.
And I think I had to watch it with Dale, too.
I ended up watching that movie 3 times last year, and I don't regret it. Fuck you guys.
It's not the worst Arnold Schwarzenegger movie I've seen. I think Sabotage takes that. But that was from this year. Yeah, it was basically more of the same.
All right, so we'll go to my number 5 pick, and I know I was kind of telling you guys leading up to this, there was only 2 movies I saw in the theaters where I really, or upon first viewing them, that I really hated them and made it as list-worthy worst 5 shoo-ins. there's still 3 more, and I didn't want to pick just 3 other ones where I didn't truly want them, that truly felt like they belonged on the list. So when I was kind of going through video ETA, I remember hearing about some movies that got a lot of nasty buzz, and I kind of jotted them down. And I saw several movies with a lot of nasty buzz, and I saw 3 of them were on Netflix streaming. So this past week, I tortured myself and watched those 3 movies, and sure enough, they were worthy of their nasty buzz to make me feel truly comfortable with a truly deserving worst 5 of the year. So, with that out of the way, number 5 worst movie of the year, the aforementioned straight-to-TV movie on ABC Family Channel, The Christmas Bounty, starring WWE superstar The Miz. And he's not even the main actor. I forget the main actress in it, but you know, it's a made-for-TV movie. No one can really act worth the like. It has the acting potential of a made-for-TV movie, and you know, I don't. Have you guys heard of this at all?
I know what it is. I saw it at Walmart actually. I did watch a bit of the Marine. Was it 3 with The Miz? Yeah, he's terrible. He is absolutely horrible as an actor. Like at least some of the other wrestlers can pull like somewhat of a convincing job, but
I have the Marine 3. I haven't watched it yet.
God.
I should have.
I put in 5 minutes into it. That was enough for me to know what was happening. So,
but yeah, Christmas Bounty it's pretty awful. It's pretty much about a family slash little, just a bunch of workers that live together as a family, kind of reuniting as bounty hunters. They track down this target that just busted out of jail, and of course it happens to take place around Christmas, and they're trying to hide secret identities, and it's just awful. No one can act. The action, I mean, it's PG or whatever TV. I don't remember the TV ratings, but it's bad. It's real bad, and it was a pain to get through. And I remember I kind of looked to see after I watched it to see if there were any reviews online, and I only found 1 review for this movie online, which is saying something because I'm like, all right, let's go to Metacritic. Metacritic's not showing anything. All right, let's anything on Rotten Tomatoes? Nothing. All right, well let's just Google.
Yeah.
I found 1 review for this real low. Well, it came out originally as made for TV exclusive, then eventually got a video release. And if you want to torture yourself, watch The Miz barely hang in there with the best actors that ABC Family Channel has to offer.
Oh, goodness.
So Jay, I'll throw it to you. Number 4.
Okay. I went with The Lone Ranger this year, and for one reason, it just failed completely in the box office. For another reason, I don't think Armie Hammer makes a good action anything.
Yeah.
I don't think Johnny Depp did his best in this movie. It kind of reminds me of like a Tim Burton, almost like Oz, Wonderland thing from Tim Burton. It just feels like he phoned it in. And in a lot of ways, like just the way that they make him come off is almost kind of funny, but not really. I don't think it homes back to the original Lone Ranger in any way, form, or fashion, and I think that's what it was really missing. I forget the director on this, but he was also
Gore Verbinski, wasn't it?
Gore Verbinski, thank
Pirates,
you. Yeah. With that, I mean, I was expecting it to be a little bit more on the side of like Pirates of the Caribbean, but he was almost trying to put like a serious twist onto it.
Yep.
And William Fichtner as a villain, like I don't buy it. I just don't. And to try and put him in a movie that appeals to kids, I'm pretty sure it was a PG-13 movie.
Like Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. I mean, I'm not looking forward to him being Shredder, especially after seeing him play a role like this, where it's like, it's just lackluster and boring. But I'll send it to you guys. Any
well, Jay, I'll just chime in with you too. Lone Ranger is my number 4 pick as worst movie of the year, also. I remember I went to see it with I think you and Ryan, I want to say, and I just remember there being a lot of not negative buzz going into it, but like I remember they were saying they weren't doing like advanced screeners, and that's usually a bad sign. Yeah. And the fact that there is a lot of like conjecture and speculation of it having a troubled production, and so I originally wasn't going to see it. Was on my radar, but I think you just wanted to see it just to see what the final product was right away.
Well, right. It's been in production for like 5 years, so I wanted to see.
And that becomes an event at some point.
Yeah. And then I remember, our coworker friend Ryan, he was actually legitimately enthusiastic for it, and so at that point I was like, all right, I'll tag along too. Let's see what this is. And I wasn't expecting it to be like to make my worst 5. I was just maybe thinking it'll be like it's kind of their summer popcorn flick. And, I'm with you. A lot of the scenes just did not ring home with me the right way. A lot of crappy, campy humor would just... I think the worst part of the movie was when that freaking little kid used a slingshot to give Johnny Depp a great... I was just shaking my head. It was in the middle of that otherwise awesome train sequence, which was the only part of the movie I really legitimately enjoyed. That I'm like, all right, well, at least this kind of salvaged the movie a little bit, but the whole journey to get there was just awful and groan-inducing, and oh man, it just rubbed me the wrong way a lot throughout the entire movie. I was pretty ticked watching this, but there were 3 other ones that are worse than it. Matt, I don't know. I think I remember you saying you didn't hate it as much as we did.
I think by the time I got around to seeing it, there had been so much vitriol thrown at it that I actually enjoyed it. And I don't know. I agree with Armie Hammer's not a leading actor. He should never be. He's got the Sam Worthington acting ability. He's just a body you can throw in there if you don't have anybody else better. There's just nothing there. He's a decent-looking guy who's charming, but that's all he has going for him. Other than really the Social Network, I don't like him. He was in Mirror Mirror as well, actually.
Yeah, he was. Was he any good in that?
No, that was
no.
No. I don't know. I guess I didn't hate on this. I wasn't a big Pirates fan either. The very first one there was so much hype around it. When I finally got around to seeing it, I didn't care for it, and I really felt the same about this as I did the first Pirates. I like the second and third because I like how just crazy they went with the second and third one.
Yeah, they knew what they were by that point.
And I was just like, hey, I'm alright with this. This is getting crazy. There's monsters and shit. I'm like, that's great. That's what I want out of this kind of movie. But I don't know. It was what it was. I didn't hate it. It wasn't anywhere near the top of my list, but for what it was, I enjoyed it, I guess.
Okay. It kind of reminds me of the John Carter movies from last year.
Yeah.
Because it was in development forever and it didn't make any money, and I just
another Disney movie.
Yeah. No, I like John Carter too. In all honesty,
I thought John Carter was fine. I liked it.
Yeah, there's definitely parts it was kind of lackluster, but once again, it was the main actor. I think a lot of it was his fault.
Yeah, he was fine. I would say I'd like it, not love it. That's
just
how I
any role he's been in. Well, he's got so far his career's not going so good because any movie he's tenfold is bombed horribly, like Battleship.
Dude, I like Battleship. Screw you.
Oh,
liked it, not love it, but. I went in with real low expectations.
They get these guys, these lead actors that have no charisma or screen presence whatsoever, and they expect them to be able to hold a movie. And then throw these huge budgets behind them. And I'm like, why would you do that? You're taking a huge gamble on somebody that hasn't proven themselves yet. So
well, I think a lot of it has to do with the audience is having trouble relating to a lot of stuff, and I think that shows in review audiences where they're like, okay, well, we want somebody that we can put our face on. So that's where we get these lackluster characters like Armie Hammer. I mean, he's a pretty boy, basically. He's what we want in a main actor, but at the same time, they want an avatar to be able to put their body on. And I think that's what it is.
Yeah. All right. Matt, let's throw it. Unless you guys got anything else, you ready for your number 4?
Yeah.
I actually gonna have to do 3 ties for my worst 5 because there's one I forgot to write down.
This is your 4, 3, and 2, or just 3-way tie for
No,
number 4?
that was my tie for 5. This is my tie for 4, and the reason I picked these as ties is because they're similar qualities. Now You See Me and A Good Day to Die Hard I put as my 4th worst because they had, I think they had premises and they had things to work with and they had decent casts. But they just squandered and made a crap product with it in the long run. Now You See Me, they had a pretty good cast of
it
stars.
Spectacular.
And I'm
really
what?
Good.
How the hell did this go wrong?
I remember being disappointed by it. Yeah.
I saw the trailer and I'm just like, man, this looks kind of interesting. Magician bank robbers, whatever, man, popcorn movie, I'll watch it.
Right.
And then I watched it, I'm like, what the hell happened here? And then A Good Day to Die Hard was just painful to sit there and watch. I like Bruce Willis and. The guy that played his son, I can't think
Jay Courtney.
Yeah, and he was on, Office Spartacus. I liked him on that. That's how I started watching. I'm like, yeah, I like this guy. And I'm just like, why?
I'm not with you. I hate Jay Courtney. I hate Jay Courtney.
I like him on
Warrior, right? Warrior? Maybe?
No.
No? Okay, I'm getting mixed
I
up.
think he was somebody else. But, no, what the heck? What else was he in? I know Jay Courtney, he was in that Jack Reacher movie.
Yep.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but with Now You See Me, I mean, my main concern is, like you said, there were so many stars in it that it was almost like it was self-defeating. Jesse Eisenberg, Mark Ruffalo, Woody Harrelson, they all got a little tiny bit of the screen.
I didn't know who to root for either.
No.
I didn't have a clear and I don't necessarily need that, but at the same point I'm like, whose story is this? What were you trying to do? It's just a cluttered mess of a movie.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, in a lot of ways, I thought they were trying to make Morgan Freeman the main character because he's doing all the solving at that point.
I know. I saw both those movies too, and I wouldn't say neither of those made my worst 5, but if I was going to do like a most disappointing 5 movies of the year, those 2 would definitely be, because I'm with you, yeah, because with that big of a cast, I expected a lot more. And Good Day to Die Hard, the movie took place over like 4 or 5 hours of a day. When you think about it,
I can always tell whether I enjoy a movie when I'm waiting for it to be over.
Yeah,
like if I'm watching a movie, I'm like, this just needs to be over now. Like that's when I start knowing. I'm like, I don't know.
I hear you. I think the main problem with it was that it was a magic movie without a mystery. And like you go back and you think of like good magic movies like The Illusionist or The Prestige.
Yeah.
Like, there's always a main reveal that you're waiting for the entire movie, which this didn't really have. Like Morgan Freeman was walking through the scenario going, okay, I can solve this, I can solve that. I'm a know-it-all, so I'm going to spoil this entire fucking thing for you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I already did my number 4, Lone Ranger, Jay. So I'll throw it to you for your number 3.
Okay, I did The Fifth Estate. Not just for the fact that it was a Facebook movie, but for the fact that it was poorly executed in all ways imaginable. Like, Daniel Bruhl is a great actor, Benedict Cumberbatch is also a great actor. To make them lackluster takes some skill.
The Fifth Estate, wasn't that about WikiLeaks?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say Facebook, I'm like...
Not Facebook,
yeah,
sorry,
no,
the Social Network. I was getting confused with the Social Network. But yeah, no, WikiLeaks. I mean, it was big about... 2-3 years ago, and now we're kind of just getting into that lackluster area where it's like, okay, well, it was a thing at one point. Like if somebody were to make a Napster movie now.
At the same point, too, this might have worked better as a TV movie.
Oh,
like maybe like an
definitely.
HBO kind of thing.
Yeah, so. And then in that aspect, you don't need Daniel Bruhl, you don't need Benedict Cumberbatch to come in and fix it. You can put whoever you want in there to play those characters. Benedict Cumberbatch's performance especially, I don't know, he might have gotten the character right. I've never really actually seen this guy talk in real, and I mean his performance was just all over the damn place. Like I mean, I would compare it literally to like Johnny Depp in Wizard of Oz, or not Wizard of Oz. Was that right? Yeah, no, wrong.
That was Franco in Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, it was. Okay, getting it mixed up. But Alice in Wonderland, that was the one I was trying to think of, and I would compare it roughly with that performance. But anybody?
I had no interest in this, to be
honest. It didn't really pop up on my radar. I wasn't interested in seeing it.
I knew what it was, and there was a lot of bad buzz around it, and I'm just like, I already know the story. I don't really need to see it. So.
It's not even really that good of a story, truthfully.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, you're number 3.
All right, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I wanted to shoehorn another one in, but I'll wait until the list is over. But my third worst movie is Kick-Ass 2. Any goodwill I had coming into this one from the first one, I lost with this one. I didn't like it. I knowing that they switched directors first off, like Matthew Vaughn's a good director. Like I enjoyed him. Like Layer Cake, Stardust, First Class, and Kick-Ass 1. Like he's done good movies. Like they're not like award-winning movies by any means, but they're good movies. They're solid movies. Mm-hmm. And then just to switch directors, and then with the tone of the movie, like how dark it was, and it was trying to be extreme for extreme's sake, and at some point I just got tired of it. I was waiting once again for it just to be over. I was like, I don't care what happens anymore.
Right.
None really of the actors' faults in it. I thought all the actors did their parts for what it was. Like, I just didn't care about it. I actually found myself getting kind of mad at how they dealt with things. Like, and I've read some of the comics as well, but I just didn't like this movie. I actually came out of it pretty angry.
Oh man. Yeah, I didn't come out hating it. I still like the first one way more, and it seemed like I kind of went in going in like just kind of the notion in my back of my mind going, there's no way this is going to be as good or come close to being as good as the original. And I mean, I think it was okay. I remember kind of dragged in the early parts. I think at the end, like the last act, I think it kind of picked up a little bit, but by that point it was almost too little, too late.
Yeah, any goodwill you had for it was spent. Mm-hmm. Like, at first it was disappointing, and then towards the end I was just kind of like, this is terrible. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than
I hear you. I had a few major problems, especially with the humor and the glance that they were taking at it. I don't know who the director on this one was. It wasn't Matthew Vaughn. No. That's what was hurting it the most. To have Matthew Vaughn come in and pick up the pieces of a franchise that could have literally been terrible and do what he did with it, I think is just amazing. And for anybody to come in and try to direct after that, it's just a lost cause. Granted, I didn't have any serious issues with the movie, maybe a few minor gripes, but overall, I think it was lackluster in comparison to the first one.
Yeah, I'm with you more on that. All right, number 3 for me. This is on the aforementioned horrible Netflix streaming movies I put myself through this past week. I completely forgot it came out in 2013. It came out in January, so it barely edged in there. The Jason Mewes lead starring Noobs.
Oh, man.
Have you guys seen or heard of this?
I've heard a ton of really bad stuff, like...
Oh, God, it's awful.
It takes, like, gamer humor, like, a decade back.
Yeah, it does.
I've heard it say,
I mean, imagine all your horrible... the way movies,
cliches.
portray gamers, stereotypes, cliches, and
I saw a poster for it once.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it has people it has Mountain Dew sponsors it, so they're constantly drinking Mountain Dew and amp in the background. Jason Mewes in his apartment, he has his window hoisted up with a can of Mountain Dew, and it's just awful, and it's just pretty much these guys trying to get their clan together for the ultimate clan match tournament for Gears of War 3 to win a tournament. Adam Sessler is in it. I'm pretty sure. I think I remember reading from him in interviews later that he instantly regrets it, and somehow, some way, he manages to give the best performance of the entire movie just for the little bits they cut to him doing his analyst commentating, whatever. But yeah, it's all crappy, potty mouth, campy humor. It's just it fails on a lot of points, and they had a couple of decent little moments, but barely any to save it. But even I was a little interested to see, because you don't see too many movies come out that does the whole video game as their main storyline, or have a movie focused around a video game tournament. I mean, as like players competing. I mean, the last one I can think of is The Wizard off the top of my head. I imagine there's probably a few more, but
that was in the back of my mind when you were talking about it too.
Yeah. So, but yeah,
sponsored by Nintendo.
Oh man, this is the whole ending is awful, and oh gosh, I can go on for this movie forever. If you want to put yourself through some torture, watch Noobs.
I just heard it's like super cliche. There's
It is.
Like every trope you can throw in there, like it's sexist, like
Yeah.
Great.
Oh yeah.
like juvenile humor, like.
Yeah, like they go through their gamer tags at the beginning. Everyone has a gamer tag, and one person's.
There's like homophobic stuff.
Yeah, there is.
There,
Well, there's this one person in their clan is gay, and his gamer tag is Fraggot, and I was just like, oh man, just shaking my head. I was just, this is awful, awful. Yeah,
that's awful. Have you ever seen Fanboys, Dale?
Yeah, I like Fanboys. I thought it was all right.
Okay. All right, I was going to tell you to make a rough comparison between that and Noobs.
Yeah,
is it like trying to be fanboys?
No, it's not like they're on their quest to meet like an ultimate game creator or anything like that. It's not like they're trying to track down Shigeru Miyamoto or.
I thought maybe it was like they get in a van and they road trip across the United
Well,
States.
they do
to
a
get
little
to this.
road trip to get to the tournament.
Yeah.
At least Fanboys is watchable.
Yeah, Fanboys
Right.
is watchable.
There's enough cameos in that to keep you interested.
What would you guys think of that? Not to go off subject, but Fanboys, like, because everybody loved it. Like, everybody that I know that's, like, not a nerd loves it. But, like, me, I'm like, I talk about Star Wars all the time, so it's really not that funny to me. It's just like...
I would say I loved it. I liked it. I definitely think the part I really got me to crack up off the top of my head was when you see Seth Rogen's cameo and he shows you the big tat on his back of Jar Jar there.
Yeah.
He's like, this guy's gonna be the shit.
It was too broad sweeping for my taste because, like you said, like I'm a nerd. I'll fully admit that.
Yeah, when
I'm a
you've
nerd,
grown up with these quotes for your entire life, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, he said that thing from that movie I've liked since I was 5.
Right,
Like,
right.
Ah, that's funny. That's Family Guy humor to me. Like,
Seth Rogen's playing two different people.
Yeah.
Woo. You
but
know,
yeah, it's watchable. I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
the cameos alone are worth watching.
They seem like
Jason
they were having
Mewes,
fun making it too.
Yeah.
Like the people like that were making it cared, and that kind of shines through in a movie like that where they're all kind of likable guys that are making the movie, and they were having a good time doing it. Which you could tell, like a movie like Noobs, like
Nope.
yeah, like anybody that was involved just wanted a job and a paycheck.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
which Jason Mewes,
Oh, Jason.
and Kevin Smith. I'm like, why are you guys in this?
I don't think Kevin Smith is in it. No,
Yeah, he
top
is.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, they make a small cameo.
Maybe-
I think he
okay,
like pushes Jason Mewes out of the bathroom. Like it's
crap.
like 30 seconds tops.
I must have been completely trying to be done with that. I was in be done with this movie mode at that point, I guess.
I'm telling you, that's how you can tell if it's a bad
Yeah.
movie. Is you're just like, this needs to be over. Like,
All right, Jay, you're number 2.
Number 2, I went with The Counselor this year. Brought to you by the same guy that wrote the book for No Country for Old Men.
Yep. Cormac McCarthy. Yep.
I think he was trying really, really hard for this to be No Country for Old Men, but he was missing the point a lot of the times. To throw stuff in there, it's just dumb on my part.
I still want to see it so bad.
Oh.
I read a review on AV Club that they said, like, if you look at it from an experimental standpoint, it's amazing. But as for, like, a cohesive movie, it's terrible.
There's so many fragments, it's not even funny.
Watching the trailer, it looks like it's going to be interesting. And then I'm just like, I want to see this. And then I hear all this, like, crazy bad press about it. I'm like, now I really want to see it, but I don't know.
They could have been a little bit more selective on who they put in it, too. Like, Penelope Cruz, Michael Fassbender, they're the two main focus of this movie, and at no point whatsoever do I feel for them, because the relationship between Penelope Cruz and Fassbender is so pushed.
Yeah.
So pushed. I don't see chemistry there. Cameron Diaz, for instance, like, she's basically the villain in this entire situation.
I hear of a car windshield scene in particular.
Yeah, that's worth seeing, actually. But not for any of the reasons that you would think. Brad Pitt's also in here for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Yep.
And I love Brad Pitt, don't get me wrong, but he's done a lot of, I'm going to pop in and put my quotation in here and then just leave completely.
Was he like a producer or anything on that?
Yes,
I've been
I'm
noticing
pretty sure
that
he was a producer.
when he has like an executive role in any type of movie, he tends to make an appearance. Like Troy vs. a Slave, for example.
Yep.
He produced that, and I noticed him. I'm like, where does his character come in? And sure enough, he's like, yeah, he's the helpful white northerner type. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like, once I saw he was a producer, I was like, but
I got a feeling we'll be referencing his similar role in a later movie discussed.
Dale, did you see Counselor?
No, I barely. You have to give me the gist again of what it's about. I remember hearing of it, but I don't even.
Fassbender and Penelope Cruz. Fassbender is a counselor. Mm-hmm. Thus the name. And they're working closely with the mob, basically, in Mexico and the drug cartel down there.
Okay,
and,
now I remember.
Yeah, and shenanigans ensue, basically. And Cameron Diaz, the entire movie, she's basically like trying to manipulate him like House of Cards style. But it's really fucking twisted and weird. So, I mean, just for the reasons above stated, like that car window scene, I would recommend seeing it. It's just not a good movie.
Just YouTube that clip.
I don't think they're going to have it on YouTube, from what I hear.
Oh,
no.
Yeah. The trailer really doesn't give you any picture of what the movie's about either. No. Like, I watched the trailer and I'm like, I don't know what this is about, but...
Well, with the Coen brothers, they like to take on related events and somehow seamlessly, like, roll them into each other.
Yeah.
He was trying to do that, but it didn't work out for him.
All right, Matt, I'll throw it to you for your number 2.
R.I.P.D.
I saw the previews for that. I just told myself that looks like an awful version of Men in Black, and I hate Men in Black to begin with. I'm not going to.
I did too. Yeah. I rented this because I was just going through my movies, and I threw it in my queue and I watched it at home. I wouldn't pay to see this in the theater, but I think I had a few beers in me when I watched it. And it was still bad. Like this has been my year of drunken movie watching, and like when I hate a movie and I'm drunk, that's when I know it's terrible. Like because even bad movies I laugh at when I'm drunk, and this I didn't laugh at. It's just. It's lazy filmmaking, really.
It really is.
Think you'll end Ryan Reynolds' career as a leading man?
Sadly, no, I don't.
No?
Yeah,
you're probably
I feel
right.
bad for the guy, because he's just picking crappy roles. Like, I did like him in the past. Like, I hated him for a long time, and then it goes Amityville Horror, which I was like...
Ooh,
I really liked him, and I'm like, hey, like, if this guy takes this and turns around from it... I think I even mentioned this last year. Like, I'm like, hey, this guy, I kind of like him, because Blade and Van Wilder and stuff, I'm like... He's just this goofy asshole, like, kind of snarky, and that's what he's going to play in every movie. And then Amityville came out, I'm like, that was kind of dark. Like, this guy might actually have some chops. And then he's just been, like, Turbo and just all these other shit roles.
Yeah, I think he's not being selective enough with what he's doing, that's for damn sure. With this movie, I put this as my number 1, by the way. Worst movie of the year. I actually walked out on it, and I feel
I
bad
heard
for
that,
saying
I remember that. That's actually what inspired me to rent it.
Did really?
Yeah.
It was, I mean, the performances that really pissed me off. Like you said, Ryan Reynolds seems to have chops. Jeff Bridges, of course, has chops. And Kevin Bacon, I mean, I love Kevin Bacon now. Yeah. So I'm like, well, where can I lose? I mean, at least I'll like the performances, but they were just delivering the lines, basically.
It was a paycheck movie for everybody involved.
Oh, yeah.
Like, including the studio. It was just like, hey, this is a comic book movie. Let's just make it for the kids. I like it. And Yeah, I was like, this is awful.
And I was gonna say, like, I think I remember listening to your podcast covering it, and didn't you say this was like the first movie in quite a few years you walked out on?
I think it's
maybe first ever.
Wow, might be the first one ever. I'm trying to think back. No, I don't think I've ever walked on a movie. Even Conan the Barbarian was bad, and I still stuck around. There was like 30 walkouts on that movie.
I talked during the movie. I was making comments from the back row. And that's really what kept people there. I actually was getting laughs.
Really?
Just forming outside comment to the theater. I always felt that was really rude, but I was kind of reading the room because people were leaving when I saw it. And I'm like, I'm going to totally rip on this movie. And it worked. So I think that's why I had an enjoyable theater experience during
It would be funny if everybody stood up at the end of the movie and clapped towards you instead of the screen.
Yeah, bravo!
Oh, man.
Okay, so... around number 2 for you, Matt?
That was number 2, and I covered your number 1.
Oh, okay, so my number 2. Okay, we referenced this earlier, but somehow, some way, through Netflix streaming a couple days ago, I decided to force myself to watch Movie 43. I remember first hearing about this movie from a coworker who saw it at the theater, saying, Dale, whatever you do not watch this movie. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's got this huge ensemble cast, and I didn't even know what it was about at the time. It had like all these big actors. He's like, oh, it's like a scary movie, but 10 times worse. And I'm like, okay. But since I needed another movie to fill that void on this list, I did finish it all the way through, but it's bad. I don't know. Did any of you guys manage to see this?
Yes, I saw it in theaters.
And it was neither of our worst lists. That's what's funny, because I actually enjoyed parts of it.
Well, I think there was like maybe a couple. It's like they threw a lot of pain in the. Try to throw
I thought it was better than
a lot of it didn't stick.
Movie in the past years.
I had a couple chuckles.
The Hugh Jackman testicle neck was pretty funny. I think for that alone, I'll say it was probably better than. At least I got a laugh out of it. I didn't get a laugh out of any of these other ones.
Pretty much, movie focuses around like this guy tracking. He's trying to pitch his movie to a director. There's this movie about shorts, and then they just keep throwing to the short every time he tries to pitch his movie. And each short is just like a horrible parody spoof of something that goes horribly wrong. And I only dug like maybe 1 or 2 of the shorts.
Well, my understanding too is this was filmed over quite a few years. Like, I think one of the things I liked about it is you could tell that celebrities were kind of like just cutting loose and having fun. Like, and for that I'll give it credit. Like, they looked like they were enjoying themselves more than I've seen them enjoy themselves in roles that they're in. And I really like Naomi Watts and Liev Schreiber's like when they're playing like the parents that are giving them the homeschool kid the high school experience. Like, that was actually, I thought that was like pretty good on its own. Like, that could have been its own thing, but I don't know. They weren't all gold, but it wasn't not nearly as bad as I'd read.
A lot of it was pretty stomach wrenching for me, but like the only 2 I liked were 2 shorts I really dug were at the end, where the coach giving Terrence Howard giving his big pep talk for the basketball team, which I absolutely loved, and then Sean William Scott and what's his name?
I forgot about that. Yeah, the leprechaun one.
Getting their
Gerard Butler's a leprechaun.
Yeah,
2 leprechauns.
So I mean, the film definitely has its moments, but when it's not having its moments, it's absolutely awful. That's why I put it up at number 2, because it's just like, I really liked, say, 20-25% of the movie, and the other 75% I absolutely detested.
More half and half with me, I think. I don't know.
It breaks my heart that the Farley brothers tried their damnedest to sell this thing, and nobody would sponsor them. That's why it took so long to film.
Are they the ones that made it?
Yeah. Well, they sponsored it, and then they got a bunch of directors together to agree to film these little segments. Like, you could tell that the Dukes of Hazzard was at one point filming when they made this, because, I mean, otherwise, I don't know why Sean William Scott...
Well, he was in Jackass 3. Like, they're friends.
Was Sean William Scott in
Jackass during the
3?
football... It was either 2 or 3. He's just there when they're getting tackled. Like, he's just there. Like, he's playing like a ref or something. Like, so he hangs out with that group. But I just don't know if this was a pre-rehab or post-rehab Sean William Scott. So
he does look a little rough, I want to say, but honestly, I have no idea if that's just makeup.
I think if you're hanging out with the Jackass crew, that's just bound to happen. I mean, constantly on guard about getting peed on or getting punched in the testicles. I probably won't sleep well either.
I love how Mike Judge tries to put up with them, but even their humor is a little too sketchy for him.
All right, Jay. Let's bring it to you. Why don't you give us a quick recap of your number 5 through 2 there, and reel us in with your number 1.
Okay, Hobbit 2, Desolation's Bog made 5, The Lone Ranger was 4, The Fifth Estate was 3, The Counselor was 2, and R.I.P.D. was the worst movie of last year as far as I'm concerned. I walked out on it. First movie, I'm pretty sure, ever.
Enough said. All right, Matt. Worst movie of the year. All right, well, give us your recap, too.
All right, Last Stand, Bullet to the Head, Now You See Me, Good Day to Die Hard, Kick-Ass 2, R.I.P.D. Now, the one I forgot to put in here was Oz the Great and Powerful. I hate James Franco so bad. I think he killed that movie, that and the cheap CG. Mm-hmm. Like, I felt that the whole movie relied on James Franco and CG, which are two terrible things to rely on. I mean, like, I liked 127 Hours, but I think that was more director than James Franco. I think
It was almost like he was acting against a brick wall the entire time. There was no emotion in that role.
that's how I feel about him in every movie. Like, he just kind of, like, treads water through it and trying to pick up girls. Like, that's him in real life, I think.
Oh, God.
I think his character in This Is the End is just him. Like, he's just a shitty dude that's really into himself. Like, that's how I feel about James Franco.
And then you throw Mila Kunis and fucking Rachel Weisz on top of that. I'm like, they're both really okay actresses.
Well, they're
I'm
better
like,
than he is.
Well, true.
But no, I forgot to put that in there, so I wanted to at least mention it. But the absolutely worst movie I've seen this year is Nurse. Nurse 3D, whatever you want to pick out of that. I actually just watched that last week. I still have it at home. Oh my god,
I'm
is
not
that
putting
awful?
that away. What's the gist for that one?
It's got the girl that plays Suri on 30 Rock, Katrina Bowden, whose other acting experience was Piranha 3 Double D. She plays a nurse, and she's being mentored by Paz de la Huerta, which I think she was on Boardwalk Empire. And she got fired for that, for shaving her vagina on set or something. I don't know, but she's naked throughout the entire movie. It's basically, she's just going around killing men that cheat on their wives, and I seriously just started doing other stuff while the movie was going. It's, the coloring and lighting scheme is reminiscent of Batman and Robin, where they're just they're in a hospital, so of course, like, all the lighting's red and blue. It's really terrible CG deaths, like, she's sawing off a guy's arm with, surgical equipment, and it's very clearly CG and fake blood's being splattered. And it's really just a reason for her to get paid to walk around for naked for an hour and a half.
Was that at least halfway as entertaining?
No, because you have to watch it to understand it. It's like watching a mannequin walk around.
Oh.
Just lifeless, no talent. Just listening to her talk is painful.
Oh.
Like, she is terrible. And yeah, this is by worse. Like, the whole movie, I'm like, oh god, why did I rent this? Like, please God, let it be over. And
I had to ask, what made you put it in the Netflix queue?
because I heard it was bad.
Oh, just had to see how bad.
I couldn't even make myself do that. I didn't see it.
Well, there's some movies, if I hear they're that bad, I gotta give them a shot. And the funny thing about Nurse is I read it was good from a couple websites that I trust. They're just like, oh, it's a fun, campy horror movie. And I'm like, well, I'll give it a shot, whatever. And I watched it, I was like, no.
Oh, man.
So yeah, Nurse is my worst, by far.
Okay. Well, for my quick recap here, number 5 is Christmas Bounty. Number 4, The Lone Ranger. Number 3, Noobs. Number 2, Movie 43. And number 1, Jay, I saw this with you and our buddy Ryan again. I think we must be cursed when we go see movies, just the three of us. But saw this through video on demand. I will admit that alcohol is maybe involved, and I went in with a completely different set of expectations. But only God forgives. And I actually went on to read, I know, Matt, you really liked the movie, and I saw this movie made some best of the year movie lists, too, from other people, and I know this movie kind of goes for the big art house flick feel. And
Which I am all about, yeah.
And I will admit, they did have some really good cinematography, and some like as far as capturing that kind of essence. But I'm just from loosely going into it that I kind of heard about it the last minute that, I really love Drive. Ryan Gosling's in it, same director. And, of course, I wasn't expecting the exact same movie. But I just heard just kind of like, a Chinese or Asian Hong Kong cinema thriller. And that's pretty much all I went in knowing. And I was like, all right, let's see where they go with this. I know what they did before. I'm not expecting the same thing. I just heard a real brief description of the movie. And I was like, all right, let's just see go in empty mind and see what it is. And I did not expect. I just remember being very pissed off throughout it because I think by like 15, 20 minutes in, Jay, all three of us were like, all right, where's this going? Why is it dragging? Why is it so slow?
Right.
And
it's like they took all the joy of Drive and just drug it out of it completely.
Have you guys seen any of this guy's other movies?
No.
What else did he do?
Valhalla Rising, which is one of the worst movies I've seen. I hate it.
Really?
I know people like it.
There's tons of people that love that movie.
Yeah, I know. I talk to people and they're just like, oh, I love that movie. And I'm like, he did another movie, with Tom Hardy in it. It's a British crime movie. I cannot think of the guy's name. It's on Netflix Instant Watch. It's about a prison inmate that became famous by being, and I can't think of the name of it for life. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I can see you thinking.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people went into this expecting a Drive experience, not Drive. Mm-hmm. However, I knew Drive was a fluke by this director because I'd seen his previous movies. Bronson wasn't even the movie; it just came to me. I watched this. I agree that there was parts where it was definitely slow, but why I enjoyed it is because when the violence happened, it was so jarring and violent. In comparison to what you would watch, it kind of takes you out of the movie because you're just like a lot of staring at his hands, a lot of just contemplating in the movie. Then when shit happens, it's just so quick. Yeah. And I think that's what I liked about it.
Drive had its real great moments just like that, too, but I think
there's more of them.
It was the journey to get through those moments was a far better and far better experience than Only God Forgives.
Oh, and those stupid cutaway sequences where he's doing karaoke, I'm still boggles my damn mind.
I watch a lot of Asian
hell?
films, so really the karaoke scenes, I'm like, nah, I'm used to this.
Do they do full cutaway sequences like that to do stuff like that?
For whatever reason, I have seen so many Asian films where there's just karaoke in the middle of a movie.
I know they like their karaoke, but why?
We didn't have like an Asian film day because I don't know if you'd be down for that deal because I can seriously show you some messed up movies. So
possibly.
I mean, granted, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon confuses the crap. That's
no, that's like G-rated compared to what I'm going to show you.
Really?
Okay, well. One of these upcoming weekends.
Need a barf bag for this day.
Down the line, I do promise to watch Only God Forgives again sober to give it a fair shake. But the experience I had, the feelings at the time watching it, I've never been so pissed off.
I will say, knowing you and knowing the kind of movies you like, and I'm not saying that as an insult. I know what your tastes are like. After we've been friends for years, I totally get why you didn't like it. I get why a lot of people didn't like it. But I also get the flip side of that, like you said, the art house guy kind of grew up like. Where I hate saying I'm kind of a snob. Like I like my shitty movies like the next guy, but
when I said art house, I didn't mean it in no kind of
no. It is. Yeah. That's actually the perfect way. Like that's the crowd he was going for, like the indie circuit, the film festival crowd. Which I'm kind of in that. You're in that as well, but you didn't care for the movie as much from what I'm like. Did you hate it as much as he did, or are you kind of in between?
Well, I want to say it seemed like all three of us were.
Like I'm not gonna buy this movie by any means, but I'm not.
Quite honestly, I would have put this on my top 5, but we were drinking at the time, so I think it kind of defeated my overall opinion of the movie. I mean, it wasn't good. I could tell it wasn't good.
Yeah.
But the reason why I didn't put it on there was because I didn't see it sober, and that's kind of a standout thing for me.
Yeah.
But that being said, yeah, it was pretty bad. It was just I hate it just as much as Dale did.
Good times. All right. Well, we hope you enjoyed our worst 5 movies discussion of the year. If you want to put yourselves through some hell, as we said, quite a few of these can be found on Netflix streaming. Or through the discs. Want to have a bad movie night? We gave you a ton of candidates.
If you guys had to pick a bad movie for people to watch, what would you pick out of your list?
Just to enjoy,
I'm saying make an event out of it because I like to do bad movie days where I get obliterated and just drunk.
Movie 43 comes to mind.
Movie 43 because it's short.
I'd say do Nurse and then Movie 243 back to back. To get Nurse out of the way because you're gonna hate that.
Maybe Noobs just for all the gaming references because I play quite a few video games, but just know that it's very cliche and awful, and that don't expect anything good out of it.
Yeah. Jobs. I don't know if anybody else saw this year.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ashton Kutcher, the only reason why I didn't put this on my top bottom 5 was because Ashton Kutcher did such a good job, but the overall story arc, the storytelling in this movie is very lazy and just dull and stupid.
I guess the stupid being a big fan. I know Jamie and we talk about we love Pirates of Silicon Valley. So knowing that and the whole history of Apple and all that.
Well, they didn't go through Pixar at all. They just ignored that entire part of the history.
Well, to be fair, there's a ton of history to Steve Jobs to cover.
True.
And, I'm going to let you the audiobook, too, and it covers a ton of ground. It's been impossible to fit everything in there in, a convenient feature length there, but because it pretty much stops right when he introduces the very first iPod. Doesn't go into any of the future iPod iterations, iPad, iPhone, any of that.
Is there still another one in development? Not to cut you off, but...
Yeah,
I thought what they
House of Cards guy, I can't remember his name right now. David Fincher. Fincher is working closely with somebody to develop a screenplay right now.
Did he drop out of that? Like this past week?
Oh, he might have. I didn't check the news, but...
I can't remember. I just read he dropped out of a movie just very recently.
Well, he would be wise to drop out of another Steve Jobs movie, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's 2 in development, I'd heard, still, besides the one that came out, which zero interest, so...
I don't think
I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, that's fine. I was going to say, I didn't hate... I actually really like Jobs. They didn't make my top 10, but I actually ended up buying the movie. I don't know. I liked the ground they covered. I thought they covered it decent, but I don't know. Just trying to stick up for it a little bit, I guess.
No, I hear you.
I've only seen 2 Ashton Kutcher movies.
I don't.
Dude, where's my car? He said Dukes of Hazzard, right? That was.
I don't think I got
that him?
any
No, I
other
think
two
so.
movies.
Who was with Sean William Scott in that?
Johnny Knoxville.
Was it Johnny? Oh shit! I forgot about that movie enough that I don't remember it. But okay,
very
so I've only seen
forgettable.
one with Ashton Kutcher in it.
I don't think I got any movies like just barely missed it. But I got a feeling if I saw Marine 3, if I got around to watching it, or Scary Movie 5, those would have made a hard case for making my worst 5 of the year.
I didn't see Scary Movie 5, but we gave that a terrible review.
Oh man.
I'd almost put Fast 6 on my worst. I was close to doing it.
Ooh, that runway sequence. That's pretty nasty.
I think that.
Oh, after Fast 5, I thought Fast 6 was terrible. Like, going into this, like, I liked Fast 1 and 2. Fast 3 is a wretched pile of shit as far as I'm concerned. And I know people are somewhat still liking it.
I don't mind it.
4 and 5, I think 5 I really liked. And then 6 was just like, what a step back. Like, and everybody's like, oh, but you have all these guys from the cast. And I'm like, yeah, just because there's characters you like and it doesn't make it, like, if by that standard the next X-Men movie is going to be amazing because there's like 35 people in it.
The dynamic of that movie pisses me off because they're trying so hard to be Ocean's 11, but it's just falling short.
I mean, Fast 5 was awesome. I mean, I guess it pretty much reestablished the movie franchise as like a heist movie instead of racing movie.
Right.
I mean, I liked it. I really absolutely loved it for what it was.
Granted, there's heist movies involved with the first one, but it's the backlay to what's already been taken out of it. Like, it's not supposed to be front and center.
Yeah, now the racing's an obvious backdrop to it. But yeah, I mean, we've all long-time listeners may remember my disdain for Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah,
The fact that she's front and center of the movie did not strike a good chord with me. Didn't hate the movie, but it's definitely a big step down from Fast 6 or Fast 5. That's for sure.
We just throwing out more like close calls.
Yeah,
for
you
worst.
guys got any other close calls for the worst 5? You want to give a quick little?
I'll let you go. I got
Shout-out
a
to-
couple in all honesty. So.
Okay, well, we talked about pretty much all of them. I put Only God Forgives on here. Now you see me, movie 43 and Jobs. Those are my 4, and we talked about them, so.
Red 2.
Oh, yeah.
Red 2 it didn't need a sequel.
No.
They absolutely did not try new ground.
I made sure to
I was
avoid that
hoping
one.
and praying that they did a better job than they did with the first one, but they didn't.
The first one was alright. Like, I think I bought it for like $5.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's about what I want to spend on this. So
It was too pop-in. Like, Morgan Freeman?
yeah. This is the end.
You-
It didn't make it because I liked the beginning and the ending of it. I just hated everything in between.
Wasn't it just cameos?
No.
The beginning was that
Yeah,
was
the
actually
beginning, yeah,
that
the
was
first-
actually the fun part. Like
Yeah.
when they were just having all these people
Like first 20 minutes
this
or
is
so.
crazy and funny,
Yeah.
and then and I love Danny McBride, but when you get him in with like it's all they're just a bunch of buddies writing a movie together, the jokes are great to them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like it's my problem with SNL too. I think it's a group of friends writing for each other instead of for an audience, which is great if an audience isn't watching it. But unfortunately, we were, and I'm just like, there's just a dead half hour in there that's just not funny.
Well, I hate to think that Seth Rogen is taking cues off of the 40-Year-Old Virgin, where they had those sequences where they just kind of babble.
Yeah.
But it worked in that movie, but now he does it with everything.
Yeah,
and Danny
yeah.
McBride is a close second to that. He's like, well, I guess I can do it too, because Seth Rogen does it.
Try
I'm
an
like, "Fuck
improv
this."
for way too long.
Exactly.
Well, Danny McBride, the only thing that's giving him, like, I still watch him for is Eastbound and Down and The Foot Fist Way. Like,
Eastbound and Down is awesome.
Those
yeah.
will always hold a place with me, but everything else he's done outside of that,
Yeah.
not really been that good.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Riddick.
Ooh.
I don't want to say I hated this movie. I really liked where it's just him surviving on his own.
Oh, yeah,
I thought
first
had they
half
stretched
hour.
that out to an entire movie, would have been much more interesting than throwing in bounty hunters. And I'm like, it was that first half hour. I was actually like, hey man, this is actually really good. I kind of like this, and I'm not big on the Riddick trilogy or any.
Where would you have gone with it? That's my quick question. Because, like, you said bounty hunters, it's so cliche. I mean,
It is.
Sure.
Well, no, like just him surviving on his own was enough of a story. Like overcoming the planet and kind of thriving on it. Like there
Maybe
had
it's
to
the-
been a point where something changed towards the end. Like maybe him escaping at some point. And I understand that's the bounty hunters are how he's going to do that. But that shouldn't have been the focus of the movie.
Maybe if the planet was more badass and, like, actually had villains, that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I really like the first half hour of it, but I think just
I really liked it. You know where I stand. I mean, I thought it was
Yeah.
a great homage to the first movie. Because
In a lot of ways.
Pitch Black and the new Riddick are the only two of the 4 Riddick movies I like the games, but as far as the 4 movies go, those are the only ones I absolutely really like. Didn't care for the anime. Absolutely did not like the third movie, but yeah. But I really like the the new Riddick there.
Did you think it was a true trilogy maker for what the franchise really needed?
Like,
I'm
what do
just
you mean?
Trying to say, was it a good addition to the Riddick to Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick?
I guess if you want to classify them as like a trilogy, then sure. I mean, it definitely redeemed the franchise and made me, I guess you could say, restore faith in the franchise, where I would see more Riddick movies. But you know, like I said, I really like Pitch Black. Didn't care for the second main feature movie, and this one I really liked.
Yeah, I didn't even bother watching Chronicles of Riddick.
Oh gosh, Chronicles of Riddick is bad.
I'm not a big Vin Diesel fan. He seems like a nice guy, but I still think Iron Giant is his best role.
Yeah.
And he says like Superman and
now he's Groot in Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's probably a good role for him.
It is. All he says is Groot. So hey,
I saw you pointing at 47 Ronin. Do you want to bring that up for worst or?
Nah. I'll leave it be.
I wish there would have been more fight scenes, like, because that's what I wanted out of the movie. Is like the CG. I thought it was like CG comes and go. I liked the parts where he's fighting. It was just a lot of stuff in between there that kind of drug the movie down. But
how easy it would have been to put an Asian character in this movie.
Oh yeah,
it kind of pissed me off that they went with Keanu Reeves. I'm like, okay, let's whitewash it.
Actually, there's another movie on my list, The Man of Tai Chi, where he was the main bad guy, and he's actually getting really involved.
That was his movie, wasn't he? Directed?
Yeah, he made that. He's actually been really involved with Asian cinema lately.
Was it good?
Not really. It was all right. I mean, I watched it on Netflix. It was all right. I didn't put it on a worst. It was just kind of one of those, like, I was like, I'll give it a shot, whatever. I didn't hate it by any means, but I kind of respect what he's doing. Like, since The Matrix came out, obviously he's a fan of Tai Chi, because that's what a lot of his movies are seeming to deal with, but no, I kind of like what he's doing with the Asian community. So, like, he's spotlighting things and producing stuff and bringing it stateside. So, I guess I have respect for that. So, but should we jump into the best?
I was gonna say, let's take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with our top 10 movies of the year here.
My top 5.
Top 5. I'm sure we'll give you some time here to see if you want to think of any other ones around off your list.
Okay.
Up here. All right, we'll be back with a quick word from our unofficial sponsor, Smokey's Steakhouse in Fargo. Smokey's, bring back the good old days.
I've noticed for the last few years that you've been depressed.
You're right, Cupcake. I have been depressed. I need a steak at Smokey's, and I want to go to Smokey's right now.
What? Pumpkins! 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 Pumpkins!
I'm going to Smokey's.
You don't know how to swim!
Smokies brings back the good old days.
Thanks, Smokies. I'll make sure to rush down to one of your fine Fargo locations and get one of your fine steaks today.
And my pants, too.
And an apple.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you've been closed for like 15 years.
No!
I'd still highly recommend YouTubing their awesome commercials. Alright, back to the show. Hope you enjoyed our first half, the worst 5 of the year. Before the rest of the show, we're going to do our top 10, and then just kind of, like we did last year, do some rapid-fire discussion and throw out a few other candidates and some other movies here for the rest of the year. So, still a lot of good show here left. Let's kick things off. Our top 10 movies of the year. Jay, why don't you start things off with us again for your number 10?
Sounds good, sir. Wedged right in there, right at the last minute, I put Pacific Rim, because I believe it was probably the best summer blockbuster. Also, the director, Guillermo del Toro, he's bringing his best into this movie. I like the cast overall. I think Charlie Day and Vern Gorman made really good strides as far as comic relief in this movie.
Perlman's really awesome, needed. Too.
Yeah, Perlman.
Great.
Gotta love Ron Perlman. Yeah, he was also comic relief, and it just worked really well. Charlie Hunnam and Rinko Kikuchi, which I really enjoy. I think they made a good portion of the cast. The only gripe that I would have with the movie is that it was almost too there was almost too much levity in it.
I'm sorry, come again?
I mean, there was almost too much levity in the movie. Although, it kind of came off kind of stereotypical at points, like Robert Kaczynski, he played the badass in this whole situation.
Yeah.
And at points I was like, okay, you're getting kind of gimmicky here, movie. But all said, I think the action sequence is really quality. It leaves the door wide open for Ghost in the Shell movies, Trigun movies, Big O, Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
It succeeded, which you can't really say about a lot of experimental sci-fi movies. Any thoughts?
I just did a top 5. This is actually my number 4. This, I agree with, is not only like what I want out of a popcorn movie, like, and a spectacle and a 3D movie, because the 3D in it was amazing. Like, although most of it was just based on rain effects and stuff like that, but this is everything I want out of a summer movie and a live action anime. Like, as an anime fan, like, just watching it, like, there are so many anime moments, like, stuff you've seen in the past that they brought to the screen, and I don't know, I was just like a little kid watching this movie, and I don't get that too often, even with the Marvel movies, and I'm like a diehard Marvel fan, and I haven't felt this way about a movie in a long time, at least as far as the fun factor goes, I guess, so.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I didn't make my list. I still had a great time with it, though. Like you said, I think it's like the quintessential like popcorn summer action blockbuster flick. I had a good time watching it, and just like I said, the 3D, the special effects, the cinematography, it's just great all over the place. Just, I don't know, just seeing in the theater though, that seemed like the only right way to watch that movie. So I was just like, all right, one time I had watching it and that was great. I don't know if I can watch this again, but for some reason I just didn't feel right making my personal top 10. And I have, and as you'll see, I have a peculiar taste in movies, but
I watched it like 5 times now.
I'm sure I'll see it again down the line. But it just seemed like for that one, that was the way to see it in 3D in the theater.
And I hear there are loose talks of making sequels, which I really don't want for this, because I think this is a standalone movie. Like, the way they wrapped it up, just leave it be. Like, everybody's sequel crazy, and I'm like, this is one of those ones, just leave it as it is. I'm fine with that. And one of the gripes I hear about it is all the characters are kind of, there's no depth.
Yeah.
Which, you know what? There doesn't always have to be. Like, this is a movie about, like, robots fighting monsters. How much depth do you fucking, like, all the people that complain about, I hear a lot of complaints about, like, there's like a spot in there where there's just a lot of dialogue and not fighting and stuff like that, and people are getting bored with it. And I'm like, you're complaining about dialogue and story, but you want more depth. Like, you can't have both. Like, you can't be like, this is boring, they're talking too much, fight the monsters. I wish these characters had more depth. Like,
yeah,
how can you make that argument? Like, they gave them just enough depth that you cared about them. Because they're not, like, just shitty, cocky people that you don't care about, like most action movies. They're just like, I like this guy because he's Bruce Willis. Like, that's what they're relying on you to like in most action movies. They're just like, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I like him.
Yeah, they don't need all these layers.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger's character doesn't usually do things that are likable. It's just people like him as an actor. Whereas this, I'm like, they're not bad guys. They're decent people, and they come off as good people. I can like them for that. Mm-hmm. And the guys that are supposed to be bad, like the cocky pilot, he's a cocky pilot. There are cocky pilots. That's believable to me. I'm like, I really don't need much depth into, like, why it is. Yeah, I don't know. I was fine with everything about it. Like, it's not the best movie I've ever seen, but it's a damn good popcorn movie. So
yeah, exactly.
Most definitely.
Well said. Man, I know you said you did top 5, and we'll make sure to get you when it comes to number 5. I don't. Do you got anything you want to give, like, unofficial shout out to? Like, if
I probably will afterwards. Okay. I'm pretty steadfast on the ones I pick. So
all right. Well, my number 10. I'm probably gonna get a lot of crap for this from you guys, since it made some discussion for the worst 5 of the year, but I'm sorry, I had to go for it. And like the days leading up to this, I kept swapping like my number 8 through, I guess you could say, 12 ranked movies around, because a couple from my close calls list kind of kept rotating in and out. I mean, if you ask me in a few days, I'd probably switch it around here too. But number 10, Last Stand, suck it. Like I say, like we discussed earlier, I watched the movie 3 times and enjoyed it each and every time. And for me, it was more of a great seeing Arnold back, being the lead star, making his return to lead starring roles in movies again here. You know, it may have been really cookie cutter and cliche, and I absolutely loved seeing it in the theater. Saw it twice on video already, and you know, it brought back just a lot of great memories growing up of you know, just seeing, you know, with the family, we grew up watching a lot of late nights watching Arnold movies like Conan and Commando, oh my god, and True Lies, and just, you know, Terminator. So for me, it was more like a return to form, and just, you know, yeah, there's a lot of flaws in this movie, and but no, I was absolutely fine for what it was. So
I would have been kind of pissed if I would have gone and seen this in theaters. So to see it with you at home, it fit. It's what it was.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a good Sylvester. I thought it was a good Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and Johnny Knoxville was very minuscule. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, for what Johnny Knoxville did in there too, I mean, he wasn't too. He didn't overstay his welcome in there too much. But we all kind of got our genres or actors. We all kind of lean towards, or I may have a little bit of a bias too. And Matt, I know you really wanted me to see Bad Grandpa with you. I just couldn't bring myself to go see it. And I'm like,
I still like it.
I know you absolutely really wanted to see it. I'm just like, I can't.
did see it. I saw it in the theater. I think those movies are definitely theater movies, like the Jackass movies. Now, we're going to that later though, but
yeah.
I like Schwarzenegger, don't get me wrong. I like his older movies. I just haven't seen the magic I want to see out of him now. And outside of Expendables 1, I didn't like Expendables 2 at all. Like,
which one was PG-13 in that?
The second
one. Okay.
Like, one of the reasons I hate it the most is CG bullets and CG blood effects in an action movie. Like, it's not cheaper by any means, is it?
No.
I have no
Probably
idea.
more expensive. CGI is expensive.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you have all these actors, like, at least use practical effects. Like, why are you CGing everything? Like, I don't know, man. If you're going to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie like that, I would like a Commando type where they go for hard R and they go for their audience.
Preferably. Well, Last Stand is R.
Yeah, but I want a harder. I want that Commando type movie. I want, like, the over the top.
Last Stand is over the top and great.
I don't know, man.
Oh no, it's all good.
No, like, I'm not knocking your opinion on it by any means, but I just, I have a tendency of liking his older movies better. Like, I still like cheesy action movies. It just,
I mean, he's got to kind of go in expecting, this is what, 50, maybe 60-some-year-old Arnold now. You obviously can't have the same level of.
Hey, he's gonna be playing the Terminator again.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hollywood can only do so much for him.
His body's turning into putty. Eventually, he's gonna have to say no.
Hey, if Clint Eastwood can bring it as the over-the-hill action star for many years past his prime, so can Arnold.
Yeah.
We shall see.
But Clint Eastwood wasn't going based on his strength, though.
Yeah. I mean, Clint Eastwood was a very convincible badass in Gran Torino. So, for being how many...
Old man with a gun.
Goddamn right. All right. I'm pretty sure we don't need to beat this topic in the ground anymore. We'll all agree that I am right.
I like
My opinion is
no,
the
I'm
best.
not knocking it.
Nah, I'm just...
Hey, if Arnold Schwarzenegger wants to come in and do a grumpy old man, I'm all
Hey,
for it.
there we go.
Well, yeah, that was his thing, though, is he was known as the strong guy in the business. Like, all those guys had, like, either martial arts or strength. Eastwood was always known as his gruff character. Like, he wasn't a tough guy, or not in the strength sense, like the traditional tough.
Yeah.
Like,
I was just being facetious and making that equal comparison, but I mean, Arnold has his strengths, and so does Clint Eastwood, and they're both on completely different levels.
The only way I can keep it straight in my mind is make the rough comparison between old Arnold movies, pre-90, and then bring it forward to making Arnold movies after that their own separate thing. It's the only way that I can...
I agree with that, yeah. Kindergarten Cop, man.
All right, Jay, let's bring it to you. You're number 9.
Number 9, The World's End, starring Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, Martin Freeman, Patty Considine, Eddie Marsan. Really, really good comedy. Solid as all hell. From Edgar Wright, especially, this is just spot on, perfect. This is what he wanted to display in Hot Fuzz. This is what he wanted to display in Shaun of the Dead. This time he has a budget, so he can do more with it. Light humor, great balance between ridiculous and just kick-ass fight sequences. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you. I remember seeing the previews, and then knowing the people who were making what they're behind, the previews seemed a little too silly. I was like, I don't know if they're gonna pull this off. But knowing the people behind them, like, I gotta give this a shot, and I thought they got the balance right. They made it believable. And I don't know, for some weird feeling, the thing that really stood out to me that I liked the most is their progression of getting drunk from tavern to tavern. I'm like, these guys are spot on. This is great. But some things go a long way for me.
Right. Well, especially when you have pop-ups like Pierce Brosnan or Bill Nighy, the voice of the network. Like these are little nice touches that make the atmosphere feel so much more funny and ridiculous. That it's fun. We can always think about the times when we used to bar hop, so it's kind of nostalgic that way.
I guess if I did it in the top 10, this would have been in it, but he's, pretty sure at least. I liked it a lot, so I've liked everything he's done so far, though, so.
Right.
But.
All right. Okay, number 9 for me. Number Never thought I would put a Michael Bay film in my top 10 after some of those Transformer outings, but Pain and Gain, number 9. Way better than I thought it was going to be. I kind of went in just kind of really against my will to see it because, like I said, Michael Bay and Transformers. I didn't want to give him a shot on anything again, but no, he pulled it off. Mark Wahlberg and The Rock, holy crap, they bring it as this completely, just ridiculously over the top, in over their head bodybuilders in this dark comedy that, it's very unorthodox, very different, not your traditional slapstick comedy. Obviously, it's a dark comedy, but, the way it progressed, you kept thinking, how much more are they going to get away with? I just got to keep watching to see where this goes next. It's not your traditional Michael Bay over-budget explosions everywhere movie. They have a few of those in there, but it's nothing like what you expect from Michael Bay. And maybe it just surprised me so much on that initial viewing, but maybe I won't like it as much again on the second viewing. But when I was really trying to put this list together, I just felt I had to give this movie its just due. And this is easily the best individual performance by The Rock in anything he's ever been in.
I'll agree with you on that. The Rock in the past has kind of irritated me as far as acting ability, but this is basically right up his angle to do and pull off perfectly. It kind of reminds me of his performance in Be Cool when he played a gay person.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways.
He was really good in Be Cool. Yeah, that was one of his real early movies.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to shaft on the movie too much because I think this is probably Michael Bay's best. But the fact that they kept pushing the angle that this was based on true events kind of bothered me because I'm like, well, you're just sensationalizing the crap out of this. How can you even claim that it's based on true events?
Yeah, exactly.
But other than that, I thought it was fine. Did you see it?
Dale just named 3 reasons why I won't watch it.
No, I do not blame you. Yeah.
I don't like Mark Wahlberg, The Rock, or Michael Bay. So, Michael Bay's earlier stuff would in all honesty, I enjoy Bad Boys, for what they are, Armageddon popcorn movies, I guess, but he's just gotten worse and worse as the years go on, and I'm not going to support it, so.
No, I don't blame you. Yeah.
And I've been a long-time hater of Wahlberg, although I will admit to liking a few of his movies more recently, I Heart Huckabees, and,
Fighter?
Fighter was alright.
Yeah. I'll take alright.
In comparison, because I'd watch American Hustle and, Silver Linings Playbook, and then going back to The Fighter, those two are way better than The Fighter is, at least in my opinion. I can't think of what other Mark Wahlberg movie I like.
Ted?
Ted is alright.
I'll take alright.
I never watched Contraband. The Departed.
The Departed.
Yeah, Departed. That was quite a while ago.
It was a good performance for him.
Yeah.
Alright.
Take what you can get, deal.
I would recommend Contraband, but we can honestly safe to say that you're probably not going to see Transformers: Age of Extinction.
We are, actually.
We are.
Are you?
It was part of our agreement.
Should we...
We may have discussed it last year, but I can't remember, so we may as well refresh people.
I have a tradition of getting Dale shitty gifts for his birthday and Christmas. I do it every year, whether it be John Cena merchandise or the trilogy one year, because Dale absolutely hates them. So we made
the first one. The second one.
We made an agreement that if he watched all 3 Transformers, I would watch 3 Mark Wahlberg movies.
And going into this, I only saw Transformers 1 and 2.
And this is also prior to them announcing Mark Wahlberg in Transformers 4. So... Because, I think originally Jason Statham was attached to Transformers 4, and then he dropped out, or something happened or another.
That would have been interesting.
More interesting than Wahlberg, I think. But really the acting ability is about the same, if you break down. But since this was announced, we're going to get a Blitz and go see Transformers 4 in the theater. At the bad theater, too, so if we get kicked out.
Well, if you let me, I might join you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That'd be great. We'll ruin it for everyone. Good time.
I think they ruined it for everyone.
Yes. Actually, if you go to the blog I plugged at the beginning of the show, daleisgreat.tumblr.com. You will see I did a blog about when we watched The Fighter a couple of weeks ago. Did a blog about it because it was in my movie backlog, and I made sure to give a good recounting of all our trials and tribulations through the 3 Mark Wahlberg movies and the 3 Transformers movies. So check that out. All right. J-Dog, number 8.
It's been tradition to try and throw a horror movie in there, but this one I didn't really need to try because it was just great all around. Number 8, The Conjuring, with Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga. Ron Livingston's also in it. That's what I really, really enjoy. I think it's as close to an instant classic horror movie that you're going to see.
Yep.
I know the director James Wan. He did that Sinister movie. He also does Insidious. He started Saw. That was his baby, the first one, anyways. And then after that, they took the sequels away from him. I say that if Insidious is his Omen or his Poltergeist homage, I would say this is closer to The Exorcist in a lot of ways. So, did anybody see this?
No.
This
one
actually-
wasn't on my radar.
This is split from my number 5.
Is it?
I love The Conjuring. I still want to buy it, but it's still like crazy expensive. Like they haven't dropped the price since it got released, and it's been out for like 6 months now. But no, I watched this. Like the trailer was actually kind of scary. Like, I'm not a person that's easily scared by any means. And I didn't jump at this movie, but the trailer was actually, when I see a horror movie trailer that's really good, that gets me to want to watch it. Because usually, like, these teens went to the lake and blah blah blah, and I don't care about anybody. But this was actually like, the story was interesting too. Like not just the family, but the investigators themselves. Like the whole movie was interesting, and I really like how they did it. And it wasn't like anything I've seen recently. So,
granted, they're going to try and turn it into a series of movies.
That's
but
fine. I can see how they could do that with this. Like they have a backstory. I mean, like that whole room where they keep the doll in. I hear the doll's even getting a spin-off movie.
Really?
It's the studio.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Cool. All right, I'll go with my number 8 here, and I was kind of surprised going through my list and I didn't think this would make the cut, but it was kind of one of those ones I shuffled around the last days here. But Rush, Chris Hemsworth, I'm not even a big F1 fan actually. If every now and then I may watch one NASCAR race a season or something, but F1 is way more of a hardcore sport here. It's really big in Europe and all other parts of the world too. But how they covered it in the movie, the journey of Chris Hemsworth and I forget his co-star's name too, but the journey of these two legendary F1 stars. Right?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Daniel Brühl.
Daniel Brühl. Okay.
Yep, Daniel Brühl. Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah. These two legendary F1 racers from the 70s, and back when F1 was way more dangerous and deadly sport than it is now. I remember I was doing a little bit of research not too long ago, and I guess like this last decade, F1 took many leaps and bounds to have safety precautions, and they haven't had a death in a race in I want to say about a decade. Because before they used to have a lot more. But
NASCAR can't even say that.
Yeah. Well, like NASCAR, I think it was since Dale Earnhardt, I think was the last death, and they made a lot of big safety enhancements. There might have been one more, but I want to say, like at least both motorsports took great strides to improve safety. But I mean, it pretty much covers their career in F1 and their professional and personal lives and their ups and downs and the way they cross paths, and they seem like perfect rivals for each other. Of course, the movie plays it out that way, and kind of like good friends, better enemies. It goes with that angle and approach, and it just absolutely nails it. And even if you aren't an F1 fan, I haven't seen it yet. I definitely recommend it. You guys see this?
I hear you. I'll agree with pretty much everything you just said. I think Chris Hemsworth also put on a really, really damn good show. Daniel Brühl and him, they bounce so beautifully. It's not even funny. And to have them represented up on screen as these characters, I can fully buy it. It's just all around a good showing.
Yeah, a lot of great performances, yeah.
And to see what you're saying about F1, I think that's a sign of any good sports movie is even if you don't like the sport, if you still get into the story. I mean, I don't like MMA, and I liked Warrior a lot. Like, a lot. And I could care less about the sport whatsoever, but I think that's a sign of a good movie. It doesn't really matter what they're doing. It's them, the characters. I was kind of interested. I didn't know who to root for in the movie, because going into it, I just saw a trailer, and I was like, I'm assuming Chris Hemsworth is going to be the guy. But he's kind of a shitty guy.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, am I supposed to like this guy?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, both of them kind of have their...
I ended up siding with Bruno there because I'm just like kind of neurotic, I guess, and I liked him more because it was like it kind of like I don't know. To me, he was the good guy out of the two because everything he did, he earned and he worked for. Whereas the other guy, but that's the dynamic of their characters too, and I like that. But at first, I was just kind of like, I don't know who I'm supposed to root for.
They kind of leave it up to you, actually.
I know, no, and I actually enjoyed that because you're not as spoon-fed as you are in other movies, and it's kind of nice to have that every once in a while. So, but no, that was really a good movie. Though. I agree with that. So, I once again I didn't do a top 10, so it's.
All right.
It's kind of a different movie for Ron Howard, though, and that's what kind of threw me off at first, because when going into the theaters, I was expecting one thing, and then came out seeing a completely different perspective of Ron Howard that I didn't even know existed.
All right, Jay, you're number 7.
I think it's yours, isn't it?
No,
just did Rush.
I did
Oh,
8,
yeah, sorry,
number
you
8
did
Rush here.
My bad.
That's all good.
Star Trek Into Darkness, the second movie in the reboot to the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies.
2012, right?
No,
Let
I think it was
let me do
2013.
some fact checking.
Fact check.
All right, I just had to pause the recording for a bit because we did a quick fact check, and Jay is indeed right. It is 2013. Holy crap! That's what recording this far along into 2014 does for us. Gets us all confused on when some of these movies are actually coming out.
And there's quite a few movies from 2014 that I want to throw on this list. I'm like, nope, can't do that. I could do some fact checking for sure. IMDb put up there as 2013, so that's why I just kind of took its word for it. So I'm glad we were able to take a break and look at that. That being said, I think it's a great sequel to the original one. I think J.J. Abrams knows to a T what he's doing at this point. It's sad to see him leave to go do Star Wars. It really is. And for Benedict, right?
Well, for Star Trek fans.
Right. That's their loss, I guess.
Star Wars fans, it's great.
Yeah. Benedict Cumberbatch comes to mind as being a really solid performance from him as Khan. Spoilers. And Chris
It's been
Pine.
almost a year.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it yet, you're probably not going to.
I don't know if I could. Is RFI chime in here, Jay?
Go for it.
I really like. Yes, it probably would have made my top 10 somewhere. It's definitely like the first reboot movie better, but I think this kind of the way they kind of finished things off your last 15 minutes or so could have been better. It's the only thing holding it back.
Well, you can tell they're trying to tee it up for more movies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think instead of making things more final, they decided to leave things more open for of course more movies, but. Having just like a month and a half ago see the original Wrath of Khan, Star Trek 2, 30 years old, holy crap. I loved all the parallels it drew from that movie, and just seeing, and Star Trek 2 still definitely holds up, by the way, holy crap, for being that old of a movie. I saw it on Blu-ray, and they remastered it a lot too, so I mean, it makes it so it looks all nice and polished for today's era, but still loved Into Darkness. Just what you said. I really like how they did the whole big Khan reveal and just the build up from being like the ultimate villain and all that. And oh man, a lot of great scenes in this movie.
Most definitely. People are actually going through the process of taking his model and adapting it to other sci-fi time travel kind of stuff. I know Terminator Genesis kind of has that same feel to it, and even the new X-Men movie that's coming out, which the apocalypse happening in the 1980s, it's almost like they're going back and just saying, okay, we're going to rewrite history here.
I hope I don't eat my words, but I have no faith in that movie whatsoever.
Yeah, it's kind of sketchy.
Especially with the allegations that came out with them. You hear about that?
No.
I'll talk about it at the end of the show, I guess. We'll go back to the X-Men thing. But
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So that was your number 7, right, Jay?
Yep.
Number 7 for me is Nebraska. And that's one of the ones I just made sure to go on my way to watch. Just this last month here, I kind of Netflixed a bunch of movies through disc that weren't up on streaming yet. Just coming out of the Academy Awards, told myself I want to see a lot of movies that were nominated for Best Picture. So I don't know. This movie, real low budget, black and white. For those unaware of the premise, it's more of an indie film. So it's pretty much this guy. I forget the main actor's lead name. Dang, I don't know if you guys want to help me out. But
it's Bruce Dern.
Bruce Dern, yeah. I just watched him in the movie On the Edge. That was a running movie, which they don't do too many of. Wasn't great, but I'll give it a shout out anyways.
Bruce Dern's the man.
Oh man, and I read another interview with him too. Really makes me want to see a lot more movies he's in. But this guy is Bruce Dern plays a kind of crazy, over the hill old dad, and he thinks he got one of those crazy, you won $1 million sweepstakes letters in the mail, and come down to Nebraska to our offices to claim it. And so he's convinced on going down there to get his $1 million. And so he makes the journey with his son, going through many small town shenanigans on the way there. It's probably one of the best road trip movies I've seen. I don't want to say one of the, I don't know, I guess a little early to say it's one of the best. It's still pretty fresh in my mind from just seeing it a few weeks ago, but I just really like the shenanigans that happen on the way there. I mean, it's really low budget, so just taking into account there are a few actors in here which you could tell to find low budget that I couldn't help but chuckle at some of the performances in here by some of the actors. But
I don't know, I thought they felt real. Like,
I mean, that's kind of why I liked it, because a lot of the part was just like some like the crazy family members they meet halfway through the movie are just like, okay.
Fun fact for you, I believe the two redneck guys, one of those is Buzz from Home Alone.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Really?
That's what somebody told me at work. I haven't looked into that, but I believe the person that told me. But I honestly, the scene where they're all the old men are watching TV in the living room, like, it's like that person just recorded old people and just...
It seemed like a conversation I'd have with my family, like...
Yeah, I think
like we're bored. Let's watch TV
very
together for a couple hours.
Film, like the way people act in it. I really enjoyed it too. Yeah.
Probably doing that for a couple hours during Easter this weekend with the family. Oh, let's watch football or whatever random movie or sport together for a couple hours, and we'll just be the main topic of conversation would be how fast did it take you to get here.
Mm-hmm. I really enjoy the black and white, especially because most people they'll just take it for granted. Oh, we'll make it artistic. We'll just go black and white. But he actually knew what he was doing as far as black and white filmmaking, and that goes a long ways.
Yeah. Will Forte too. Like, it's nice to see him in a role where he's actually acting and not kind of just being an idiot. Like, I thought his career was over after MacGruber. I'll be honest. Like, I thought that just killed it. Like,
that was kind of the jumping of the shark almost. Like, maybe you shouldn't have done that. But
I figured he was going to be relegated to like bit characters in other people's successful shows.
That being said, he just made a video and then sent it in because his agent said you should do this. Yeah. And what he didn't realize is that the director was just like, okay, well, I'll watch it just because I watch everything. So he didn't even know who Will Forte was before this movie came out.
No, I thought he did a really good job in it. Like, it was nice to see him in a serious role. Like, I think he did a good job in it, so.
All right, JL, 13 for number 6.
Okay, number 6, Dallas Buyers Club. This is getting a ton of publicity, and it also won the best assisting actor for Jared Leto and the best actor for Matthew McConaughey, and very, very well deserved on his part. Although we're thinking of like Matthew McConaughey from like the '90s, the everything's okay kind of.
Well, the internet's calling him McConaissance.
Is it?
Because well, I mean, between this, Wolf of Wall Street, and True Detective,
Mud. You can throw Mud.
Yeah, Mud. I actually never got to see Mud. I wanted to see it, and it's on Instant Watch now.
It's kind of a different movie what you would be expecting because it's more of a coming of age kind of story.
No, that's fine. I just didn't know what it was when it came out, and I was like, nothing about this, and I'm not going to watch it. So at least in the theater. So, but
right, I'm always kind of hesitant to watch movies that everybody's freaking out about. Yeah. I don't exactly know what that is. I think it's just the fact that...
don't want to ride that bandwagon.
Right. I kind of want to give myself time.
Cool down.
I still haven't seen the Blair Witch Project, so... I was just so tired of all the people like, oh, you gotta see it. Like, if I hear I have to see it, like, there's only so many times where I'm like, you know what? The hell with you guys. I'm not going to watch it. Shut up. Like, quit cramming it down my throat. Like,
right.
I get you, but...
I like to make my own decisions. Yeah. But, I mean, Jennifer Garner and Steve Zahn are also in there in the background. I think Jennifer Garner just amazing fucking acting on her part. Yeah. And I did
like her in this. I'm not usually a big fan of her, but I did like her in this.
Right.
And actually, I forgot to say to you, this is my number 6 also.
Is it? That's funny.
We agree on this one to a T.
Good stuff. And just overall, the performances are amazing. Granted, the subject matter is a little gritty at points, but it deserves everything that it got.
Yeah, they didn't hold anything back, and I thought, even as far as they went with it, I thought they, it felt like they had to go there. It didn't seem gratuitous by any means.
No.
This would have probably cracked my top 5, but it was a really good year. Like, the movies that were good were really good this year, I felt. But, Jared Leto, man, everybody's talking about McConaughey, but, I know he won the best supporting actor, but at the same point, when I can watch a character in a role, and they're just that person, that's amazing. I felt the same way about Christian Bale in American Hustle this year. Usually when I'm watching a Christian Bale movie, I think it's Christian Bale. Christian Bale was so into that character, and that's the same way I felt about Leto. Had I not known that was Leto going into the movie, I might not have known it was Leto watching the movie, and that to me says a lot, about their character. So he thought he did an amazing job. So.
Do you think he'll try and do more after this? Because I know he was talking about retiring from acting completely.
I don't know.
Because I don't know. If you listen to his speech, it was almost kind of a finale kind of thing on his part.
Well, he had
I want to get it all out.
Come out this year too.
Did he?
Mr. Nobody.
Oh, I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, just watch a trailer for it. It's not. I actually got bored. I didn't put it on my worst stuff because I didn't watch enough of it. Like, I just got bored and started cleaning and stuff. Like, I let it run in the background.
Gotta get through this.
Oh yeah, it's 3 hours too, so it was like, ugh.
All right. Well, like I said, number 6 was also Dallas Buyers Club for me. So Jay, let's throw it back to you for your number 5.
All right, sounds good. I'll put her on here. I think Joaquin Phoenix, Amy Adams, and Scarlett Johansson, like all 3 of those, I just love. And I mean, honestly, this is probably the best Spike Jonze movie I've seen since Being John Malkovich. He portrayed a message that is very important in this day and age, and on top of that, he didn't glamour it. He didn't try and make it over the top, especially since it's based in the future, but everything is just so down-dressed.
Yeah.
Like, even Chris Pratt is in this movie, or Kristen Wiig is a voice cameo. Like, they don't stand out right away as anything, really. I mean, they know their place. Chris Pratt plays that buddy part to a T. Like, he, at no point does he try to command the screen in a comedic way. And all over, I just think it's really good filmmaking. It kind of reminds me of Lars and the Real Girl, if you ever saw that.
Yeah,
it has Ryan Gosling in it. In a lot of ways, even this cheesy mustache, it kind of feels like Spike Jonze almost took that and ran with it.
In a more like modern sense, essentially, because Lars and the Real Girl, the point it came out, like Real Girls had already been out for, I think, like it's probably 10, 15 years when that came out. Because that movie came out in 2008, somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
So those had been a thing. So like in a sense, that's in the past, whereas this is in the future. So I guess if you're going that road, yeah. But
Right.
this is actually my number 2 movie. This would have been number 1, except for I'd seen a movie like one of the best foreign films nominees, which I'll get into. But I loved it. Like I love all the Spike Jonze movies, or Jones movies, excuse me. I wasn't so big on Where the Wildlings Are, but yeah, like everything else. I mean, adaptation, Being John Malkovich. This is his 4th movie, right? So really,
I think so. Yeah.
Really, there's not much to choose from. But I think I talked to you, Dale. I picked up the complete work of Spike Jonze. They did these director series music video sets where it does all of their music videos, all of their commercial works, short films, a little bit of biography on them. And I love this guy. Like, I mean, Spike Jonze going back, like the Beastie Boys Sabotage video.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many things. Like, I love this guy. I wish he would do more movies, but at the same point...
He does a lot of assisting credits.
Yeah.
A lot.
And cameos, actually. He did a lot of the Jackass stuff he did.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, he's really involved with those guys because he's the skateboarding culture and stuff like that. But in all honesty, like, if this is the kind of product he's putting out there, I'm fine with him not putting out that many movies. And I like the way he casts this, too, is he auditions everybody personal. Like, he sees how they work together, and he does really intimate shoots and sets and stuff like that. And I don't know, I really like this movie. Like, this would have been my number 1.
He even went the extra 9 yards and was actually in the movie. He played that alien.
The voice, yep.
The voice of the alien. I thought, which was made me laugh like hell. Like,
yeah, it's a good movie. It's like a roller coaster of emotions. There's, it has everything, a little bit of everything. So I don't know. I really liked it. So
Yeah, I'm with you. I really liked it too. Kind of just got nudged down my list there at the end. It was one of those ones I was debating on making the final slots. I kept bouncing back and forth on, but no, I can't really add on to what you guys said. You guys pretty much, it's roller coaster of emotions. It was pretty intense, and then it was very. Seeing the trailer, I was like, I don't know, can they make this concept work? But they found a way to make it work.
I had no doubts.
Yeah.
Like, just look at what other movies he's done. Like, Being John Malkovich, they find a door into somebody's soul, essentially. Like with the subject matter he's covered before. I can't do anything other than gush about this movie. I didn't find anything wrong with it, but no, I didn't have any doubts. The day after I saw it, I pre-ordered it. It was just one of those movies. So
Nice.
I don't know. I can't really say anything about it.
All right, man. I think we'll finally bring it back
Hey,
to
my
you with
number
your
5.
official number 5 here.
Well, this is a split one. We actually talked about The Conjuring earlier, which I just caught me out of left field, in all honesty, because I read about it. I hate the Saw movies with a passion. I watched Sinister and Insidious is the other one.
Yeah.
I think I watched those and I thought they were all right. Like, they didn't really win me over too much. I'll probably watch the sequels, I guess, but I don't know. But this I loved. The other one I split that with was Evil Dead.
Oh, okay.
Which I am not a Sam Raimi fan. I think we covered this last year because a lot of people get mad at me because I think he's a hack. And I like the original Evil Dead. I like Army of Darkness. Spider-Man 1 and 2. Really, nothing else he's done. Darkman, I don't really. Yeah, Evil Dead 2 is basically Evil Dead 1, only goofy.
Mm-hmm. This new Evil Dead, it's almost like a combination of the first two.
Yeah, and I really was. I didn't want to see this. I was like, whatever. I'll run it through Netflix. I'll give it a shot. Mm-hmm. and I was just blown away by the gore in it. Like, I am a gore ham, and like more modern movies are using CG blood and less practical effects. I watched it, I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is brutal, and I loved it. I loved every second of it. Like, I was just watching, I'm like, it's just gore and limbs being tore off, and this is what I want out of a slasher horror movie. Like, it didn't pull any punches, it got its rating, and it just fucking ran with it. And I loved it. It's disgusting, and I had fun, and that's what I wanted. I don't know.
Well, when you know what it is going to be when you go into the movie theater, it's a nice relief to actually get that. I know The Conjuring, like, I was really surprised to see that it wasn't horror slash. It wasn't torture porn by any means.
I put them together because they're opposite sides of the same coin. Like, they're different genres within, or different subjects within the same genre, I guess.
Right.
Because you can lump them both in the horror category, but
right.
Like, I like them both equally for different reasons, but. Oh man!
Did you appreciate the fact that at no point, not one of the characters stood out as being the main character? Like, nobody in that was
in Evil Dead or in The Conjuring?
Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm jumping. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I didn't know who was going to live or die, and I love that. And I can't remember if I hated the people in it either. I don't think I really hate them. That's one of my problems with like horror movies and slashers. I don't like any of the characters in them. Like, I want to see the kids get killed. This one I was just like, I did not want to see them get killed. But you know what's going to happen. Like, you know bad stuff is going to happen to these people. And I was like, it's the same way they felt like Cabin in the Woods. Like, they weren't bad kids. Like, most of these like, Friday the 13th, like, they're really shitty people.
Right.
And I'm like, fucking have at it, man. Like, what do I care? Like, I just want to see how they die. But, like, this was just like, oh, my God.
Sounds like they take it to the nth degree.
Well, I know you didn't want to watch it because I know you can't handle this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm a wimp.
As far as, like, cheap scares go, it's there. Like, your jump scares, like, just sheer gore. Like, oh man, like that guy getting stabbed in the face with a hypodermic needle.
Oh,
and he puts his hand to cover his eyes, and it's like going through his hand, and it's just like, and it's not like once or twice; it's like 30 times. God, the girl cutting off her own arm.
Oh yeah.
And then it, like the power goes out, so she can't. Like there's just so many gross scenes in it, and then it's raining blood at the end. I'm like, oh my God! Like any movie that ends with somebody getting chainsawed down the middle, I'm like, all right. Like,
oh man.
Like, take my money. Take my money. Oh man, I had so much fun with this. So.
Oh no, that's cool. It sounds like you didn't think it was going to be what you wanted it to be, but it sounded like it did.
Well, no, I expected to hate it because like I liked the original, but I'm like, oh, they don't need to remake this. This is one of the original horror classics, and I was just mad about it. And
for them not to recreate Ash is daring, and as far as I'm concerned, a successful move on their part.
Oh man, yeah, this was just a breath of fresh air. It's the same way I felt about the Hills Have Eyes remake. Mm-hmm. Like, it's either like all or nothing, I think, with some of these remakes. And, like, they took it and just, like, Hills Have Eyes was just so graphic. And, I mean, like, that was, like, the rape scene in that movie in particular, like, that was pretty dark. Like, really dark. Like, the guy blowing his head off in the beginning of the outhouse. Like, but that's what I want out of these. If you're going to take a slasher horror movie from the 70s, 80s and remake it, go the hard outright. Like, do shit they couldn't pull off in the original ones. And that's what they did. And I loved it, so.
Nice. All right. My number 5, I guess being a dark moments, it definitely does have some dark moments, and it's kind of graphic in some parts, though I'm obviously nowhere near the same extent as these movies you're talking about just now, Matt. But going with Prisoners. Jay, I know we kind of gave a little reference here before while we're taking a break here. Not a big fan, but I don't know. For me, I don't know. I thought, from beginning to end, I thought it told a great story about a kidnapping gone horribly, not the kidnapping going horribly wrong, but the chase to track down the kidnapped victims and the suspects going horribly wrong in all of the worst ways possible, and just the intensity through it all just had me really on the edge of my seat. It was a very draining movie, but in all the good ways that it could be, just because I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, all right, what's going to happen next? How's this next part going to play out? I mean, I remember it being long. I don't remember how long off the top of my head, but
2.5 hours.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about looking that up because honestly, it was a really, really long movie, and that was one of the biggest drawbacks for me.
Was it Paul Dano in that movie?
Yes.
Was he the guy that gets kidnapped? If I remember right.
Yes.
Yeah, like he did a really good job. Like, I think it had a really good cast. I liked it, but it was one of those I'm going to watch it once and I'll probably never watch it again.
I think so, and that's the same here. Or maybe I'd bring myself to watch it again, but not till like at least several years down the line, just because.
Once you know the outcome, it's one of those movies like it's not it doesn't lend itself to rewatching because once you know the outcome, it takes the suspense out of it, which is the downfall of these types of movies.
Exactly, yeah.
Any kind of whodunit murder mystery type movie, like Search for a Serial Killer, like once you know. And there are exceptions to this rule. Like, I find, like, 7 to be an exception just because 7 went places that nobody had went at that point. Mm-hmm. And I think this was, I don't want to... It was dark, but it didn't go as dark as I've seen others go.
Yeah.
And I think that's what made it not stand out as much.
Okay.
Because it did, I mean, like, the whole, like, kidnapping, torture, like, that was pretty dark. But
Yeah.
I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah, it sounded like nothing compared to what you were just talking about with Evil Dead.
Well, even 7 in comparison, but not that these are the similar subject matters, but I'm just saying, like, other movies have done it darker and better. Mm-hmm. But this is still a good movie in its own right, I felt. And I do agree with you that it felt long at some points, but it didn't need to be 2.5 hours. I think...
Yeah, it was 153 minutes.
Okay, well, yeah, 2.5.
And that was my main problem with the movie, is that it was going down these different avenues, and I'm thinking, well, we don't really need that. I think you should probably streamline the crap out of this, because by the time that it came to the main reveal, I didn't care.
It's a 2-hour movie. Like,
yeah, they could have easily chopped off at least 15 to 20 minutes of the investigation, all the just in between stuff, and
Granted, I'll say this: Jake Gyllenhaal, I've never seen him this good.
Oh, and I like that they don't tell you what's wrong with his character. Like, he's got something seriously wrong happened to him, and he's got a tick about it, and he's dragging some ghosts around, and they don't tell you. They don't give you that. They just, like, this is him. Mm-hmm. And I really I like the ending, too, actually, to go into that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
You have hints that he's going to find him, but he doesn't find him, and you don't know. And I know that pissed a lot of people off when you do that, because mainstream audience want that happy ending.
Yeah, but it gives you just that little sliver of hope, like, well, he might know that something's up, but we won't know for sure.
Yeah, unless you have your own assumptions about it, which...
It kind of just leaves you.
I think it's you talking about it. That's the point of the movie. Like, then it served its purpose, which it got a lot. Like, I heard a lot of buzz about that. Like, and I can kind of use my family as a litmus for that. Like, if my dad's talking to me about it, my dad's like very casual, like barely goes to movies, and he was talking about it, and I'm like, this, a lot of people watch this movie, so, which I really would have get like 1 nomination at the Oscars.
Yeah, I think so. I can't exactly remember what it was for.
I think it was cinematography.
Okay, that makes sense. That car sequence at the end of it is really fantastic.
But yeah, that's my number 5, Jay, and I'll bring it to you for your number 4 there.
Number 4, I went with Thor 2: The Dark World. I thought, like you said earlier, it reminds me, heralds back to the good old days of action movies being fun and just exciting. Like, I mean, they did an extension of everything they did with Thor, except they did it better and they did more of it. Yep. And with Tom Hiddleston playing Loki, like, this is his role. Like, honestly, this is what's going to be remembered. Like, Anthony Hopkins in Silence of the Lambs, good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, it's out of all the Marvel movies that came out, like, I still have to say, like, Captain America is still my favorite, but this is better than Iron Man. Mm-hmm. Like, Iron Man, I think, was really weak. Like,
Iron Man
3 had a weak final act. Yeah, that's how it was in my book.
I like all the Iron Man movies, but the third one in particular, there was too much snark and mean-spirited. Like, that's all the whole thing I felt like. This guy's an asshole, like, to everybody. Why should I like him? Mm-hmm. And I like the movie, I like the comic book movies, but at the same point, I'm like, out of all the Avengers, like, Thor is fun, Captain America is just a good guy. And I that's what I like about him. He's just trying to do the best for his country. And Iron Man's just a prick. He's a rich prick to everybody. Like, if you think of their characters, but no, going back to Thor, he's nailing the character. Everybody's nailing the roles, and I think everybody is. Like,
well, everybody except for, like I just said, Anthony Hopkins. Like, I think he phoned that in. That was the only complaint I had with that movie.
I guess I could see that, but I don't know what else he could have done with the character. Like, granted, they didn't really give him a lot to work with. Granted,
he's not in it for very long, but he's definitely a presence in the movie. I think he should have taken full advantage of that, but he didn't. And I don't know, Christopher Eccleston, I thought he did a good performance, but they masked his voice for some damn reason.
Yeah, they could have used anybody.
It's true.
True. Like, being a Doctor Who fan, seeing Eccleston in a movie is exciting, but really, like, what have I seen him in this in G.I. Joe? Like,
right.
And I'm like, oh, man, like, come on. Like, but yeah, they could have used anybody in that role.
We were talking about this, like, he goes out of his way not to stand out in movies, and I'm wondering what that is. I know his main career is stage performances, so maybe he just finds this as, like, a cute hobby? Like, I don't know.
I don't. It's on the side.
Yeah. To be fair, though, while he was doing Doctor Who, he quit because he didn't like how the crew was being treated.
Oh. So I didn't know that, truthfully.
I kind of don't think he wants to be a big name.
Okay.
So,
granted, I don't know if he wants to be stereotypically known as the guy that does action movies. Because the Gone in 60 Seconds, I mean, he's almost there.
Was he in that, too?
Yeah. He was the main bad guy in that.
God, I think I watched that once and I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I know.
Somebody bought it for me.
Main bad guy, Gone in 60 Seconds. Well, then if I'm thinking of the same guy, that's the main bad guy in The Last Stand.
Did you?
Maybe. We're thinking of the old balding guy,
Oh,
right?
maybe.
Or a bad guy in The Last Stand.
don't-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
remember
to derail
everything,
this.
man.
Don't even bother looking at it.
it's cool. It's cool.
No, I just couldn't help but chuckle a little bit. But no, I'm with you. I really like Thor 2. I wouldn't say I really like the first Thor, but I didn't think they would be able to top the first Thor, but they did. I think they managed not to severely dial back, but dial back enough the kind of campy humor, kind of the easy jokes. I thought the first Thor kind of suffered from a few too many easy laughs, just a little too much comic relief, and I think they got the right balance in the sequel to follow up here.
I thought that just had just as many comic moments as the first one.
I mean, it did, but they
Anything
weren't
with
as
Cat
campy.
Dennings.
I think they were more well timed.
Yeah, well timed, not as easy ha-ha mainstream laughs. And,
Well, the difference in directors, too, with Kenneth Branagh versus the guys that did Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Alan Taylor. I mean, goodness, like this is another talent for him, basically.
Yeah.
Like this is the thing that he could put his feather in the cap and be like, listen, I made Thor 2. It's one of the movies that when people think comic book movie, this is it. This is what it should
be. One of the defining Phase 2 movies.
Most definitely. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of people out there that just didn't like it. And I'm like, I don't know where you're coming from, because this takes what we want out of comic book movies and just excites the
that
crap
last
out of it.
act.
Oh, that thing is amazing.
It took something that could have been like just ridiculous had anybody else had a handle on it, and just made it fun and exciting. And
Not necessarily like over the top humorous, but there was a lot of moments in there where it just took the levity and just boom, like right where we needed it.
not to go off topic, but it kind of seems that they're alternating between realistic and fantastical movies as far as this phase goes. The Marvel movies, like Iron Man 3, Thor 2, and then Cap and Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's just like, that's kind of an odd choice, but that's good, because you're not alienating audiences in between the films, because you don't want to do like Iron Man and then Cap at the end and just have like these far out.
Do you think that's why they switched Thor 2 and Iron Man 3 around in the schedule? Because I know Iron Man 3 was a Christmas movie, came out in the middle of the summer for some damn reason.
Well, no, that's the director.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember. What the hell is his name?
He did Lethal Weapon 2, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. All of his movies are Christmas.
I love Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Don't get me wrong. That's why we were talking about earlier when Iron Man 3 came out that we thought it would be a better standalone movie than it would be an actual comic book movie in a lot of ways. And that's what it kind of came off as. With Thor 2, I mean, I will say this. I liked this movie better than Captain America 2. I did. Because I like those
I'll have to
fantastic
rewatch
moments.
Thor 2 again. It's been a while, but maybe it didn't make my top 10. It was kind of on the cutting room floor, but
Okay.
Maybe upon watching it again, I probably would like it even more. But I remember I really liked it. Like I said, more than the original. But yeah, I think I need to see it again to just be that sure.
Cap 2 is still pretty fresh with me, and I liked Cap 1 out of the first phase.
Same
the
here,
most.
yeah.
And so far, like, with just the, like, I'm not going to go into spoilers because it's still a pretty new movie, but just with the gravity of the events that happened in that one, and me liking Cap, like, I'm kind of like drawn to liking this more, but
You like the realistic base a little bit more than you do the fantastical.
not necessarily.
That's usually how I am.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're kind of
if I
opposite
can-
on that.
If I can buy into it, if it seems like you can buy into it. I mean, as far out as a lot of these movies tend to be, if I can buy into it, like Punisher, I can buy into. But like Guardians of the Galaxy, like seeing the previews for that, I imagine it's going to be awesome. But just seeing the previews for it, it's just like
the trailers are terrible, but I'm psyched for the
I don't
movie.
know if I can get behind this, but I know, just knowing, Marvel's behind it, I'm probably going to love it. But just seeing what they're showing so far,
It's a
from the
big gamble,
previews,
but
yeah,
It is.
and no, like, I actually don't go a lot for real. I love fantasy movies, but I just identify more with Cap. I like his story, like the man out of time.
I hear
portion
you.
of it, like,
Fish out of water.
yeah, like, well, essentially, like, everybody he cared about is dead. And that's terrible. Like, the only people that are still alive in his life are the bad guys, like the people he was fighting. And they've, thrived since he, has been frozen, except for, like, I can't give anything away.
Oh yeah, let's not get too far ahead.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
recent movie here, so. But
I just thought I'd throw it in there since it's a comic book movie that just got released and everybody's freaking out about it. I'm like, well, no, Thor 2 was better than that. I'm sorry, it was. But, I mean, with the premise, I can see that. With the way that they worked it in there with the storyline, I mean, they're taking it directly from the comic books. And Thor 2, they kind of did their own thing. Like, Alan Taylor didn't really do anything with the comic book universe, which I think that might be the biggest downfall for it.
Not yet.
But, no, not yet anyways.
No, because the whole ending could very much have more of an implication on the Marvel Universe, just not yet.
Right.
we shall see how it all progresses.
I'm just saying with the whole
With
Odin
Benicio
ending.
del Toro and that
No.
cut sequence at the end?
I'm talking about Odin at the end.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that's going to have. I think they set that up very slyly, set it up so that they could have more like you're gonna bring Loki back, and that just set him up as a way to do it. He was a major villain, and like they can bring him back at any time now. And I think for the way the movie, I'm losing my track of what I'm saying, but I know what you're saying. Like they didn't fit into the bigger picture, but at the same time they gave him an easy out for doing that. So cool. But
well, I don't want. I know this is cool. I know last year we kind of went totally all off the rails on this comic book discussion here.
There's so much stuff.
That's the thing, though, is it's kind of a major event of the year, though. Like, this goes all year, every year, so it kind of is a big talking point for podcasts. Like, I know what you're saying. We're going off the rails here, but at the same point, like,
it's a great discussion, but we should really we should really move along in our top 10 list here. I mean, we could talk about it more later on too.
Okay, the fourth hour of the show.
Yeah, fourth hour of the show. All right. So, Matt, I believe we're at you for number... Jay just did number 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah, my number 4 was Pacific Rim. We already covered that, so...
All right.
I have nothing to add.
Number 4, Matt, I just watched this with you a few weeks ago. I'm glad I did, because, oh, man, did I really like it. Coming-of-age movie, way back. Yeah, I don't... For some reason, it just... I'm a sucker for these coming-of-age movies, and I thought... way back, just nailed it on all points. A lot of real likable characters. The way it progresses, it's spending a summer at a place this kid does not want to be, ends up finding an awesome summer job, making friends. There are people way older than him than he had any right to be friends with, and Steve Carell is awesome. He knows how to pick his indie flicks, and I think Carell does his Easy Paycheck movie, and then does his then he picks indie movies like he's had in the past. Like I really liked it was that Last Person to See the End of the World. Is that I forget the title mixed
Seeking
up.
A Friend for the
Seeking a Friend to See the End of the World. Yeah, that and Dan in Real Life. I really like the indie movies he picks out and yeah, just the way this. I don't know. You guys are kind of grinning and snickering a little bit at me. I got a feeling there's an inside joke I'm not too keen on here.
I missed it. This is one of the movies that I missed.
No, I didn't get too much money. It was all kind of like trailer material there.
I obviously liked it because I bought it and I showed you. But first one we really see is Carell's a huge douche in the movie.
Oh, exactly.
He usually plays a likable guy, and Sam Rockwell in anything. Mm-hmm. Like anytime he dances in this, so really you automatically got to give it a pass. But no, I liked it a lot. It wasn't top 10, but good coming age movie. And we would watch this in Kings of Summer actually. Mm-hmm. Which, that's another good coming of age movie. I am kind of a sucker for these, but I like the independent ones more than the studio ones, because the studio ones kind of felt more, heavy-handed. Mm-hmm. But, indie coming of age movies, they're good. They're always kind of good,
yeah.
So. But.
And when I was going through ranking my list, I was like, did I really like it this much? And, the more and more I thought about it and tweaked my list throughout this last week, I'm like, I guess I did like it this much. Holy crap. Yeah. It's like a really, really better version of Adventureland. I really liked
Adventureland was kind of disappointing, I felt like, after watching it. I really wanted to see it because it had a good cast at the time, and I'm like...
But there are things that I felt about that could have been done a lot better, and this does that and then more.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good to hear, because I really hated Adventureland. It was terrible.
Jay, I'll throw it to you. Your number, where we're at? 3, right?
All right, number 3, probably no surprise to anybody, Gravity. Starring George Clooney, Sandra Bullock, and Ed Harris is the voice of
second viewing.
This is the second viewing. Inside joke. I can't get over the fact that Alfonso Cuarón knows what the hell he's doing when it comes to just all-out, balls-to-the-wall filmmaking. I don't understand how he's this damn good this early on in the stage. But I mean, Life of Pi was good. I thought it was a fine movie for what it was. I don't think I put it on any of my top 10s from last year. But that being said, it's a good movie to go back and rewatch just to see what he can do.
That wasn't all.
Alfonso Cuarón? No, I'm pretty sure he did Life of Pi. Pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. But anyways, Alfonso Cuarón, great director. The way that they talk about how they filmed this, George Clooney and Sandra Bullock were both in these sound chamber things, basically, and they had the camera rotating around them so they knew where the sun was, or they knew where the earth was in perspective, so they knew where to look while they were delivering their lines. And for Sandra Bullock to do this good of a job in one of those environments, just ridiculous to me. I mean, I just got a chance to see it on DVD after it came out of theaters, and it's just as impactful the second time. It's ridiculous.
I just actually rewatched this myself at home. I still say theatrically there's no comparing to the theater. It's still good at home. Don't get me wrong. It's still a good movie. But
the best 3D movie.
Oh man, 3D is the way to see this.
Best 3D of the year.
it's kind of amusing looking at the actresses and actors that passed on this movie. Like, I know Jolie was attached to it at some point, and they actually asked Robert Downey Jr. to leave. Is what my understanding was. Like, he left production, like they parted ways on bad terms.
Oh wow.
Because I guess like they made like some excuse of like that he didn't work well with the technology, and I kind of see Robert Downey as kind of more of an ad lib kind of. Like a Johnny Depp, if you will, like kind of brings his own thing to the thing. Whereas you couldn't really do that with this movie.
I'm glad they didn't do that because it would have chewed scenery, honestly.
And Clooney, I've come around on him in recent years as far as an actor goes because he was terrible for a long time. And I don't know if it was like The American. Was that the movie he was in?
Yes.
Batman and
Yeah,
Robin.
that's one of them.
Like recent ones. I'm going for like
Batman and Robin.
No, that was terrible. I'm saying like From Dusk Till Dawn. Like I like From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh yeah.
But he's terrible in that, and Tarantino's pretty terrible in that.
I guess it's been a while since I've seen.
Oh no,
it.
like From Dusk Till Dawn is an entertaining movie, but like the acting in that is atrocious, like by everybody.
I think there's too many people telling him that over the top persona that he puts on is good acting. And I'm just like, no, it's not. It's handball. And
it's how The Rock acts. It's like looking, I'm a pretty handsome guy, wink, wink, into the camera.
Right.
Like that's George Clooney. That's what The Rock does. That's why I don't like The Rock's acting.
Monuments Men just came out not too long ago. Did you see that?
I did not know.
Okay.
I wanted to, but I heard like it was kind of.
That's how I was just him.
Well, like they didn't know what to do with the cast, and it was kind of misdirected. And I figured I'd rent it, but
I don't think.
A mean trailer. I'll give it that.
I'll say this: I don't think Clooney belongs in any of the movies that he directs. Just flat out, don't believe he needs to be in any of them. But
Bullock too. I really haven't liked her in a movie since probably Speed and Demolition Man.
yeah, I'm with you on that.
And it's been a while since I really liked Bullock in a movie, but she absolutely nailed this role. And oh man, I saw it. It was this is probably the most movies in a year I've seen twice in the theater. I saw at least a few movies twice in the theater this year, and just had like I said, 3D is the best, and of it. Any movie I've seen in a long time. Just especially the whole opening shot where everything goes to hell. And just you got crap debris flying at you at all angles. Oh man!
By the way, they teed it up too. The trailer was like, "Oh, that must be it. That must be the end of the movie."
It's how are they going to make this work?
Exactly.
And that's what I thought going into it. Is I'm like, how are they going to drag this out for an hour and a half? And I was just edging my seat the whole time. I really don't want to bring the inside joke up, but you picked the worst movie to go to the theater drunk in.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
is like the worst movie you could have picked.
That's true.
It did add a lot. All the best.
Well, like for spinning and
I was kicking the seat in front of me because I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
You didn't make it quite the memorable experience for all the good and not so good reasons why.
if anything you did, you enhanced my.
Yeah, that's it. Enhanced.
Yeah. That's good. I added a little extra bump and tickle there, I guess. But
Don't be embarrassed. It was amazing. I enjoyed that more than I did most movies this summer. Like,
yeah,
I was just like, oh man, this is good.
And it gave me another reason to see it twice at the
There you
theater.
go.
So
Right.
enjoy it.
Right. I mean,
it
it even came back out in theaters at one point. And I wanted to go see it, but I had already seen it twice at that
Yeah.
point because I had to go back and rewatch it for the podcast. Like I said, I don't review movies when I'm drunk. I just don't.
You're not doing them justice.
No.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, I mean, holy crap! I mean, the movie had me on the edge of my seat. You know, how is she going to overcome the next obstacle in her way? And just like the way it finished off, you know, it just each scene kept building and building the intensity of it all. Oh man, I absolutely love this movie.
Like even the parts where it could have gone either way, it's like they held themselves back just enough to keep it believable, and that's what I love about it. Like that's just.
Did you watch the special features, the short film on there?
No, I didn't. I wish I would have.
They have a short film about the guy that she's talking to that's singing a lullaby to his baby. They have a film that shows his side of the conversation.
Really?
That Coron's brother directs.
That's almost kind of demented.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. Like, she's crying, and the guy's like, But no, I like that. That was kind of an interesting thing. I didn't actually look at the special effects. I do and don't on some movies, and this one I don't want to know how they did it, because that takes a little bit of the magic away from it. Like,
Yeah, I can see that.
like I know that's weird. Like, some movies, I'm like, I want to know how they did this. Like The Matrix, I like seeing how they film, like, you know, the weird angles and the cameras work and stuff like that. But this one, I just didn't want to know how they made it. I'm just like, I'm amazed by what they did. I don't want to know how they did it.
Well, I'll talk about this really quick because it kind of applies to what we're
that's
talking
fine,
about. When Lawrence Fishburne was on the set of Matrix Revolutions, and he went on Conan O'Brien was doing this visual picture in his head, and he basically stated that he's just picturing Lawrence Fishburne on this crate, sitting there holding his hands really tight and acting like something's going on.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, yeah, that kind of rings back to what we're talking about with Gravity. Like, if you know that they're inside this chamber getting filmed in certain ways, like, it doesn't seem as spectacular anymore.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
There's some movies that you
No, we got highway robberies going on outside here.
knowing too much kind of takes away. All right,
Thank
No
you,
gunshots.
Christian,
We're okay.
Spitting out.
live in the ghetto. That's what you get.
Yeah. Oh
I think we're at
man.
my number 3 now, huh?
Yeah, Matt's number 3.
I actually didn't write this down. I kind of decided I'm gonna split this one just because thematically they fit together. My number 3 is Inside Llewyn Davis, and Frances Ha would be the other one. Llewyn Davis, of course, is a Coen Brothers movie. Frances Ha is Noah Baumbach with Greta Gerwig in it, who does a really good job. Thematically, how these fit together is this is kind of a spoiler, but you could figure out how things were going. They're both tales in different eras, like one in the 60s, like 61, at the start of the grassroots movement right before Dylan breaks, and one is currently like in New York. It's both artists striving to do something they love, but failing ultimately at it. And I really like that because if you think of Walk the Line and all these other really, like artist-based or musician movies, they always make it in the end. You're always getting these stories of like how they're overcoming everything and they're making it in the long run. And this was like, no, this guy's putting his heart and soul into it, and he's failing in everything that could go wrong goes wrong for this guy. And Frances Ha is the same story. Like, she wants to dance, but she's not good. And she's getting opportunities, but she's failing them because she doesn't have the skill to it. She doesn't have the heart for it. She's just not good. And it's people coming to the realization that they might not be able to have their dreams. And I think not too many movies tackle that subject matter. And aside from that, everybody, like Llewyn Davis, like Oscar, I can't remember his last name.
I can't either.
But
I don't know what you're talking about.
the fact that they got this guy that and I watched the special features on this, they found an actor that could sing, play the music, and act. It's amazing. Like, this guy's great. Like, for the music alone, I love this movie. The cinematography, because it was nominated for Best Cinematography. The way it was shot, just the whole vibe of the movie, and I know a lot of people didn't like it because of how negative it was.
It kind of had this soft glow to it, almost like it was a dream. Like everything was a dream.
And Frances Ha was done in black and white as well.
Was it?
Noah Baumbach did Squid and the Whale.
Oh, okay. I thought he sounded familiar.
I really like how they shot all of the scenes. You mentioned cinematography. I thought they captured a lot of it, like those coffee house little
the thing is
performing.
How chaotic the movie was. Like, John Goodman first off.
God.
John
Oh
Goodman
yeah,
is fucking
great.
amazing.
Another great
funny.
supporting role from John Goodman.
The
so
cat.
funny.
And Timberlake too.
Timberlake.
Everybody that was in that movie did a great job. I can't remember the girl's name. This is why I should write down the cast.
That's why I write it down.
But Garrett Hedlund, the guy from Tron, I didn't even realize that was him. The guy that drove the car that John Goodman was in.
It was?
Yeah.
I felt real bad about it. I mean, I really wanted to put Inside Llewyn Davis on my top 10, but there was a couple of things just holding it back enough for me to put it in there.
Everybody I saw with hated it.
I really loved it. I thought the only only
Michelle-
gripe is he spent too much time chasing
Michelle
that
Williams.
dang cat. They could have trimmed that down.
Michelle Williams' character was funny as hell in it. Like, she's just constantly berating him, and you find out, like, basically she's been sleeping around, lying to him, and telling him how horrible he is.
I mean, yeah, they could have probably toned back a little bit on that stuff, but
I said Michelle Williams, Carey Mulligan. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool.
from what I gathered, it sounds like he well earned that berating.
But the thing is, he wasn't a great guy, but the thing that always took it back is whenever he played, everything stopped. Like, when he played a song, he commanded that room, he commanded the screen, and everything stopped. And had he not been a good musician, I think the movie would have been a different story. But the thing is like, I felt bad for him because he was good. Like, he was amazing as it, and it just didn't work. And I think the ultimate gut punch at the end of the movie is where he's getting beat up in the alley as Bob Dylan's opening his first act. Mm-hmm. And that was just amazing to me. But
that entire mini circle that happens in the movie where they start it and finish it the same way, I just feel was beautifully done.
Yeah.
And the problem with the movie in a lot of ways is that it doesn't really have a clear message. I think if the Coen brothers, I know a lot of the stuff the Coen brothers do.
did you see The Serious Man?
No, I didn't.
It kind of seems like they're alternating. Like they're doing like kind of like a bigger movie that's kind of got a happier ending. Like I can't think of any movies often, but A Serious Man was kind of just bad stuff happening over and over. And I told the people I saw it with, I'm like, this is either going to be like a happy, funny movie, or a bad stuff constantly happens and there's no silver lining at the end of the movie. And this was that. So, and I need that every once in a while. I think people need that. But,
well, it makes you think to yourself, why do we respect characters that have no redeeming qualities? Like the Big Lebowski, for instance.
See, I wasn't a big Coen Brothers fan for a long time. Like, I liked Fargo, but going back, like, I didn't really like The Big Lebowski. I haven't seen it since it came out. Oh Brother, We're Out, though. I really want to go back and give it another shot.
That's a great movie. Yeah.
But
Yeah, I've seen that.
yeah, Frances Ha I want to get like a little bit more, but that's worth seeing too. That's on Instant Watch. Greta Gerwig's amazing in that, so I really like her. But she's really her big Hollywood role was Arthur. So
Okay, well, the first one or the remake?
the remake,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember her now.
Russell
Gotcha.
Brand, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. I didn't hate that movie, but it was just really out of place.
Right.
I don't know. I'll pass it on to you, Dale.
All right, yeah. Number 3 for me. I don't know, Jay and Matt, you guys made a really good argument for Thor 2. Maybe my viewpoint may change going on seeing that again, but I'm gonna have to say number 3 for me is my favorite comic book movie of the year, and I'm gonna have to go with Man of Steel. I saw it twice in the theater, loved it both times, and maybe it was because Superman Returns was just such a, just not the Superman movie I wanted it to be. And I get the point where a lot of people are like, all right, he's got to be the red, white, and blue Boy Scout, and I think there are enough aspects of that in here. And they could have went further with it, but dark, gritty Superman, I can get behind that. And I wish I could do good research like you, Jay, get my actors down. But whoever they got for Superman here is awesome. And
I didn't really have any serious problems with the cast. But
I thought, the way they flashed back and forth with him, the way he became Superman, his origins, the way he grew up with Kevin Costner, and even like the prolonged opening with his birth, and with Russell Crowe on Krypton, just the way they did that part was nothing like in any of the Superman movies. I guess it's been forever since I've seen the old school 70s, 80s ones, but
and most of the time, I mean, I like to talk down Russell Crowe as much as possible, but in this movie, he fit perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the action in here is great. I thought he had a great foil, way better than Lex Luthor in Superman Returns. I thought Zod was just awesome in here.
Oh, Michael Shannon? Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect choice.
Yeah, I thought he just was absolutely spectacular, and just like the whole final battle sequence. I mean, as long as it was, they managed to keep me glued in for that whole final act.
It was Henry Cavill, right?
Yeah. He's adequate. I mean, I have no problems with him. I think as time goes along, I think he'll probably be a little bit more in comparison to Chris Hemsworth, where he delves that character out a little bit more.
But really, prior to this, I think the only thing I've seen him is Immortals.
Yeah.
Which
he was pretty. That's basically why they picked him. But yeah, everything that you just said, Dale, I agree with completely. I think it's more the fact that they just ignored the lore overall. Like even the little small details. If you're going to change big details, you got to make sure you get the small details right. Like Kevin Costner getting picked up by a tornado. I'm like, come on, now you're just trying to be sensational for being sensational.
Yeah, actually, that was like one of the things. Like the whole. Well, the dad telling him not to be Superman, and not to save people and to hide himself, and I really did not like that angle. I did like the movie, like I really liked it. I think it was better than I like Superman Returns though. I don't.
The more and more I think about, I remember liking Superman Returns at the time, but the more and more I think about it as the years go on, there's so many aspects of that movie I hate. I mean, they have a horrible Lois Lane in there. Was it Kate Bosworth, right?
Yeah.
Amy Adams is a exponentially better Lois Lane, and
she's just a great actor.
And then I thought, Kevin Spacey, at the time I think he was really good Lex Luthor, but
he's hamming it up.
Yeah, and like the way, they always say, Superman's, his only. His foil is, kryptonite, and then he manages to lift up an entire mini-planet made entirely of kryptonite on his own, and I'm just like, okay, I know it's a comic book movie, but you guys are getting me really hard to suspend my disbelief here.
Right. See, as a Superman movie, I thought it was terrible, but as a movie in general, I thought it was all right.
Well, I think it made itself out to be more of a disaster movie than anything. I mean, it was a direct response to Superman Returns in 2000, where they're like, oh, there's no action whatsoever, so now this is nothing but action? I mean... That's the problem that a lot of people had.
I like it. I don't like a dark and gritty Superman though, because I don't think that's his character.
I don't either.
And this was more a serious take on it, but like, God, I don't know how to put it. I kind of see parallels between the characteristics of Captain America and Superman. Like they're basically Boy Scouts, and I think the way they did that is they took Captain America and they made that work in a way that's relatable. Whereas Superman, they've always had trouble with that.
Well, they started lowballing it almost in Captain America, and where it's almost like he's a full-fledged Superman off the bat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Captain America, they made him completely relatable, but Superman's always been hard to relate to people because he's like the perfect guy. Like, I don't know. Like, I did like this though, and I think I like Superman. Like, Superman's one of those things they're going to have to focus on the villains. Because there's not a lot of depth to his character. And I know comic fans are going to... I've read Superman comics. I'm a comic fan. I hate Superman as far as comic book goes. I like the Superman movies, but he does not have a lot of depth. Like, he's always going to do the right thing. He's pretty much invulnerable. So the only option you have to do is make the villains cool.
Mm-hmm. Or believable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a believable threat. Yeah.
Yeah, and they did not do that with Returns.
Yeah. Exactly.
There are a few scenes in Returns that did work, is the airplane scene.
Yeah, I thought the opening for it was great.
Because he has to save somebody. If somebody else is in peril, that's where he shines. But when it's coming down to him, like, you're going to hurt him. Like,
the thing though we'll give Superman Returns is, Brandon Routh was a good Superman, and I thought he had a badass cape.
I like Brandon Routh. It's unfortunate, like, his career's pretty much died off after that. Also, like, Dylan Dog, Dead of Night, and cameo in Scott Pilgrim.
Right.
It's painful.
Dylan Dog, did you watch it?
Yeah. I started watching and then I quit.
I'm surprised you didn't watch it. Kurt Angle's in it.
What? Oh, I remember you. I remember you mentioning him now. I think I just got forgotten about. Mm-hmm. I've neglected it. All right. I don't know unless you guys have anything else to add. You ready to move on?
No, I'll just go off on another tangent. So let's just keep moving.
All right. Number 2, Jay.
Number 2, I got Captain Phillips. Tom Hanks at his fucking best. Paul Greengrass, the director of the Bourne movies and all these sensational movies that have been coming out for the last couple of years, comes out and does an artistic movie about true events. It's so damn good. Bakard Abdi, he was up for the running for the Oscar this year because of this performance, and he's fresh off the bat. He came directly from Ethiopia to Minneapolis, so you can't get any fresher than that. His intensity in that role is just amazing for somebody that has never done it before.
Yeah, there's some standout performances in here. I'm with you. Tom Hanks just being fantastic from start to finish. I'll just say that.
That end sequence when he's in the hospital.
Yeah, the whole last scenes with Tom Hanks. I'm just like unbelievable. He had me really feeling for him. I was like, holy crap. And I remember just seeing the previews going into it. I was just thinking, like, this movie is a joke. Should just be called Tom Hanks on a Boat. That's the entire... not knowing the backstory or any of that. I know, Matt, you're probably going to fill us in a lot of backstory. I know why you didn't want to see this, and I can get that. But no, I kind of went to see it as a joke. I'm like, all right, let's go see Tom Hanks save a boat. And I was like, holy crap, they actually made this work.
Yeah. In a lot of ways. Thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, first off, I'm not a big Paul Greengrass fan. I know the work he did with the Bourne. I actually like the director of the first Bourne movie way better.
Oh yeah, Liam.
He did Run Lola Run prior to that. Like, he was really known as like an independent director, but I like his movies. That aside, Greengrass he's all right. He does a lot of shaky cam stuff, which hit or miss with me. I'm not going to discredit any of the actors in this movie, but one of the things is I'm not big on that director, but also that everything in the movie is false is a big. And when you're doing it based on a true story and most of everything that's in the movie is inaccurate, kind of tells me I don't want to see it. Because they're glorifying a guy that basically didn't follow protocol. I think he was drunk and went into international waters against warnings from his crew and command. And basically put himself into a situation, was telling the crew members that he was doing an exercise. And the crew of the ship is actually suing the film company right now.
Oh.
So, like, in all honesty, like, as far as the film goes, I'm sure it's great. But
just knowing
ethically
what happened,
speaking, I don't know if I want to watch this movie. I did throw it into my Netflix queue because everybody's saying it's really good. But at the same point, I'm like, if I'm basically watching a movie that's lying to me,
at least you probably want to distance yourself a little bit before seeing it.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna give it a shot like later on. But right now, I'm just like, I don't want to hate on Tom Hanks at all. Like, because I want to see Saving Mr. Banks as well. But I just look at this, I'm like, I can't support some like. That's glorifying basically a guy that did the wrong thing and is getting credit as a hero.
I claim ignorance.
No. If you didn't know it,
yeah,
I read a lot into this because I follow a lot of film stuff, and I'm like knowing that, like this guy's kind of a shitbag. Like going into it, I'm like, I don't want to watch something glorifying. I'm like, because like he's an all-out hero and he saved everybody's life and all this stuff is what I'm gathering from. And I'm like, that's not at all what happened.
Well, they do make him main focus as far as heroic standpoint. Because there's a lot of areas where he helps out in the best ways possible throughout the entire movie.
Once again, I don't know much more of the movie story. I just know about what really happened.
Okay.
I just wanted to see Tom Hanks save a boat.
Right.
But yeah, I don't want to bash on the movie itself, but just ethically speaking, I don't know if I can support it yet.
Okay.
Like maybe I'll rent it, but yeah. That's my 2 cents on that.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Like
I can totally respect where you're coming from.
Tie into the filmmaking aspect, really, but at the end, again, the guy did make a movie about something.
That's real life. It probably should try and follow it at least. I gotcha. Well, even in the theaters, I remember the events taking place, and then I kind of leaned over. I was like, "Hey, this actually happened at one point." And my mom was like, "Really?" But
Yeah.
Anyways,
It kind of changes things if you know, like, oh wait, this guy was like a drunk and did not do these things. So yeah,
right. I didn't realize he didn't follow.
No, that's cool. Like I'd say, like at least look into this more further down the road. And there's, like I said, I might be a little off on my facts, but like, he wasn't a good dude. Like,
well, yeah. All that aside, I say it's still a good movie for what it is. But if gotcha.
like I said, mine's a little different reasons for not watching it. So
you're saying if they retitle the movie and say if it wasn't based on true events, it would have been great.
Right.
Me too.
well, no, if it's just a film about and it's a good story,
Yeah.
then it's a good story. But unfortunately, it's a
Sounds like
story
they-
that they're claiming it actually happened.
Yeah.
Like,
It sucks to hear they took some artistic liberties with it.
Yeah.
quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few.
That does suck.
All right, Matt, we'll throw it to you. Your number 2.
This will be quick. We already talked about it and I gushed enough, but her was my second pick. So
Okay. For my number 2, I have to go. This is another one like with Prisoners and way back. I was like, did I really like it this much? And I guess I'm going this high to rank it. My number 2 pick, Secret Life of Walter Mitty with Ben Stiller and Kristen Wiig. Holy crap! I mean, I don't know. I think this movie just the points they're trying to hit about this guy trying to escape his professional life, going downhill all the worst ways possible, and him just wanting to get away and chase down this one last big story, so to speak. I don't know, for some reason it really resonated with me and just hit the right chords with me. Like, just one of those movies, I guess, it seems like there's usually one movie a year that probably strikes the right chords with me, manages to pinch me the right way that no other movies do, and this movie did. I'm usually not like a big fan of Ben Stiller's line of comedy. I think there's a couple of little exceptions, just like, okay, it's kind of some good cheesy fun, but for the most part, I'm not really a big fan of his comedy. And he does bring a little bit here, but it gets really toned back, and in a relatable way to the story, it gets toned back. I like the way they tone it back, but just seeing him kind of chase down this last story or finds the destination he's trying to find, the way he goes about it, the way he learns from himself and grows from himself, I just think they just nailed it in here. And for some reason, like I said, this movie just really resonated with me, just like barely any movies did this year, and I cannot recommend it enough.
I will say this, it was really original for what they set out to be. I think the main reveal at the end that the guy that he's trying to find is Sean Penn is quite interesting and intriguing. The back and forth between Ben Stiller and Kristen Wiig impressed me. I just, however, wish that there was more of it.
Yeah.
A few minor gripes, like Adam Scott. I think he does a great job in this movie too. I feel, I don't know, there wasn't enough going on in the movie for me to enjoy it. And I mean, granted, I like it. I'm just not over the top enthused about it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I think, it's just my only defense is like you managed to strike those right chords, and I think whatever it did perfect for me.
And I totally see where you're coming from.
Alrighty. So, Jay, I believe, why don't you give us a quick recap of your 10 through 2 there and finish her off in your number 1.
Alright, sounds good. Number 10, I had Pacific Rim. 9, The World's End. 8, The Conjuring. 7, Star Trek Into Darkness. 6, Dallas Buyers Club. 5, Her. 4, Thor 2, The Dark World. 3, Gravity. 2, Captain Phillips. And my number 1 reveal this was a tough choice because there was a lot of stuff that came out as ties, some stuff I had to drop off the list completely. I had to go with American Hustle because I think it hit all the main cues with how it was performed and the way that the story structure that David O. Russell came up with. I think it divided its time up wisely. At no point does it just focus on Christian Bale or Amy Adams or Bradley Cooper. In a lot of ways, it just seems to focus on all of them at the same time. And it's just amazing storytelling. The fact that they threw Louis C.K. in here was just amazing.
Yeah.
Best performance from Jennifer Lawrence yet. And you can see a lot areas that she can expand throughout that. For her to play a 30-something housewife at her age, whoa.
Well, how is she really?
Watch
I don't
out.
actually think she
20-ish?
was supposed to be playing 30, because they had mentioned that he married a
fool
much
me.
younger woman that was a single mother.
Yeah, but how old is Christian Bale in this movie? That's my
She's
question.
like in his 40s.
Okay.
She might have been in mid-20s in this.
Mid-20s?
But yeah.
Well, either way,
yeah,
I think
she's playing
she
older than her age. So
plays it to a T. The only complaint I would have is the Jeremy Renner. They almost could put a wig on him and said, okay, you're going to be this guy.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Although I have no complaints with Jeremy Renner, I don't think he belonged in this movie. I just don't.
I think he did a good job.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
I did.
I think
I had no idea it was him till afterwards.
I knew it was him. I think everybody that was in this movie did their job,
Yeah.
like more than adequately. I think everybody did an amazing job for it. Like well acted, well written, everything. Yeah, Amy Adams, man, what a year!
Holy
My
crap!
God,
yeah. She's been like easily my favorite actress of the last few years.
I mean, not to mention Hunger Games 2. That came out this year, too.
Yeah.
I mean, just amazing all around. I mean, now she's an X-Men. I mean, how many more
We're talking about
franchises?
Jennifer Lawrence. I was talking about Amy Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Either way, no, Jennifer Lawrence is having
Yeah.
a hell of a couple years, to be honest. But either one of them, but especially like Silver Linings Playbook last year. Like as another one of those movies, like I rented it and watched it and bought it the next day. Like I really liked it, and I don't know, everybody did a good job in this. So, like I said, Christian Bale's performance is probably my favorite out of it.
Just the whole opening segment with him fixing his hair for as long as they went with it. They absolutely, they got what they wanted out of it for me. I'm like, okay, they're really going this far with it.
It was pathetic and humorous all at the same time. That's what you want to see from a David O.
That's
Russell
pretty
movie.
bold, and I dig it.
Oh yeah, a lot of the problem with the David O. Russell movies though is that they hit this box between not a drama and not comedy. So what is it? There's no classification for what he
I
does.
used to hate his movies.
Yeah.
I think he started out with Three Kings.
Oh yeah, I didn't really like that too much.
I remember I saw when it came out. I did not like it. I never watched I Heart Huckabees until like recently because I remember the Lily Tomlin incident. You ever see that in a YouTube video?
Yeah.
Where, like he's flipping out at her.
Yeah.
And then he just had a couple movies. I was like, yeah, whatever. And then Silver Linings won me over. And then I watched American Hustle. Went back and watched I Heart Huckabees, and then The Fighter.
Yeah,
So
rewatching
definitely-
The Fighter again.
I Heard
still
Huckabees.
really
That is
like
the
it.
weirdest damn thing
That's
I've
what
ever
I
seen
like
in my
about it,
entire
though.
life.
I don't even think Mark Wahlberg's acting in that movie. I think that's just him. He's just like a weird, angry dude.
Where do I fit in, guys?
Yeah.
Where you want to.
That's a good movie. That probably would have made my top 10. Like, if I did a top 10, I guess I would have been in the top. But
I really liked it, but fortunately made the cutting room floor.
No.
But I really love Louis C.K.'s brief scenes he's in there. His interactions with
The
Bradley
story.
Cooper is just spot on.
And he's playing Louis C.K. basically.
Yeah,
that's
and
his
just, like,
role.
especially the whole time when Bradley Cooper gets his comeuppance on Louis C.K. when he gets that one big break in the case and he's just really rubbing it in C.K.'s face. It was just spectacular. Probably one of the best spot on individual scenes of the movies for the year for me.
Oh yeah. Can you see Bradley Cooper winning any awards at any point? Because I know he's up for. He hasn't been up for that many Oscars, and on top of that, I don't think that the Academy really respects him. But
I think he'll get his just due down the line if he keeps up his film choices, because I really absolutely loved him in this and in Silver Linings Playbook.
I think if he stays away from hangover type movies and goes more towards these, I think he'll be better. But
that's the thing. I mean, hell, he was in Hangover 3 the same year that this movie came out.
Yeah. You could tell he was kind of half-assing that one too. That, in all honesty, it didn't look like half of those guys wanted to be in that movie.
Maybe just
Except for Ed Helms, he's like, I need this.
Yeah. Oh, poor Ed Helms.
He's a good guy. But
He is.
Like, dude, man, I would love to see Ed Helms take over something like the Colbert Report, because I know they're going to have to now. But
All right, man. Why don't we throw it to you? Give us a recap of your list and your number one.
All right, since I only did 5, this would be quick. Evil Dead: The Conjuring, Pacific Rim, Inside Llewellyn Davis, Frances Ha, Her. And my number one movie is actually it was a nominee for Best Foreign Film from Belgium. I don't know how this didn't win. I have no idea how this got beat out. It's called The Broken Circle Breakdown. Kind of a lot of my favorite movies this year were music themed, and this one kind of deals with bluegrass in a way. It's about it's hard to explain.
Is it a biopic?
No, by no means. It's basically a slice of life of a relationship in a similar way that Blue is the Warmest Color, which I'm amazed that wasn't nominated for Best Foreign Film at any point, which kind of seems odd to me. But they're essentially it's just the phases of a relationship. But in the relationship, they have a child, and the child dies of cancer, and that eventually leads to the unraveling of the relationship. But the way they did the dynamics of the movie is they go roller coaster in it. Like, there's high points and low points. Like, you see the girl at the end of her life and at the beginning of her life, and as she's getting worse. So by the time that she dies, she's just being born. Mm-hmm. And they go back and forth. Mm-hmm. And then after the daughter dies, you start going back into the build towards the beginning of the relationship, like before they met, and then them meeting by the time the relationship ends. And so you're getting these really happy moments with these just tragic moments, and it really messes with you. And I honestly don't cry in movies. Like, it's very few that I have. But this one, like, hit a bunch of nerves. Like, it's just tragic. And the fact that they're taking you from such highs to such lows, and they do it for 2 hours. And it just keeps, like, beating you down. And I was like, I don't watch many movies that I actually feel something, and this one I did. So,
Tearjerker.
yeah, I'll give it that. In all honesty, and I like the music, and it's amazing. A lot of bluegrass standards, like they sing in English for it, but it's I think it's Dutch, the language. But I'd say not only for this year, but years, probably the best film I've seen.
Nice. I jotted it down. I'm like, all right, gotta Netflix this.
Yeah.
Broken Circle Breakdown.
And
Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I had a friend that watched this, and she said she really liked it too. It's probably the best she's seen in years, but I don't know what it was. Maybe I had the right day I watched it on. But
Sounds like it struck the right chords for you, like
just
Walter Mitty
as
did
far
for
as
me.
acting, storytelling, filmmaking, everything, just struck a chord with me, and I loved it. So, and man, foreign films are hit or miss with me lately, like, because the whole, like the J-horror and stuff like that started bringing horror movies mainstream, and then foreign films became mainstream, and there's just garbage being released just because kids are into foreign films, and it's like this didn't even barely got a release. Like, I had to search Amazon. I didn't even know it had come out. Like, I happened to catch it on Amazon Prime the first day I saw it. I was like, wow, this already came out. I saw a trailer like a year and a half ago. And I didn't even realize it was nominated for an Oscar, and I was like, man, I could have sworn. And I looked up and like, yeah, this was. And if you haven't seen it, I recommend seeing it, though. It was just amazing. So.
Nice. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I'm going to definitely add that to my
People are
Netflix
going to watch
queue.
it and be like, oh, it's terrible.
What's this guy smoking? All right, my top 10 recap here is number 10. Well, my only asterisk is I'll definitely squeeze in Star Trek Into Darkness in there in a future revision, I guess, though my ignorance is to blame for that one. Number 10, The Last Stand. Number 9, Pain and Gain. Number 8, Rush. Number 7, Nebraska. Number 6, Dallas Buyers Club. Number 5, Prisoners. Number 4, Way, Way Back. Number 3, Man of Steel. Number 2, Secret Life of Walter Mitty. And number 1, we already talked about this, but you guys probably already know it. Another movie I saw twice in the theater, Gravity. For all the reasons we already discussed earlier. So that is my top 10 of 2013. So
it's good one of us put Gravity at the top.
Yeah.
I was reluctant to do it just for the fact that it got so many awards and so much buzz this year. I was like, okay, well that's what it needs to be, I guess. But we were kind of surprised that it didn't take Best Picture too. That went to 12 Years a Slave, which is on my alternate list.
yeah.
Did you guys see that by any chance?
Actually, we will save this discussion for a little bit. Let's take a quick break, and coming back, we're going to kind of go through all our honorable mentions for movies that didn't make the cut. Kind of like last year, do some rapid-fire discussion on all the movies that didn't make our list here. And new to this year, we're going to give just a few unique Dubious Honor Achievements Awards or whatever, just for the fun of it. Have some fun with it this year. So, one last word from our sponsors at Smoky Steakhouse. We'll be right back.
Your Honor, I request a stipulation. This is a mess. May I approach the bench?
And I object.
Bailiff, is that clock correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does that clock say 5 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Smokies of West Fargo open up at 5 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
This court's adjourned. I'm going to Smokies. Bailiff, bring me my shirt.
Yes, Your Honor.
And my pants, too.
Smokies brings back the good old days.
And we're back. Thank you, Smokies. If your decrepit old building is still there, just all locked up and boarded up, I'll make sure to stop by there next time I pass through Fargo. Alright, now, for the last part of the show here, we thank you guys for sticking around with us. We're just going to have some fun. We're going to start things off here with some... I told Jay and Matt here just the other day, just kind of last minute here. Let's just... I know on our on-tap video game Year of the War shows, we kind of just had some fun doing our Best of the Year awards. Just kind of did some out there kind of kooky awards like best and worst box art for a game, or best achievement or whatever, or in-game like achievement trophy like that. So I just kind of said to Jay and Matt, let's just come up with our own random awards. Could be a common award or whatever. So let's have some fun with this. We only did a few awards each, so let's just go bounce back and forth between each other, and we'll just rotate around. So Jay, I know you got a few.
Yeah, while I was doing the list, I kind of just came up with a few random stuff. Favorite character, I went with Louis C.K. from American Hustle, just for the fact that he's playing Louis C.K. in that movie, and I think it's just an amazing performance on his part. I'd love to see him in more independent stuff, and I think the day of that is Reckoning. Anybody else?
That was not one I did, but I know we kind of referenced it earlier. No, actually, I can't. I imagine if I would have took some time to think of this one, I would have a good one to give their just due, but not off the top of my head, Matt.
Oh, John Goodman, man.
John Goodman.
And Louis Davis. If I had to pick like a character I love from the year, like the movie wasn't even about him, he just stood out through the whole thing. Like, oh yeah.
I was gonna say that, but then I forgot and got an award, Best John Goodman Supporting Role Award, since that's been his thing these last few years. And I was looking at his IMDb earlier today, had 4 noteworthy supporting role appearances, and I saw 2 or 3 of them. So yeah, it's definitely got to be inside of Llewyn Davis as Roland Turner. So yeah, that'll give John Goodman my just due there, and he already has it for this year. Even though I didn't really care for the movie too much, I'll say Monuments Men. I'll gladly name another award after him.
Most definitely. I'd have to go with you guys. Same. Honestly, John Goodman. Love John Goodman. He does amazing work now. The Internship. He played a cameo role in that really quick.
Would you agree with John Goodman for that role, for his best supporting role this year, Matt?
Oh yeah.
All right. Sweet. Okay. Jay, what's your next one? Or Matt, you got one?
I didn't have time to do anything, so I've been out of town. So
for sure. Favorite cameo, I'm going to throw Pierce Brosnan in there from World's End. He was in it just enough for me to like him, and for some reason, he screams Edgar Wright to me. I don't exactly know why.
Yeah.
There were 2 of these that came to my mind. One would seem too easy, and that would be one of the obligatory final little few minutes playing out in Anchorman 2. I don't want to go into it since this movie's kind of only just a few months old, even though it just hit video. But, obviously Anchorman 1, you know what you're in for with those cameos, so it's more of the same, kind of in the similar fashion, and just to see who all shows up was just a thrill there. That seemed too easy for an award. I didn't really take the time to think of this one too much. I was just trying to think of some as we ran through the movies. And the one that came to my mind, off the top of my head, it could be something different, too, if I would have went through cameos of the year. But Kristen Wiig and her, just for her very short appearance on the telephone. Matt, anything that pops in your head right away for this?
I'm kind of looking through nothing off the top of my head here.
All right. Jay, my next award here, I'll be, this is one we could all, since there's only 5 or 6 candidates here, best comic book movie. And, we may have foreshadowed this depending on our rankings for the year, but obviously I'll go with Man of Steel for mine. But though I said I may change my mind upon watching Thor 2 again for the reasons I stated before. So what about you guys?
Well, I'm going to have to go with Thor 2. It's predictable, but it stands test of time as far as I'm concerned. I think Iron Man 3 was a close second in that regards, but overall I don't think it... Shane Black is a great director, but I don't think he makes very good comic book movies.
I agree with that, yeah. I'd have to say Thor 2 as well. I'm just looking through my list here and seeing if I'd seen any more, but...
Well, the only candidates for this one we really got are, for DC we got Man of Steel. For the main Marvel movies, we got Thor 2 and Iron Man 3. For Fox Marvel movies, we got the Wolverine. I guess we could talk about that since we really haven't referenced that so far this year. Thoughts on the Wolverine and what could have been? I know, Matt, I really want to see that unrated director's cut because, I was a little disappointed. Fairly disappointed. I liked it, but felt some parts kind of dragged, and the whole final action sequence I thought could have been a lot better. But the way they released it, I really wish the regular Blu-ray would have had the unrated director's cut. I didn't want to pay $30. I know at Target the only way to get it is to get a 3D Blu-ray version.
Yeah, you have to get the 3D collector's edition. Yeah,
and why bother? I don't got a 3D TV. It just seemed a little too penny pinching in my book. But you said the unrated version is a lot better?
It's not a lot better, but I agree. I was disappointed. I may have been more vocal when I came out of it because with James Mangold directing and the Japanese story, I was expecting a lot more out of it, and I was really let down. Especially the third act, the giant robot was so out of place at that point in the movie. I was just disappointed by it because it was good up until then. I felt, I think it was lacking in realistic action scenes. I think there was a big build-up that was dropped at the end. And the extended edition kind of adds to the fight scene in the village with the ninjas. And they add kind of more blood and gore into it, which, if you're going to make a Wolverine movie, like at some point, like a more serious one, you're going to need blood and gore. Like, he's cutting people open. Like, I'm not saying it just because I'm a gorehound. Like, you make it even slightly more realistic. There's going to be blood somewhere.
Yeah. Wolverine screams R rating. I mean, just the nature of his character. I really like that they went all out with for the video game a few years back.
Yeah.
At least on 360 and PS3.
It seems like they kind of alienated fans with this one because they took a more serious tone without fully committing to it, but also made it so that kids couldn't really get into it because it was too serious.
Yeah, they were trying to please everyone, and it just did not work out.
It fell apart, but it was much better than Origins, but ugh. And to point out, too, Kick-Ass, R.I.P.D., and Red 2 are all comic book movies.
Okay,
yeah, that's true.
And I'm trying to look to see if there's any more here, but at least
we covered all the bases there, yeah.
Yeah,
Blues the Warmest Color was actually a comic book. It was a graphic novel.
Oh.
So what did you say was yours again, Matt? Thor 2, you said it was?
Oh, yeah. Okay. If I had to pick for everything that's come out, Thor is definitely head and shoulders above.
Like you mentioned, the Wolverine. I'll just add on to what you guys basically said. The martial arts was first, and then the comic book was kind of a second overall lapping of different characters that didn't really belong in that universe. And the CGI performance at the end of the movie was just terrible.
Yep.
And the two hardest things, and I'll stick by this, the two hardest things to render in CGI are flames and metallic surfaces, and they combined both of them into that sequence. I was like, are you trying to make this difficult for yourselves?
And the train scene. A lot of people are like, oh, the train scene is really exciting, and I'm like, it was funny, but it wasn't well done.
No.
Like, that was pretty terrible.
It was clumsy.
Yeah. So,
I think I liked it for how ridiculous and over the top it was. I couldn't take it seriously. I thought it was a fun, goofy, crazy sequence.
No. If this is the movie that they need to make the connection with Days of Future Past, I can see it, I guess. But
yeah, I hated the Jean Grey stuff. Like, oh god, I hated it.
All right, Jay, I'll throw it to you.
The only one I got left on this is the best one-liner from a movie. I'll go with Bill Nighy from The World's End. There's a great sequence at the end of it where Bill Nighy's talking as the intelligence, and he's talking to Edgar Wright and Nick Frost and trying to get them to get in on the fact that he wants to take over the world and make the lives of them a better place. And so they keep going on and on and on, ranting about how, oh no, the human spirit needs to be this and blah blah blah, and you're wrong. And so Bill Nighy basically just gives up at one point, and I quote, "I give up. Fuck it." That was the line. And I thought it was just a perfect button to the end of that movie.
Oh man, yeah. This is one I wish I should have asked you for some of yours, but I would have researched this one a little more. But I guess one of the ones that come off the top of my head, I could just say for one of the first ones that come. I don't know if this would be if I were to really iron this down, but Nebraska, just the way the redneck cousins were constantly, "How long did it take you?"
Yeah. As soon as you said it, the first one I thought of was from Anchorman. Man, this white thunder rolls deep and it rolls nasty. It's such a good line.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of
man.
ones.
No, that just stands out though, man. Like, that is such a good line. Just out of nowhere. I was like, what?
Oh man, that whole movie is nothing but one line.
Yeah,
so
but that's a good one though, man. That is like an awesome, like, I'm gonna use that later in life. I can use everybody.
Oh man.
Okay. I guess I got like like 5 other ones here. I'll just try to end these real quick. I don't know why I wrote this one, but I only saw 2 documentaries this year, and both of them just last week with you, Matt, off Netflix streaming there. Improv and Drew, Man Behind the Poster. I actually really
right. You saw Sound City.
Sound City. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, okay.
Come on, Dale.
Okay, yeah. It wasn't on video ETA, Matt. This was really hard.
Yeah, it was.
It was. Oh, I completely forgot what it was called at the time, Matt. Cut me some slack. But yeah, Sound City was really good. I really like Sound City. But I really like Drew, Man Behind the Poster, and I was really, which is about the guy who's responsible for being the artist behind a lot of the iconic movie posters of 70s, 80s, 90s there.
And
Current, yeah. But yeah, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, many, many more. Total Chris, it was actually on the cutting room floor. I was really close to putting this in my top 10.
Did you even finish it?
Yeah, that's why I sent you a text asking for the name of it. I will give a little shout out to, even though it came out in 2012, I watched off Netflix yesterday a documentary for Knuckleball about the only two current knuckleball pitchers in Major League Baseball. I told myself I had to see it because I watched a Twins game yesterday where the Twins beat the Blue Jays, and they were pitching against, I guess right now, the only knuckleball pitcher in baseball, R.A. Dickey. So I was like, all right, this seems like a good time to watch a documentary. So I'll give a little shout out to that. You guys got a documentary? Got a pick?
I put this down on worth mentioning. Blackfish. It's the killer whales documentary that they put up on Netflix. Did that come out this year? I'm pretty sure
it did. There's like 6 Netflix documentaries I have since, so like Dirty Wars, like basically all the Oscar nominated. Dirty Wars, Blackfish, Cutie and the Boxer, 20 Feet from Stardom. They're all on Netflix. I just hadn't had time to watch them this week, so I was trying to cram a bunch in. But
with all of my movies that I have to see in theaters, I don't really have a lot of time to see documentaries. But I did fit this one in at the latter end of the year, and it's fascinating. I never knew the plight of the killer whales and why we should care, and now it just gave me a clear, focused picture of what we should care about.
Well, I know. I will say, Matt, you pointed this out to me. Almost all of them, maybe 1 or 2 of the Oscar-nominated documentaries of the year are on Netflix streaming, right?
I think all of them are.
Or all of them are. Yeah. So I think one of these days I'll just have to just take a day or two just to crank a bunch of them out there. So, all right. I only saw one that fit this criteria, but I guess I decided to give it a shout out anyways. Best animated feature. Only saw one animated movie. I looked up the release date to double check. Batman: Dark Knight Returns. Part 2 came out in January 2013.
So it still counts.
It's a 2-parter, but I remember I saw it as both parts back to back with you, Matt, just a few months ago. Really liked it. Great. Kind of shows a new dimension of the Batman character, as if they couldn't show as many enough. But I really like the animation style. Real, kind of dark and gritty. I don't know. I guess that's kind of the right way to go for it. But I really like real different voice actor for it. I really like the voice actor, and just the way they take this, I think, is nothing we're going to get in the live action movies. I don't know. How do you rank it among the animated movies?
Oh, the DC ones, or just what came out this year?
I guess both.
It's it's a classic DC story. I mean, DC has been just killing it in the animated market compared to Marvel, but I enjoyed it. I guess I like that. I always like the DC ones. I don't buy them as much anymore, but I enjoyed it. As far as the one for the movie, for theatrically this year, I'm kind of looking at, there was a Studio Ghibli from up on Poppy Hill came out. I actually did like that one. It's not one of Miyazaki's. It's one of, I don't remember if it's a son or a spin-off. I watched Epic, Frozen, Monsters U. Trying to look here. I think that is it.
Yeah, I just only saw Batman. I'm not. Yeah, you know me, animated CG movies. They're not really the ones I go out of my way to see.
I don't know. I did like Frozen. I think we were kind of talking about earlier. A little bit.
Yeah, and I think it bears worth mentioning. I guess. It's classic Disney in a lot of ways. I think that's why people care so much about it. And now it's the #1 animated movie of all time. So,
I like Monsters U better.
I like.
It's all right. I mean, it's not a particularly great movie, but it's fun.
Exactly. I think that's all animated movies really need to be. They don't need to be class act by any means. Yeah. I was expecting to get a good feel off of it. I can remember, in recent history, Toy Story 3 gave me that feeling.
Yeah.
The Incredibles, just this neat niche that they're hitting that nobody else explores.
Yeah, Pixar is just hitting all, except for the Cars movies. I still haven't watched Cars 2, but I think that's more Disney's involvements than anything.
Did you hear they're making a spin-off to... Oh, no, they'd already made Planes, and then they're going to make a spin-off to the spin-off, Planes 2.
Yeah, Planes 2 is coming out. To be fair, though, Planes isn't Pixar. That's Disney Animation.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that. It's so confusing now they're all... It's so confusing now they're all underneath the same blanket.
Yeah, Cars 3 and Incredibles 2 was announced, so...
Okay, yeah, I heard about that. I'm so glad that they're coming back
to the Toy Story movies.
You should really give the other Pixar ones a chance, man. Really,
I really like The Incredibles. I saw that movie.
Ratatouille's good. Up is really good. They're all pretty solid, man. I think Cars is probably the weakest link out of all of them.
Yeah. I saw Cars a long time ago.
The first one's all right.
I guess I didn't mind. I didn't love it.
Cars 2 is the only one I haven't seen so far.
I guess, the only time I really got on my way to see your traditional, animated, all ages animated flicks are just if the family's getting together, usually that's something they all can agree on. And
I don't really lump Pixar in with those ones, man. I can't, the Rios and Madagascars and all those, I can't, I hold Pixar above them. They don't even compare, man.
Is it the dark feel? I feel that Pixar is able to pull off more of a dynamic than anybody else.
They're not dumbing them down.
No.
And the other studios are there's fart jokes and animals dancing and stuff, and Pixar's I'm gonna make this so everyone likes it. Like, I'm gonna put intelligent humor in here, like Wall-E.
Ooh, yeah.
Like there's a lot of good stuff in there. Whereas the other companies, it's like Chris Rock screaming at everybody. Like, there's a place for that too. When I don't need it. So
Doses.
yeah.
I made a special effort to put myself through Madagascar, and at the end of it, I was like, okay, I didn't need to see it. I knew exactly what it was. For Best Animated, I guess I'd have to go with Frozen this year, because there wasn't really much anything else to select from. I saw Despicable Me 2. I still like Despicable Me better.
Yeah. I never did see it. So.
It's a movie, and so with Frozen,
Nice
I mean,
reserve, Jay.
thanks. With Frozen, I just enjoyed the message behind it. It's like you don't need to go out and find a man in order to be happy. You got family to rely on, and that was a really, really good message for kids these days.
Oh, the animation in it. The
yeah.
snow animation. Oh my god.
It's pretty. It really is.
Yeah.
The Let It Go song, like I can't count how many times I've been in the shower. It's like, let it go, let it go.
Oh God.
I'm saying that for different reasons. But
Oh God.
I don't know where I was going with that. I just wanted to say
It was pretty funny.
All right. Most tolerable performance of a wrestler that is not The Rock. My award went to Batista and Riddick. Jay, we kind of joked before and after seeing Riddick, just like Batista knows how to pick his few lines in this movie.
right.
Let's sit this one out. Oh gosh. Hey, there we go. There's a one-liner.
Right.
Oh man.
I suppose we can include Rock in that. I'll give him the Pain and Gain.
No, this is for a wrestler that is not The Rock.
Oh, sorry.
Rock's on a new level, man. He's like Pixar on a level of his own. No.
I don't claim to be an expert, so I mean I'll have to agree with you in Batista.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for these crabby wrestler movies. Or usually I just go on my way to see Miz. Sorry, Miz, you suck.
I can't think of anything I saw other than Riddick.
What did you think of Batista, though? No? Okay.
I didn't like any of the bounty hunters. I even like some of those actors. I can't think of the Hispanic guy. He was the first group, like the kind of shadier bounty hunters. He was in Blow.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of
I can't think of his name. I really like him in Blow, so I've kind of liked him in every movie I've seen him in. Mm-hmm. He always kind of plays a really good scuzzy bad guy. Yeah, I like him. But
I feel they kind of pushed Katie Sackhoff into that just for somebody to look at.
yeah.
All right, surprisingly disappointing. I know we kind of touched on this earlier, and I don't know. Jay seems like he had something that came or.
Oh my goodness, there were so many disappointing movies this year.
I know we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier with the worst five, and I was saying some would make my most disappointing list. I know you brought up Now You See Me, and that was pretty disappointing. I wasn't expecting to be like my top 10 movie of the year, but I was definitely expecting more of it. Good Day to Die Hard was definitely really disappointing. But in the end, I think I picked the Wolverine because, I don't know, I really liked the last few. I guess I really liked First Class, that one, then to go to the Wolverine. And no, actually, I didn't mind X-Men Origins Wolverine. I thought it was pretty good, but this one was definitely a step back. So for me, my most disappointing movie of the year was definitely the Wolverine. I don't know, do you guys got any that come to mind for you right away? Or
I'm like at the top, Burt Wonderstone. I thought should have been way better than it was.
yeah, I remember being disappointed by Burt Wonderstone also.
I could disagree.
I really like the final act, or the final trick.
There's parts that are funny to it, but it could have been like, it had to have different writers or directors. It could have been so much better.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
I didn't hate it. I'm not saying this is a bad movie by any means, but it could have been so much better.
Yeah.
I thought it was an interesting and original take on comedy, and I can disagree with you guys anymore.
yeah,
I think Steve Carell and Steve Buscemi balanced so well. Steve Buscemi, you forget that he started off as comedy. This is his butter and bread for the longest time. And for me to sit and enjoy Jim Carrey as much as I did in this movie, it's amazing to me because I mean I've kind of written Jim Carrey off over the years.
Yeah, this is definitely like the most I've enjoyed Jim Carrey in a while in a film. I thought it was
What has he done lately?
Not
He did
much.
Kick-Ass 2.
Well, I enjoyed him in Kick-Ass too. He was like the only good part of that movie.
Yeah, I thought he was fine in that, but
That
it was
Penguins
hard.
movie?
It was hard for me to take his performances, to really give his performance in that a fair shake after all his controversy he stirred up for that movie.
I agree with why he dropped out.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, I'm not saying anything
After
about
seeing that, I was like, that movie was a piece of shit. I'm glad he dropped out. He's like, I'm not promoting this. Violence, yeah, I'm out.
Oh, Jim.
I hated how they just wrote his character off completely, and
Like, I think he was the
bothered me.
best part of that movie. Had he been in the rest of it, like, after they killed him, just everything went downhill for me. But now we already covered that.
Most
movie.
definitely.
Jay, anything for you?
The WikiLeaks movie that we discussed earlier, The Fifth Estate, was very disappointing. I was expecting a lot more out of that. I mean, I almost have to take a page from your book, Matt, and give those a perfect tie for most disappointing, like Jobs and The Fifth Estate, because you're expecting so much more out of these, and to have a lack
The
of
story's already
storytelling.
written.
Right.
Like, that's the thing with these, especially with true stories, is like, they don't have to add anything. It's already there,
Yeah.
and they still couldn't pull it off.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They definitely could have covered more ground, that's for sure.
Yeah, take the Captain Phillips route. Just make it all up.
True. All right, one more left here. Surprisingly better than it had any right to be. I guess you could say best surprising or whatever's in a way, but I like the way to phrase it. Surprisingly better than it had any right to be, and I'm going to have to go with White House Down because I remember I even went and saw it at Carmike one day because I was like bored one afternoon. I'm like, let's go to the theater. It's been a while. It might have been that spring doldrums there, I think, when I went to go see it, just because it's been a while since I went to the theater. I'm like, all right, Channing Tatum, Jamie Foxx, and I haven't seen Olympus Has Fallen yet this year. It's in the Netflix queue. I remember hearing a lot of people saying it's a direct ripoff of that, but I didn't see that, so maybe that's why I got more out of it. But I thought Channing Tatum was going to be horrible, but he's actually pretty good. Jamie Foxx is actually pretty damn good too, and just taking it as a totally nonsensical spring summer popcorn action flick. I really enjoyed it. I think. I forget how the line went, but it would be a candidate for best one-liner. Not even best one-liner, just the best delivery of the one-liners when Channing Tatum first finds the president in trouble getting chased down by two thugs, and Channing Tatum sees him like at the top of a stairwell and shoots some cover fire for the president, and he's like, "I'm here to get you, Mr. President!" He just shoots some cover fire for him and gets Jamie Foxx to safety. I'm just like, oh, bravo, Channing. Bravo.
Which one did Antoine Fuqua do?
That was Olympus Has Fallen.
Because I think I was going to watch that, because that's the guy that did like Training Day and I get another movie, Last Castle. Is it the prison one? It's probably not what it is, but Training Day was really good. I guess I get credit.
He made Sabotage this last year, or this year, I should say. Yeah. And, that was painful. That was very painful.
Yeah, it's already out of theaters, I checked. I think a couple weeks, I think the second week it was just down to one showing a week, and now it's not even in there anymore. I was like, yep, guess I'll have to wait for Netflix for this one.
He's, ever since Training Day, is just steadily been getting worse and worse. Yeah. I don't know what's happening, but it really pisses me off because he could have gone down as one of the greats.
Yeah. You guys got anything that stands out for best surprising?
I saw Delivery Man with Vince Vaughn. I didn't really think too much of it when I went in, but surprisingly enough, it had soul and heart to it, and I can't really say that about a lot of comedies that I see anymore. And I know a lot of people just didn't like it all around. I think it was just the fact that it was too long. It was 2 hours to it, and no comedy should ever go over an hour and a half as far as I'm concerned.
Unless they got a really good story, I guess. If they have a really good story that's worth telling, then I'm fine with that. But that's actually a remake.
Yeah, I know. The director actually made the first one, at least I believe. It was, which is really weird. The only drawback to the movie was that it came out at a really weird time. Like, I think this would have been a good topic for like 2 to 3 years ago, where this was a really big thing, where there's sperm donors that are supposed to be anonymous, and then somebody sues the company for the release of the paper so that they can know who their dad is. And that was a hot topic like 2 or 3 years ago, not now.
Probably when the original came out.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, I think I can do better.
Well, I think the studio liked it, and they gave him a bigger budget, and they just offered him the job since he had done the original. So I read a little bit into that. Like, it was AV Club. I follow a lot of their movie stuff, so. But.
For sure.
You do a rapid fire here?
Yep,
or?
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, let's do some little rapid fire sketch and just do.
I'm just going to go down my list and throw out movies. I don't know what you guys want to go around the table, or.
Yeah, let's go around the table one by one so we don't give us a chance to catch our breaths here one at a time. So, Matt, start things off.
Gangster Squad.
Yeah.
Director of Zombieland moved on to this one. A lot of people it got really bad reviews, but I liked it. I like how violent it was. I like
song to come up.
I like gritty noir, kind of 30s style movies like this, like LA Confidential, Chinatown. I love those kind of movies. So the cast in this was fun. I really liked it. Could have been better.
Yeah,
but it was good for what it was. So
I think I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I was surprised it was over before I knew it. I think it was like 2 hours.
This is when that first quarter we said there was nothing really good coming out. This was like the first or second week of January this came out. So
yeah,
I noticed that when I was going through the list there, and I was just like, wow, yeah. And Yeah, it was a really good cast. I thought it was like a fun gangster flick, and nothing more, nothing less.
Yep.
Yeah. It didn't try to portray itself as being anything else in my mind. I mean, walking into the theater, you were probably expecting something and got something completely different, but I think Sean Penn and Josh Brolin and Ryan Gosling, all these talented, Emma Stone.
Yeah, there is fun.
Oh, yeah.
Sean Penn, oh my god.
Anthony Mackie was in that movie,
Yeah.
too, and now he's getting really huge.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't agree with you anymore. I didn't see it in theaters, sadly enough, but I did catch it on DVD later on, and it was very entertaining.
All right, for me, I guess, Gangster Squad was at the top of my list. I guess the next one we covered a little bit. We gave Bullet to the Head its just deserves, but Snitch, The Rock, and a few other main actors who I can't remember. But I know The Rock top of my head. That's the reason why I tracked it down from Netflix. I'm like, all right, let's see what this. I guess it kind of went in with real low expectations. It wasn't really it wasn't great either, but it was better than I thought it would be. It told a nice little crime drama about Rock going undercover to cut his son some time. Because his son failed or was part of another undercover job, and where he was going to go to jail for 10 years. So he takes the task of going undercover to break a bigger drug ring to break his son out of jail. So and the way it just played out and all that was, I wouldn't say it was great, but better than I thought it would be.
I went out of my way to miss this movie just for the fact that he's done a movie kind of like this. It was called Faster. And I liked that, so I thought anything to be added onto that would just kind of piss me off.
No, I'd say they're completely different movies.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I might give it a chance.
I finished watching the trailer.
I want to give it the highest recommendation to go out of your way to see it. Maybe it's one of those things maybe if you happen to run across it on TV one day, sure, go out your way to watch the last 20 minutes of it.
I thought 2.5 was the appropriate amount of interest I should give to this. So
there you go. Oh no, that's fine. Like I said, I didn't really love it. Just it was alright, better than I thought. Jay,
I went with Hunger Games 2. No, we didn't really talk about it at all, but I think it was a perfect sequel to what it really needed to be. Last year we had a little discussion about how you hated the first Hunger Games.
I'm still trying to talk into the second one. I love the second one.
It's much better.
I actually did read the books now, so I
you
know
see
where
how
going.
close they're getting. Honestly,
the books are better. Or the movies are better than the books. Grammatically speaking, the books are terribly written, but there's a good story underneath all the short sentences and then run-on sentences and just bad everything. But they're horrible. I could probably write better, but
oh gosh.
The story's good. I'm interested to see where they take it, how close to the books they go in the next movies. No, the movies are way better than the books in this example. So
yeah, to see Philip Seymour Hoffman die while they were filming the last one kind of disappoints me in a lot of ways. But I think the way that they have it planned out, he already did the third one, so that's out of the bag.
Well, they filmed at the same time.
Did they? Okay, so I think there was they were talking about
one scene that they really needed him for, and they're digitalizing him.
Yeah, they're talking about doing a copy.
Excuse me.
Well, what are your opinions on that? Because they're doing it a lot now, evidently.
That's how they got to finish the film. I understand that. With Fast 7, they're just what Paul Walker's brothers are going to fill in.
Oh yeah,
and that's what I just read really recently. So,
ooh.
But just for a few scenes, and they're going to map his face over them. So, but I think they're just kind of have a body standing there or whatever. But
they got to do what they got to do.
Yeah. I mean, this is a predicament they found themselves in, I guess.
Well, it's a risky take anytime you do a trilogy or a saga, so to speak, or a sequence.
There's always that chance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. That's a good topic for maybe a later date, especially recasting, and especially coming up into the Marvel movies, going back into that. But I don't want to start into that now.
All right. Okay, Matt, what's the next one there?
Mama, which me and you had talked about earlier. I really liked it. I love feral children storylines.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very underused, and I'm glad it's that way because I like them, but I don't want to see it a lot. I like Mama for that purpose because it's a ghost and feral child movie, and I also liked a movie called Shiver. It was a Spanish horror film that came out that dealt with feral children years ago. And they don't do them that often, and like I said, because of that, it's such a unique film. And like you said, you didn't like the ending. I liked the ending because it was different. So, but I don't know. I liked it overall as a movie. It was a pretty good horror movie, I guess, so to speak. So there wasn't really a lot of good horror movies this year.
No, not really. I mean, The Conjuring kind of just crushed everything, basically. Yeah. I mean, Insidious 2 came out this year, but James Wan, it's almost like he's making a cake and he's not putting the stuff in the bat at the right time. It's really weird. So, you can make something as legendary as The Conjuring, and then you come up with Insidious 2, which I feel is just bad. I mean, I don't know.
I think that just dropped on Instant Watch, too, so I mean, give it a shot, so.
All right, for me, my next one here is 21 and Over. It's just pretty much kind of kind of coming of age story. Just a bunch of college dorm kids partying it up, going to visit their buddy out of town, and trying to not lose touch and regain each other's. I guess it was good for what it was. I didn't really love it. Thought it was all right. It was one of those spring doldrum movies. But if you're into wanting a good, just nonsensical, college party movie, I can get in the mood for one of those every once in a while. I mean, this one, it was good, not great.
Yeah, what I kind of read out of it was almost like...
it had a couple of big actors in it, too. Wish I could tell you who they are, but I'm horrible.
For sure. I didn't see it because I thought it reminded me of almost like a younger version of what the Hangover movies are. But I don't know. I can't really comment because I didn't really see it.
Yeah, I didn't have any interest. So.
No. I'll definitely... Oh, Miles Teller and Justin Chon. There we go. At least noteworthy actors. Okay. But I thought they did great in this movie. But, yeah, so that's 21 and over.
For sure.
Jay!
Oblivion. It was a near miss on this list because I really wanted to throw it in there because last year I put Looper on the top 10. Yeah. And it kind of reminded me of the same vibe as that movie. The only thing that really ticked me off about this, if you sit there and you listen to the dialogue sequences between Tom Cruise and Olga Kurylenko, I think that's how you say her name, they're just so bad. I think they could have rewritten those sequences, all of them, and been perfectly fine. Because
she's pretty, but she's still working at her accent and stuff like that. I think hinders her a little bit, but
I think so too. But the dialogue was so stiff. It's like nobody talks like this. Not in the future, not ever.
And I really like that movie. Did you put it at worst or best?
Best.
Considering it's the guy that did Tron Legacy, soundtrack by M83. Visually, I wish I would have seen this in the theater.
And there was a lot of original moments to it. It was weird because it was like they were borrowing from the video games in a lot of ways. I would compare it roughly to Portal almost.
Yeah, it was a fun watch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I just really, I'm kind of Morgan Freeman in these sci-fi movies is kind of
off-putting.
Yeah, I'm just get somebody other than Morgan Freeman because I remember no, it's not the Book of Eli. He wasn't in that. What other movie was in where he's played a similar character? I'm probably crossing my movies.
I don't know. He's in a lot of movies.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, he's just keeps popping up as side characters in movies, but they could have used really anybody else at that point. So
no, I'm with you guys. I really liked Oblivion a lot. Also, it was a fun watch. It was I think if I was doing a top 20, it would definitely make that list.
That Canyon chase sequence when he's flying away from the drones. I remember when I first time I watched it, I was like, that's pretty exciting. I wish I would have seen that in 3D. That would have been a good moment, I think.
Was it in? I'm wondering if they put it in 3D.
It was in 3D.
Was it?
When I was in theaters, yeah.
Okay.
Which would have been perfect.
Right. There's a sequence at the end of that movie where the drones are coming in and destroying everybody in the bunker, and it's a seamless sequence that I didn't notice before.
Just watching it at home, I could tell that'd have been cool to see too. When it's kind of shifting up and going,
the cameras are following around the drones. Yep. There at no point is there a real cut. Yeah. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Avengers, where that end sequence where Joss Whedon is panning around from superhero to superhero, watching what they're doing, and in a lot of ways it corresponds with that. It's just really good filmmaking. I'm excited to see what else he can do.
Hasn't made a lot of movies either.
No,
it's his second, I think, is it?
Yeah,
that's it.
All right, Matt.
We already covered a bunch of these, Last Stand, movie 43. I was taken to this movie, Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters.
Oh no.
It really, I got what I was expecting out of it. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't good. It was all right. I didn't leave disappointed because I didn't expect much out of it, but that's on instant watch too. If you're looking for
did you get kind of a Tim Burton vibe off of it at points?
I think that's kind of what they were going for, a dark fairy tale, and it was all right. I mean, it wasn't horrible. It was better than I thought it would have been. Which I don't know what that means because I didn't think very much of what it was going to be. So
no, I see where you're coming from there.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. So if you got a night to kill and you're looking for something to watch, you could do worse.
If it's
kind of a backhanded compliment.
If it's part of a movie marathon, then it's tolerable. All right, for me, the next one coming up that we haven't touched on yet is The Call with Halle Berry. And yes, the only reason I saw it is because WWE Films, they didn't make it, but they picked it up at a film festival. That's what they've been doing with a lot more of their movies lately. They're doing less of making movies on their own with wrestlers as the lead roles. Sometimes they'll just put one of their wrestlers in there just in a throwaway, supporting role. I guess, they did that with this movie. I couldn't even tell because they got David Otunga to do one brief scene as cop number 5. I couldn't even detect where he was. I looked at the credits. I was like, oh, I guess he was in here. So, but
it's just like his matches. I just fall asleep and I don't notice he was there.
Exactly. No, The Call was actually it was kind of like you said, I kind of went in with like thinking like, this will probably just be a little thriller. But the way they go with it, she's a 911 operator, and I guess she ends up getting involved in a kidnapping that goes way over the top. But it was a lot better than what I thought it was going to be. And
so this movie relies solely on the acting ability of Halle Berry.
Yeah, she does a fine job in it.
Okay, because I'm not going to watch it. I'm not a Halle Berry fan. I don't think she's a good actress. So I think
she's fine.
Good days are behind her.
Depends on the role she's in. I liked her in Swordfish, but nobody likes Swordfish. So
I like the opening.
It's a good opening.
The opening scene at the time, I was like in high school. I'm like, wow, explosions!
Right.
I'm still like that, really.
Now, WWE as a production company kind of makes me curious because it's like now they're going out of their way to do movies that aren't about wrestlers.
That Oculus that just came out.
Yeah, that was. I'll say it was pretty decent. No spoilers, but
and like they also got. I didn't see it, but Dead Man Down came out this year. They were the one behind that one, and I think at least one or two others that within this last year. So they're kind of glad to see them at least trying to mix it up here.
I am avoiding all of them.
Fuck you, Jay. Throwing it to you.
Okay, I put down Place Beyond the Pines with Ryan Gosling and Bradley Cooper.
Wanted to see it, never got around to it.
So good. I highly recommend this.
That's on Netflix since I watched too. Damn it.
Yeah.
I could probably not rent movies for a while.
But
it's in my queue.
it had a real good vibe to it. It was truly original. I mean, we were talking about that other Ryan Gosling movie that came out this year. What was the name of that?
Only God
Forgives. That's kind of what that movie should have been in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, Gangsters. Yes.
This is a Bradley Cooper, the side of Bradley Cooper that I could see winning an Oscar at one point or another.
Nice.
But that's just my opinion.
I want to see it. Missed it in the theaters, but I know it's coming up real soon in the Netflix disc queue anyways. Matt.
John dies at the end. This was, God.
Did it make it to theaters?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Brain farting the name of the director. Don Coscarelli, there we go. Phantasm, Bubba Hotep. This is based off of a book by a cracked writer. It's pretty low budget, but I think it's serviceable in what it is. This is a pretty good scene at the beginning where I can't explain it. You just watch like the first 10 minutes of the movie and you're good. I'll show you guys the clip afterwards because it just cracks me up. It's a dick joke, but I enjoy it. So
for sure,
I don't really have a lot to say about this. It's just a weird movie. If you saw Bubba Hotep, you kind of know what to expect.
Okay, yeah. When you said that, I was like, okay, now I have to see it.
Yeah, no, that's glorious. Oh, Bubba Hotep is so good. But John dies at the end is no Bubba Hotep, but it's got its moments. So I don't have much to say about it. So
definitely check that out.
Gotcha. All right. Next one on my list here is G.I. Joe Retaliation.
Better than the first one.
Yeah. I was trying. I actually didn't mind the first G.I. Joe, but yeah, this one they took out a good chunk of the original cast and added The Rock and Bruce Willis, and they went all out. And
get rid of Marlon Wayans, kill off Channing Tatum.
Yep. Yeah, there you go. Check.
Yep. I'm like, that's a good start. Actually have ninjas fighting and them using equipment that's should be used instead of like plain white vans. Because G.I. Joe's known for its like vehicles and its like characters, and they're driving around Europe in like white non-marked vans. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like the first one, exosuits and all that. But
yeah, it's a good dumb popcorn action flick.
Oh no, the cliff scene with like Storm Shadow and stuff like that was fun. Like, I don't know who else is in that. RZA is in that.
Yeah, he is.
Which
that's a really brief sequence for him, but
it was kind of he can't act. I know they're putting him in these movies, but like that's kind of the only scene that took me out of the movie, which is kind of sad. But I enjoyed it. Bruce Willis kind of phoned it in.
Yeah, he can do that with movies like this.
But he's saying he doesn't like action movies. He said he's getting tired of doing action movies. That's why, like especially after like Moonrise Kingdom, he said he has a lot of fun doing those like smaller films. Because action movies, he's like they're not getting any better. It's just explosions and gunfire, and there's no point anymore. So
this was his paycheck movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you're doing movies like G.I. Joe Retaliation or
Good Day to Die Hard,
Good Day to Die Hard, yeah, I could see him getting tired. I would get tired.
Yeah.
Gee.
Sorry. I put down Neil Blomkamp's second movie, Elysium, with Matt Damon, Jodie Foster, and Charlotte Copley. I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it for what it was. I mean, it was pretty much the same as District 9.
I still liked it, though, yeah.
Yeah. The inventive little pieces, like the slow motion explosions and stuff like that, I'm like, that's so
Philip Copley getting his
good.
face blowed off, and then...
Yeah, I mean, he likes to take models and actually use them in tangent with CGI, and I think that's what everybody should be fucking doing, because it comes off so well.
The mix of practical and digital effects. Yeah, yeah. I still like matte paintings.
Yeah.
When they do this for movies, I still enjoy original RoboCop. Like half of that movie was a matte painting. It's funny going back and watching it. It's just like, wow, that is totally fake. Like all the '80s fantasy movies, it's just a painting for a background.
But granted, you still like it though for
that's
some
because the
fucked up
movies
reason.
they put more into the film and the characters and the story, and there was heart to it. But I don't know, man. He's done 2 movies now, and I've really liked both of them. Like, I guess some people are saying they're kind of heavy-handed in what they're dealing with, but at the same point, I'm like, oh well. The way he's doing is at least interesting. So
Yeah, Elysium had its moments with me. I found a little more. Obviously, I like that District 9. I got me and my titles mixed up.
District 9.
I like that one a lot more. Elysium was a little disappointing in some parts for me. I don't know, something about Jodie Foster in that movie. I don't know.
yeah, Jodie Foster's her accent.
Yeah.
That was kind of.
It's like a mud of like French and a bunch of other stuff, but
But
I don't know. Charlotte Copley, he's a great character actor as far as I'm concerned, but the character that he picked for this movie was a little lackluster on my part.
I like
you
Kruger,
liked him.
man. Oh, I love Kruger. I like him in every movie he's in, like A-Team even, man.
Okay.
Like A-Team, whether you like the movie or not, I liked his character in that. Like he's fucking crazy. Like this seems like there's something wrong with this dude, like in real life, and I don't know, I enjoy it. So
Yeah, even his base character in District 9 seemed to be kind of fluttery and weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. But
all right, Matt, back to you.
we already talked about Bullet to the Head. More Bodies, we had talked about this earlier. I think that's probably better than I expected. God, Rob Corddry's in that.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I actually kind of enjoyed this movie. I didn't think I was going to, and I watched it. I actually almost picked it up the other day because it's like $5 on Blu-ray now. And I'm a sucker for $5 movies. I'm like, whatever, I'll pick it up. But
In your opinion, who's the guiding audience behind that?
what was it? What now?
In your opinion, what's the guiding audience behind that? Is it focusing on like teenagers? Or
I think
is
they're
it-
going for young adults in that. But
Okay.
I watched it with my ex, and I kind of liked it. Like that's kind of why I watched it. Like I didn't go out like I'm going to go watch this. I think this looks good, but you get dragged a couple movies here or there, and I'm like, you know what? That's pretty good. So
Right.
One for you, one for her.
yeah.
It's nice to get surprised.
So I
that
saw
way.
Hansel and Gretel. I mean, really, like I wouldn't have seen that on my own. So.
Yeah.
But
Gotcha.
no, I thought it was decent for what it was. Is that on Instant Watch or no? Because a
I
lot of these
believe
movies
so.
are starting to get there. So
I believe so. That's where I saw it.
okay,
Cool.
Did you watch it or?
Well, Hansel and Gretel I saw, but
Warm
Warm
Bodies.
Bodies, I missed it.
It's worth watching, man. Like,
All right. Next one for me is one called I'm a sucker for feel-good sports flicks, and this is kind of along that nature, but Home Run. It's not even that great, but I got what I wanted out of it. It's just an inspirational baseball flick, and this guy screws up in the major leagues, gets sent down to coach a little league team, and guy finds himself. So good on him. I got what I wanted out of it, though. It's kind of a little bit more on the low budget side. Surprisingly, it came here. It's an indie movie. I just saw on the listing one day. I'm like, holy crap! Looked at the trailer. I'm like, all right, let's go see this. And it's okay. mild praise. That's what I'll go with. Jay.
I put down 12 Years a Slave. I know it's 12 Years a Slave. What can I really say? I mean, the performances are really well done. Chiwetel Ejiofor, he's exploding now because of this movie, and Lupita Nyong'o, she actually won the Best Actress award Best Supporting Actress. Yeah. All around, like Michael Fassbender, he breaks my heart how evil he is in this movie, and I guess that's saying something. The only reason why I didn't put it on my top 10 is it's just overall depressing.
Same here.
I thought it was a pretty powerful movie.
Yeah.
I really liked the scene. The scene I think in particular, I shouldn't say I really liked it, was when he was hanging and nobody would help him.
Yeah.
And not the fact that nobody's helping him, but it stayed there.
Yeah.
And it made everybody uncomfortable, and then it just dwelt on it.
There's a few scenes like that in the movie where they're like, yeah, this is slavery. Yep. We're never going to forget this. I'm like, and we shouldn't. And, it was very, very powerful. It was really hard to
whipping
watch.
scene.
Yeah, the whipping scene.
Oh, man, that was
it's
graphic.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, a few times. I'm usually all for movies not holding anything back. And I'm glad this film didn't hold anything back, but there's no way in hell I'm going to watch this movie again. Oh, God, it was... I mean, it's really good. I really liked it. and I'm
It's
all
a
for
veritable laugh riot.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it getting Best Picture, but I just, oh man, like you said, Jay, it's downright depressing.
It's grueling. It's a little long at points, and I think the non-cuts. I mean, although artistic and very well done, some of them could have been dropped completely. Like that one focus where it's basically looking at Chiwetel Ejiofor, the entire time. Yeah. I'm like, okay, we understand slavery, terrible.
Yeah.
But even Brad Pitt, like. He kind of just popped up and then went away again. I don't like it when he does that.
Well, like I was saying earlier, like
it's like
he
the
also
last half hour,
executive producer, and he's like the good guy, northern guy, like the kind of the good white man of the movie. So
yeah, it's like free publicity for him. That's why I don't like it.
Matt,
Sound City.
Oh yeah,
we talked about this. This is a Dave Grohl's documentary about Sound City Studios in California, where it's one of the last like great analog studios. It goes a lot of Tom Petty, Fleetwood Mac, stuff like that. I really love music documentaries. Like I like the Pearl Jam 20, Foo Fighters Back and Forth. I will eat up music documentaries, so I really like this. I'd recommend it if you're a fan of Foo Fighters or just kind of classic rock in general to watch it. So
yeah,
I don't know what really.
I had a good.
Is it on Netflix?
I don't know.
I know you bought it right when it came out, and I had a great time watching. I'm not a big music guru, but like I found it really fascinating from beginning to end. All right, next one for me is, I don't know, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but not too much. Hangover Part 3. I mean, I'm glad they didn't follow the same lines as the first two movies. I did not want to sit through another one of those again, but for doing the kind of side story they did, kind of focus in on Dr. Ken's character there, I thought, it was kind of like a better, refreshing take on where I'm just glad they took it in a different direction.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was amping up to be another part 2, and I was like, no, please don't put me through another one of these, please.
I like part 2.
I really like the use of 9 Inch Nails in the movie.
Well, I really enjoyed the Bradley Cooper Zach Galifianakis combination in this movie. It seemed like that's what they were trying to do for Hangover 1 and 2, and it just delivered this time. I'm glad that happened, because it's like, they're touching moments where Cooper and Galifianakis, he's like, I love you, man. He's like, That's what I wanted to see.
I think moments that I take out of it, like the second one, I think when it's just a stupid throwaway gag, but when they're all riding the bus and the little monkeys like nibbling on the bottle in Galifianakis' pants.
Oh,
and they make a penis joke. Like, I love that. And this one, I love the when they're climbing down the roof, and Galifianakis does the thing where he lands like on his feet on the ledge. Like, that's like the one scene I take from that movie. I just started laughing my ass off at that part. But oh man, I liked it. Yeah, definitely like the diminishing returns on that trilogy, but I still liked it. I'm glad it's over. But I like all three of them, I guess. So.
All right, man. I think it's. Oh no, it's Jay. Your turn.
Okay, I did kind of a cluster of all of the comedy. I just want to mention comedies this year have been spectacular in a lot of ways. I know Anchorman 2 was in there, The Internship, which was kind of a sequel to The Wedding Crashers, but not really. Despicable Me 2, Monsters University, and Delivery Man. I put all those down in one cluster so we could talk about it and just discuss comedies in general.
Yeah.
Is there anything on that list that you guys wanted to add?
Anchorman 2, I think it was hard to not be disappointed by it. And I'm not saying I didn't like the movie, but it's probably one of my favorite comedies of the 2000s, and I love Step Brothers, and you know how much I like Step Brothers.
I like it just as much, yeah.
Granted, you have to admit that it was jumbled really bad. Like
I think they could have cut a half hour out, like the whole blind sequence at the end.
Yeah,
that was pushed.
There were parts that were funny, though, like the alternate version has some good lines in there where he does some Elephant Man lines. And
I need to see that one.
Yeah, there's some good. Like, that's 2.5 hours long, though.
They got both versions on the same release. Okay,
I spent 6 hours watching everything 2 days ago. So
what's the advertisement? 760 new jokes or
something
like
is.
That.
There's a lot more singing and stuff like that. And,
Well, now that I knew what it was going into it, I was hoping it was going to be a true sequel to the Anchorman, but basically it's Anchorman 2, The Screw Off. Let's just put everything in here all at once.
See, I read the book too.
There's a book?
Yeah, we
Let Me Off at the Top.
Yeah.
Tom Burgundy.
Okay.
I did read that, yes. I liked it, but like I said, the original I think was better written and more cohesive. And this one, like you said, they're just throwing in so much stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's nuts. I'm glad they decided not to make a third one, but...
I don't think they really wanted to make a second one. I think the fandom man was just so strong.
Right, and they're like, we'll just give you everything.
I think that's kind of actually the thought about it. They just saturated the market so much with him going to every state and all the commercials that maybe people get sick of this now. But I really like the relationship between Brick and Shawnee. Like the alternate stuff, like the gag reel on that is great, man. Like,
I bet those two went all out.
The only thing that disappointed me was that he just kept giving it like hardcore. Like back in the first one, like Brick, you could kind of understand where he was coming from, and this you have absolutely no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, and I'm with you, man. I think the movie was kind of starting to come unglued there in the last third of it or so. I thought they could have definitely trimmed some off there.
That whole Toby situation, I was like, okay, well, now we're
I do enjoy it when he's holding the shark bottle, feeding it. That, like, for whatever reason, just the image of it cracks me up.
I think parts of it could have been good.
Dobie,
They didn't know where to go with it. But,
Dobie. Oh, Dobie.
For the most part, I really liked it. What were some of those other comedies you mentioned on there again?
The Internship. Anybody see that?
Nah.
I really dislike Vince Vaughn.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the weird part is, like, I don't like Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn, but I do, the weird part is I liked Wedding Crashers, but then you take The Internship and it's a PG-13 version of that movie. Yeah, it's sketchy. Granted, it's really heartwarming at points, that's why I put it on that list. Delivery Man's up there with one of the best performances I've ever seen from Vince Vaughn, because he's not rapid fire in that, he's actually a little bit more consoling, and I'm like,
get him
that's
away
better.
from like Favreau for a while, like.
Oh, yeah.
What are your thoughts on Jon Favreau? Because I don't like him.
I used to really
Like
enjoy
acting
him.
or directing?
Both.
I used to really enjoy him because he came in this niche where we needed stuff that he was giving, and now that he's done it, more people are coming out of the woodwork and going, well, I can do that, I can do it better.
Yeah, I like Iron Man 1 and 2, and I think some of the stuff before that, but he kind of comes off as an asshole. And I get that from Vince Vaughn, too, where they're like, just kind of pompous jerks.
I don't know, you know me, I'm a big Jon Favreau fan. I guess maybe in recent years, not so much. I know he didn't direct Iron Man 3. I was really disappointed where they took his character in Iron Man 3. Acting and directing, I really loved him in Maid and Swingers, but I know those movies were a long time ago.
I have actually never seen either of those.
Movie marathon it up one day, Matt.
Maybe.
Against your will.
Well, he did, what, Zathura?
Oh, yeah, he did do that.
He did Zathura? Oh, man.
That's
Yeah.
a sequel to Jumanji. Like, that wasn't saying something.
Oh, is it an actual sequel to Jumanji?
It's not a straight-up sequel, but it's pretty much inferred that that's a sequel to Jumanji.
Man. I thought he was great in I Love You, Man, as far as acting goes. He's only supporting
I don't think
role.
he was acting in that.
He's just being himself.
I think he's just kind of a dick. I think my favorite role for Jon Favreau is in PCU.
Oh, it's been forever. Oh, he's great in The Replacements. I really liked him in
Jon
that.
Favreau's the giant guy that they send to town that has the dreadlocks. He gets high in the alleyway. The famous blow me where the Pampers is lying.
Yeah, I remember.
All right, man, let's bring this back on. What's your next one?
We already talked about A Good Day to Die Hard. I know you were pointing at earlier, Stoker.
Yeah.
That is actually Chan-wook Park's first American film. He is the director of the Vengeance trilogy, which was Old Boy, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, and Lady Vengeance, which recently Old Boy was remade by Spike Lee, which I will not mention again or see ever.
That bad, huh?
No, they didn't need to be remade. I think they should have
I
brought
agree with
the
you.
American. They should have brought the Korean version stateside and just let it play out.
Maybe way down the line I'll go and see it, but I don't want to see it anytime soon.
It's already out in theaters, man. I think it's
No, it's already out on video. I see it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
he also did Thirst, which was like a weird vampire movie, and that was all right. Stoker's. It's kind of hard for Asian directors to transition to American audiences because Asian films generally have a slower pace to them, and I don't think American audiences can handle that. I've gotten used to it over the years, but even so, this is just a weird movie.
Yeah. I think they didn't go far enough with it in a lot of ways, and I think if they would have stuck with the basis what they had, and they would have just kept going with that, I think it would have been fine. But like you said, he's kind of holding back because he doesn't know exactly what to expect.
Thing. If you watch his films, his Korean films, he does not hold back. Like, he goes very far on them, and I think maybe American audiences couldn't have handled that. I don't think he thought they could, so he decided to rein himself in. But there's not a lot of Asian directors that do really good first American films. I think like the guy that did Midnight Meat Train, that was his first American film. Dark Water, was that? The guy that did The Ring and Dark Water, his first American film, I thought was Dark Water.
Could be. I'm pretty
I have
sure.
no idea.
That's been a while. I can't remember.
I'm a huge fan of The Ring, so I really like The Ring. Now that there's like 6 Asian ones,
Oh, man.
but I have the first 4, I guess.
All right. Next one on my list here is one I just watched with you last week, Matt, Kings of Summer. Another awesome coming-of-age story. I liked way back a bit more. I thought
It is. It's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Kings of Summer is really good. I think they kind of went on with a few too many montages in Kings of Summer, but for the most part, I still really like this
You got some
movie.
good Nick Offerman, Alison
Yeah.
Brie.
I think this is another one of those ones. If I would have done like a top 15, top 20, this would have been a pretty good candidate. So, highly recommend if you like coming-of-age stories, Kings of Summer.
Most definitely. Well, speaking of Nick Offerman, We Are the Millers. Did that come out this year?
The Millers, yeah, it did.
Ah, shit. Okay, never mind then. That was the last thing I had on my
No,
list.
that was 2013, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
I never saw it. Jennifer Aniston.
I think I heard it was, a few people said it was better than surprisingly good. I don't know. Did you saw it, Jay?
Yeah, I did.
Yay, nay.
I was going to give it a
could be
shot, but
better.
I heard kind of mixed reactions.
Yeah.
Lately, it seems like every Jennifer Aniston movie, she exists to tell you how good she still looks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see any depth beyond that. Like,
I think the last thing I really liked her in was Horrible Bosses.
That was a good performance for her. Yeah.
But she was just a supporting role.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I think that's where she needs to be at this point, though, in her career.
Yeah.
Just go with it. Like, comes to mind because it's like basically the same story plot as We Are the Millers, and she's in it. I'm like, well, you're screaming like typecasting right now. Is this what you want to be? I mean, because
like the 40-year-old woman that still has it.
yeah.
Like, is that what she's going for? Because that's what she is. Like, every movie she's in, she has to be in, like, a bikini or slightly dirty.
Granted, she looks good, but
I don't like her. I don't like her attitude. Like, I don't know.
all right, I hear you.
Is it you now, or is it?
I think, yeah.
Let's see. We already talked about Oz. ABC's of Death. I watched this. I don't know if this is part of a series like Magnet Films is putting these out. They did VHS, VHS 2, which I still need to watch VHS 2. VHS 1 is very disturbing. ABC's of Death is getting a sequel as well, and it's basically they go through and make short films based off of each letter of the alphabet in which a person dies by that letter. So like by toilet, by aliens, you name it. There's claymation, animation, live action, CG, anything goes in this. Some of it's hit or miss, but I think as an experiment, it's fun to watch. Like, not all of it was good, but there's some of those I was like, what the hell am I watching? Like, but yeah, ABC's of Death. I think these are all on Netflix, like VH1 and 2. Pretty messed up movies. Magnet's an interesting company to follow if you guys follow them at all.
Okay.
They released John Dies at the End. They Let the Right One In, when that came out, they brought that stateside. Time Crimes. They just have a ton of good movies under that label, so.
Cool.
But, yeah.
I'm not familiar with them. Next one for me is... Kind of jumping all over the place because I keep mentioning a couple ones here. Two Guns. And, I wouldn't say this was great, but, but I think I like the performances in it, but the movie as a whole, I don't know. I thought Denzel and Mark Wahlberg played good off each other in here, but, it wasn't that great of a movie.
Yeah, Bill Paxton. I think you could have made 1,000 different choices better than him being the main villain. It was wooden and just gross, but that's just my opinion. And plus, I don't feel the movie went anywhere, so.
Right.
Mark Wahlberg.
You just mutter that as a catchphrase from now on.
All right.
It's my Matt Damon.
Yeah. I put down The Iceman with Michael Shannon and Chris Evans.
Is that good?
Damn,
That's on Instant Watch. Everything that I want to see is now like slowly creeping into Instant Watch.
Surprised you remember everything that's on Instant Watch.
I endlessly scroll through it and watch nothing. That's what happens. Is I'm just like, man, there's a lot of good movies. I'm gonna watch anime.
Oh man. Chris Evans, he gives an interesting performance in this where it almost mirrors what Bradley Cooper's trying to do with his career.
Although he's talking about retiring.
Is he? Why?
He wants to move behind the camera.
Oh. I don't. Okay.
Really, he's saying his career isn't taking off the path he wants outside of Captain America. Same way that guys playing Thor's career really.
Oh, Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, they're not really outside of those characters.
Rush. Awesome. I'll refer to it again.
Rush,
No, that's a good movie, but I don't think he's the star he's expecting to be.
Oh, I got you. That's what happens when you be the sarcastic moron in a bunch of crap. I mean, it happened to him. It happened to pretty much everybody else that's been a sarcastic moron, like Gerard Butler, Ryan Reynolds. That's a big one.
Yeah.
For him not to play those characters anymore would be really beneficial to him. I mean, him being Captain America, I had my doubts, like hardcore. But then after watching him, I was like, wow, he's not a smartass in this at all. Good.
I like Chris Evans, though. Like I don't know. I think my first was it his first movie? Was not another teen movie?
That was my first one I remember him in.
Yeah.
Like I really enjoyed him in that. I like that movie, and everybody's like, I can't watch that. It's a movie, and I'm like. It's not part of the epic movie, Scary Movie. Like, it was way different guys before those. I think it was around the same time as Scary Movie, but I liked
before
that
they
movie.
all got played out.
Before the movies became a thing.
Yeah.
I'll say that, but
Now it breeds things like a Haunted House 2 and... But, yeah, if you get a chance to see Iceman, like, Michael Shannon on a completely different level, like, he's so fierce in this. And to take what he did with, like, Man of Steel and, like, amp that up 20 notches, that's what it is. It's so good.
All right, Matt.
I'm trying to think of going back to Michael Shannon. He had another movie that came out in the last couple of years I never got a chance to see. I'm trying to think of what it is.
He was in 8 Mile. But, of course, that doesn't... No, that's 10 years.
I'll have to look it up here in a little bit. Shelter Me. Is it Shelter Me? Is that what it's called? Or is that a different movie that came out recently?
You got me on that one.
I don't remember the name of it. Don't quote me on that, I guess. But and as we talked about Burt Wonderstone, from Up on Poppy Hill, I guess you can bring up. I'm gonna jump ahead because we've talked about quite a few movies. That
that's fine. That's what I've been doing.
From Up on Poppy Hill, like I said, was a Studio Ghibli film. I watch those every year regardless because it's a Disney Japan. But have you seen any?
No.
Oh, man, I'm going to give you a list of movies to watch after this. We talked about Evil Dead, G.I. Joe, Oblivion, Iron Man 3. Did we really put a lot of time into Iron Man 3?
Well, we kind of touched on it briefly a couple times. But...
Yeah, we kind of referenced when we were talking about best comic book movie. Kind of gave it a. I guess we did. I guess if you want to expand on it some more,
I really don't have a lot to say about it. I mean, like we can kind of gloss over that.
Kind of rank it as Iron Man 1's still my favorite.
Right.
3's my. I rank in the middle. 2's the weak link.
Well, we talked about this a little bit on our podcast, but the thing is that it didn't really make for a very good movie in the theaters. But if you go back and watch it on DVD, it's 10 times better than what you remember it being in theaters.
I think it's a tough thing to pull off because there's so much it's the first one after the Avengers, so there's so many expectations going into it. Sometimes it's hard to live up to that, and I always don't judge a movie until I've seen it for like a second or third viewing, because. I might have been disappointed. Like the Wolverine, I was really disappointed with. I was mad about it, and then I watched the director's cut, and I was like, okay, that's better than I remember it. So,
right.
Just to jump ahead, I guess The Great Gatsby is the one I was going to get to next.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
This movie's really hit or miss. I did like Moulin Rouge. I don't know what about it I liked. I haven't really seen any of his other movies. This one.
The soundtrack to it really pissed me off because we didn't need that. It's modern day rap. I mean,
yeah. I thought there were parts that were all right, but I don't know. I didn't hate it. It really was like middle of the road for me. So
I said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't think Leonardo DiCaprio has the depth to pull off some of these roles. And I'm sorry,
man.
He just doesn't. Aviator was his best chance. Because he played that to a T.
I really like DiCaprio in a lot of things.
I think he's probably one of the greatest actors of our generation.
Ooh, okay.
I know. We're gonna. This is good though. It's good to disagree on this.
Right.
Wall Street was not as good a movie as everybody says it is. Wolf of Wall Street. I think it's a good movie. It's entertaining.
Yeah, we should have been talking about that too.
Well, we'll get to it. I figured I was gonna get to it. But I think for a Scorsese film, it was. Anybody could have made it.
Right.
I think it was all right. But DiCaprio, I really like, man. Like Shutter Island, going back because I picked up a couple other Scorsese films. I really like him, man.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen him in something I really, really like.
I started off liking him in Basketball Diaries and What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and then around Romeo and Juliet, I didn't like him, and I didn't like him in Titanic, and I kind of gave up after him for a couple of years, and then he just started coming out with movie after movie where I'm like,
yeah, he is on a roll. Departed.
Either he's just taking really good roles. Or he's showing some chops, and I'll give him credit. He's been in consistently good movies, and Django Unchained.
Oh, yeah, that was
he was amazing in that.
I'm not saying he's a bad actor by any means or any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
I love the characters that he picks. I love the way that he performs them. But the problem is that I see a level to him that he's not accessing, like the Jack Nicholson level of scary and deep. I mean, I would roughly compare his career arc to Chris and Jack Nicholson in a lot of ways, because he's trying to go deeper, he's trying to go darker with this kind of stuff. But for some reason, he's just got a lightness to him that really pisses me off.
Well, I think it's because he's likable. Jack Nicholson's the same way. He's a really likable guy. It's hard to distance yourself from that, because Django, he should not have been a likable guy, but every time he was on screen, I'm like, man, this guy's crazy, and knowing that when he's smashed that thing, he really cut his hand open, and he kept going little things like that, knowing that this guy is giving everything he's got when he's on camera.
It's not shooing it in.
Now, Great Gatsby, on the other hand, I don't blame anybody in the movie for their performances. I blame the director. Because
he didn't give enough time to do anything with it, as far as I'm concerned. It was rapid fire for 2 hours. I'm like, okay, I'm done.
It's glitz and glamour.
Yeah.
And no substance. It's style over substance, I guess, which is that kind of a point in the movie?
I think it's probably one of the main focuses.
And then really, so I guess that's another thing. Is if that's where he's going, he got it. So it's kind of hard to talk about that, I guess. So.
I guess since you mentioned Wolf of Wall Street, why don't we touch on that one there too, since we're on DiCaprio. I haven't seen Gatsby or this yet, but I'm just
You
curious.
haven't seen Wall Street yet?
No, I think
we talked about that last week.
I think I just kind of mentioned to both of you guys there. It came out at a time when there was a ton of stuff in the theaters I wanted to see, and I had to be in a few times I had to see it at the moment I wasn't in the mood to see a 3-hour movie, so it's just kind of wrong time. It's in the Netflix queue. It's coming up, so yeah. Okay, but Jay recommended it.
Yeah, but not for the reasons you would expect. It's not anything like you've seen Leonardo DiCaprio play before in a lot of ways. I don't know if it was an hour and a half. It was a really, really long movie. I can't even remember exactly how long it was, but basically all I had to deal with was drugs and sex. There was really no meaning behind it.
That's what I remember hearing about it too, yeah.
Like, if you took the first half of Clockwork Orange and then forgot about the last half of the movie, that's the entire focus of The Wolf of Wall Street.
Okay.
And, I mean, if you like that kind of stuff, it's right up your alley.
I think I'd like, because I really like Scorsese, but I just need to.
Yeah.
I know I heard some kind of divisive things about this one.
It's a weird choice for Scorsese. It really is. He's not trying to be artistic driven at all. And I wonder if this is his branch off like Ridley Scott. He's trying to go more towards mainstream audiences with movies like The Counselor or something like that. If this is him branching off into mainstream audience, by all means, bring more of it. Just have a point behind the whole situation. And the real life scenario that delved into the character's performance, it's not anything like what happened in real life. They take a lot of liberties with the true life story of this to glorify it in a lot of ways, and that's why I didn't really respect it. But it's still a good movie.
Okay.
It's a weird balance. I highly recommend it.
All right, cool. I think I'll take a page out of your guys' books here and just kind of touch on 3 movies real quick here. Just kind of plow through these a little quicker here. Going with The Butler, Don John, and Runner Runner. Rudder is pretty forgettable. It's kind of one of those things I went on. I think there was like a little dry spell at the theaters there and just kind of went to go see something there, and definitely a little disappointed by it. I mean, it was okay. I'll go with what the saying you guys referred to earlier. It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Maybe catch it on cable, watch a little bit of Judge for yourselves. Didn't care for it too much.
The back and forth between Ben Affleck and Justin Timberlake worked out for me, although I think that the movie would have fared better if Ben Affleck was a little older. Like, they keep talking about generation gaps and stuff like that, and I'm like, Timberlake and Affleck, they're kind of in the same zone almost. Yeah, there's not really much of an age gap there.
All right.
Did you see Runner Runner?
I heard it was terrible, so I didn't even bother.
Okay.
I just read a lot about it. Like, the Rotten Tomatoes gave it like 18 or something like that. Like, it got a really low rating, so I was like, I can skip this. I didn't really want to see it, so.
Don John, better than I thought it would be. Wouldn't say it was great. Levitt is all over the place with this movie, but it took me a little while to get into. Just kind of like you were saying a little bit earlier, Jay, with Wolf of Wall Street. It's all about sex. That's pretty much what this movie's all about. It's all about sex, and I thought I was using it as a gimmick to start off with, but they kind of, I think by the halfway point, they kind of start to go some places with it, and I like the way they spin off from it there. It just takes a while to get to where it's going. Kind of got some things holding it back, but ended up being a lot better than like first third half movie takes a little while to get things going, but ended up liking it. You guys?
I didn't see it. I hate to say it, but I didn't see it. I want to see it.
Like it.
Didn't know.
No?
I thought it was terrible people doing terrible things, and I didn't care for anybody in it. I didn't like it. Like,
okay.
Like, I understand the subject matter, and the subject matter is a growing problem in the States. Like, kind of men being disenfranchised by pornography and getting addicted to it because they realize that.
Yeah, that's why I didn't care for it for like the first third half.
No, that's actually like a problem. Like, especially like Japanese culture is essentially like that's like they're not having sex in Japan, like teenagers and young adults, because the girls don't want to do the things the guys do because the guys want to live out their fantasies of they're seeing pornography. And this kind of plays into that, but really there's not any likable characters in this movie. Like, everybody's kind of shitty.
Right.
And I have to have somebody I at least kind of either identify with or enjoy watching on screen. And while I like the actors, I don't like their motivations or what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And it's an alright from a filmmaking standpoint, but at the same point, I didn't care for anybody. I'm like, why did I even finish watching this? Like, I'm not going to tear on it too much, but at the same point, I'm like, you probably don't really need to watch it. If you haven't seen it, you don't really want to see it.
With Joseph Gordon-Levitt, what directing? Yay, nay?
It's hard to tell with my lack of interest in what was happening, but it was, as from a filmmaking standpoint, he did fine.
Okay.
I'll say that. I'll give him credit for that. The pacing was fine. The story was fine, but yeah, like I don't know. I just didn't care for it.
All right, finally, the Butler. All these three here. Parts of it I really like. Parts of it I didn't care for. It got to be a little hard to take Forrest Whitaker seriously, covering all ages of his life, and starting up from the part where Forrest Whitaker takes over. I think it's like the movie makes it seem like he's in his 20s, which it's hard to take Forrest Whitaker seriously in his 20s.
Yeah.
But like once it gets to around his actual age there, and then gets this whole senior citizen thing going on there, and the movie really picks up. Oprah's fantastic in it, and yeah, I said that. But no, not. I really like this movie. I think they could have trimmed it down a little bit, but yeah, that's my take on it. I don't know if you guys saw it.
I didn't see it. Did you see it?
Honestly, I had no interest in it. It seemed like Oscar bait, and
Yeah.
The sad part is it was Oscar bait at a really bad time of the year, too. I'm like, oh, now you're just going to get ignored.
And to be fair, I think I could say that almost about 12 Years a Slave, but I really did like that movie. Like, I saw that, like, there's all these movies that come out that seem like the only reason they're being made is to win awards. Mm-hmm. And I kind of felt that way about The Help and, like, The Butler, and, like, they keep putting out these movies, and I'm like, everybody's like, oh, The Help is great, you gotta watch it. And I'm like, I really don't have any interest in this. Like, I don't care. Like,
yeah, I think The Butler was one of those ones I just went to see because I think it was in theaters forever, and
there was a lot of buzz around. Everybody's like, oh, it's a great American movie, and I'm like,
I think it was just one of those things where I was just kind of out and about one day, I had nothing to do. I was just bored. That's the only reason why I went to see it. Right. But Jay, I'll throw it to you, man.
Okay. It's probably one of the last things that I have on the list. You'd like this, since it's independent. It's probably the most independent thing I saw all year. The Brass Teapot, which I originally caught in the Fargo Film Festival, and then later on it came out on Netflix. I think it's still streaming on Netflix. Definitely check it out. It's a comedy with Juno Temple and Angarano, and it's really, really interesting, the way that they're able to take a small-scale approach to a ridiculous premise and somehow ground it in reality for an hour and a half, where you would think you wouldn't be able to put up with this, but it pulls it off somehow. I don't know. It's a freak of nature, in my opinion, and highly recommended.
Cool. Yeah, I wrote it down here. I'll definitely put in the queue.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen it, so I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen it while I'm skimming through, but I haven't watched it, so.
Matt.
All right. We already covered Francis Hangover Part 3. Fast and Furious 6. I don't even need to say anything.
We haven't really talked about it yet, so we should.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, I guess we kind of did. No, we did talk about it earlier. Yeah. Never mind.
I saw Epic. It was an animated movie. Really.
Ferngully?
Yeah. I really don't have a lot to say about it. I have a lot of movies left on my list, so like I don't know.
We'll try and really plow through these. I got like maybe a dozen. Maybe I'm about.
I still have like 60.
Holy shit! All right, let's rapid fire, man. Real rapid fire.
We already talked about Now You See Me, Man of Steel.
I'll chime in where I can.
Monsters U, I liked for what it was. World War Z.
I
didn't think I was going to like it, and I liked it.
I just kind of wanted to distance myself from it because, like, the trailers showed so much, and I know there was a lot of buzz around it in the book and all that, so I just told myself, I think I put it deep in the Netflix queue. I just told myself, maybe a year or two from now I want to see it.
Have you seen it yet?
No. It's buried in the queue.
I didn't think I was going to like it, and I liked it. So.
The PG-13 zombie movie, though.
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing that really pissed me off.
That's why I was kind of surprised that I liked it.
Yeah. Storytelling-wise, it's a good movie, but they bit off a little bit more than they could chew in the fact that this is a worldwide event, but at no point did I feel it was a worldwide event.
Yeah, they should have changed the title, too.
I think so, too.
Because basing it off a book and then not having anything to do with the book.
Yeah, it's kind of sketchy.
Byzantium was a... I'm trying to think of who all was in this. I want to say Neil Jordan. I think it was the guy who did Interview with the Vampire, the original. Saoirse Ronan and Gemma Arterton. She was in Hansel and Gretel.
Okay.
They play like a mother-daughter vampire combination. It's a really good movie. I don't know if this is on Netflix, but Byzantium, if you're looking for a different vampire movie, definitely worth checking out. Do you want to go for a couple, Dale?
Yeah, I'll knock out a couple. I don't got as many left as I thought, like 7 or 8. But Machete Kills, that's coming up next year, and It was good, not as good as the first one. I think the first one had a lot unique.
There's a trailer for the third one.
Yeah, they filmed 3 at the same time, and so I got that.
When is that coming out, man? I know Sin City 2 is coming out later this year, but I'm like, they need to get Machete out there.
Machete Kills did horrible at the box office.
Yeah,
I mean, it didn't capture it didn't capture the.
I did like it though.
I thought. I mean, there are parts of it kind of. It had its moments, but I think, unfortunately, I hate to say it. I think by halfway through, it was, like you said earlier, ready for it to be done. It was like, okay.
Wasn't it almost 2 hours long?
I think this character has run its course, but I forget the length. But I really like the first one. I thought it was perfect for what it was. I think the second one, I think they honed up the campiness way too much. I obviously intentionally so.
I really want to see it in space.
They're gonna have to release it on DVD. Because isn't it already made?
Yeah.
I know. I'll go see the third one eventually, but the third one, but just by the trailers, I'm like, oh man, I don't know. This is gonna be either awesome or bad, but we shall see. All right, next one. I don't know, but you said you give Machete Kills or give your seal of approval there.
It was not nearly as good as the first one, but I watch a lot of these weird kind of cult movies. Which going back to it, actually, I kind of felt that Bullet to the Head was kind of going for that. They were going for the Machete crowd, kind of the cult action movie, but by somebody far less talented than Robert Rodriguez. So. Cool.
I hear you. I mean, I'm kind of scared of the path that Robert Rodriguez is taking with something like this, but I can see why he would do this and why it's entertaining to him. To give that, like a Sin City, a glance, like a Machete Kills, would be really tragic on my just my opinion.
Sin City. I don't know. Have you seen the trailer for the new one yet? Or?
Yeah, I did.
I'm excited.
Right.
I like the first one a lot.
All they need to do is put up Sin City, A Dame to Kill For, and I'll go see it. That's all they need to do.
Do you want to keep going, Dale?
Yep. Let's see your escape plan. I guess since Sylvester Stallone, Arnold.
I was thinking of Sabotage. I thought that was the same movie. I'm sorry.
Hey, I guess these guys they really like each other.
I didn't realize those were two separate movies. Because that's the one they break out of.
Yeah, they break out.
I thought that was Sabotage.
Stallone is like the.
I forgot.
Yeah, he's like the escape artist, but they intentionally trap him in the world's toughest place to see if he can actually do it for real this time.
And then they take his face off.
Face off. No, this is. I think this is way less campy than like the Arnold movies I referenced earlier. But Arnold plays a nice supporting role in this. I'll say this is good, not great. Just kind of one of those things. If you run across it on Instant Watch, I have nothing to do one night. It's just it's a decent movie to watch. I had a good time with it. Wouldn't like wholeheartedly recommend it by any means. So.
Believe it or not, this had a decent story plot to it, and on top of that, it was solid, and that's all I really expected. Well, I wanted from it. I know Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger, anything that they're in, I find kind of gimmicky at this point. Yeah. So for them to be in this movie, I felt was unnecessary. There weren't really that many rough and tumble moments that they needed those two, but that would be my only complaint.
Matt, back to you.
All right, I'm just going to run through it because we've already talked about these, but Lone Ranger, way back, Pacific Rim, Conjuring, Red 2, R.I.P.D., Only God Forgives, The Wolverine, and then Blue Jasmine I watched because that was up. Cate Blanchett, she won Best.
She won Best Actress.
Now, that was actually my first Woody Allen film.
Oh.
And one of my coworkers I was talking to was really a big Woody Allen fan, so I actually went and rented, I added in, I alternated between Woody Allen films. Not a huge Woody Allen fan, I found out.
Oh, no.
I like Blue Jasmine, and I like a handful of his movies. I still need to get to Midnight in Paris, which I hear is really good. I liked Scoop and Vicky Cristina Barcelona.
Did Woody Allen do... I'm probably screwing this up. Did he do Ed Wood?
No.
No?
What? No, Tim Burton, man.
Tim Burton, that's it. I am awful.
Very, very different directors.
I don't know, for some reason I'm like I said, I'm nowhere near. I got nowhere near the knowledge of you two.
I watch anything else. Basically, I like the last 10 years of Woody Allen. I just alternated, and I'm like, there's a lot of he always makes his movies 2 hours whether they need to be or not. It seems.
Yeah.
And as I was watching them, some of them anything else in particular, Jason Biggs and Christina Ricci is just terrible. And I'm like, this is I don't know if I can handle another 5 of these. So I think I'm gonna go with the ones that I know are good. But Blue Jasmine I thought was a good movie. I think I like Cate Blanchett as an actress. So
I heard nothing but positive things. I saw When in Rome last year, so I kind of passed on Woody Allen movies for this year.
Yeah.
But
going here, Kick-Ass 2, World's End, Riddick, and I think I'm coming up a bunch of you guys didn't mention. Hell Baby.
Don't know.
It's Rob Corddry, and I cannot remember the actress's name, but they move to a house in New Orleans, and the baby gets possessed by the devil, and it's got, it was written by the Reno 911 guys. It's got one of the guys from Key and Peele in it. It's Tom Lennon and the other one are in it.
Okay.
Just ridiculous shit.
God, that sounds goofy as all hell.
Yeah, like, it's just watch a trailer for it, that's all you need to know. The family, that was, I don't know if it's director or producer, it's Robert De Niro, Michelle Pfeiffer, Mob Family in Paris. What's the guy that did Fifth Element?
Luc Besson, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's a director of this one. He's got a new movie coming out. Looks pretty good. We'll look it up later.
Yeah, for sure.
Family was alright. My rental copy skipped, so I lost like 10 minutes out of the movie, so it kind of took me out of the thing. Prisoners, Rush, Don John, Gravity. Bad Milo, Ken Marino has stomach problems and finds out that he's got a demon that thrives off of anxiety.
Yeah, I heard about
that comes out of his ass and kills people. And then crawls
like,
back into his ass.
What the fuck's that, Dreamcatcher?
Oh, yeah.
Where they got those monsters that come out, they shit
Stephen
out.
King movie.
There's ant monsters. I watched that because the only reason I went and saw Dreamcatcher in the theater is because it had an Animatrix short film before it.
Oh
That's
my
right,
God.
I
And then I left.
Yeah,
That's like,
Oh man, that movie.
I just remember Morgan Freeman's eyebrows.
Yeah. Oh, Morgan Freeman.
Really ass demon. All you need to know about that movie.
Don't take it seriously.
I'd say like Bad Milo and Hell Baby as a good back-to-back drinking day. That's probably a good idea.
Throw in a little Dreamcatcher. You got your Ass Demon trilogy. Yeah.
Machete Kills is on here. CBGB.
Yeah.
Kind of a fast-paced history of the CBGB Club in New York.
Oh, okay. I remember hearing they did a documentary on that. Yeah.
No, it's not a documentary. It's a
non-documentary?
it's a movie.
Oh.
It's got like some people. I can't think of the actors in it, but it's all right. I look up the actors, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go. But Bad Grandpa, I liked. I feel, and we disagree on this. I know. I feel like the Jackass movies are theater movies to see because they're really fun to see with a crowd because you get their reactions too, and I think that's part of the movie.
Right.
Like I like Jackass 3, like the gross out scene. Like there's shit flying everywhere. It's fun to see everybody get grossed out and gag and stuff like that. Like to me, this was a good theater movie. I'm still on the ropes on whether the story hampered or helped it.
Well, Jay, didn't you say you saw that one too?
Yeah, I did.
Grandpa.
My thoughts on it, I think it was trying to be Bruno or Bo Rat with the storyline, and I feel that it should have just been tried to be Jackass. I think
Yeah, the storyline kind of hindered it a little bit.
It
had
did.
its moments, but yeah.
It did. I mean, granted, there were some points that I laughed
There's some really
so
good
hard.
setups in there, like the strippers club. Oh god.
Telling him that removing a dead body is probably a felony, so thank you for that.
Blue is the warmest color. That was the French film. I really like. That's another, like I said, relationship. It's the beginning and end of a relationship. It's a 3-hour movie. I really liked it, but there was like a half-hour sex scene in the movie that was super graphic.
Oh wow.
Which I'm all about lesbian sex scenes, but at some point I'm watching a movie. I don't want to just be watching a porno. Like I try to do those separately.
Well, that stuff's wholeheartedly accepted in Europe, Matt.
No, I was just like, I'm assuming the reason why it didn't get nominated for Best Foreign Film was probably because of the sex scene. Like, it's just a solid half hour.
Holy.
Oh wow.
And I was like, wow. Like, but yeah, really took me out of the movie. But I think that the performances, and not in that scene in particular, but in the rest of the movie, were really good. It's kind of a heart-wrenching story, just two girls in love type thing. Ender's Game.
Yep, that's got coming up next.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Parts of it I liked. Parts it didn't do it for me. I guess I didn't read the book. I don't know the book. I would have. Part of me, like when they're playing that big game, that's a big focus of the movie during their training. Parts of that went right over my head. I could have used that explain a little bit more because I had no idea what was going on. Other parts I thought could have been fleshed out a little bit more, but I don't. For the most part, I thought it was fine.
I liked it a lot. There's like no buzz around it. I don't think it did very well either.
No, it didn't. It flopped pretty hard. But the performances kind of make me hesitate a little bit. But I know the kids, it's hard.
I think did you see it? You said?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked it a lot.
Harrison Ford, that plot twist at the end of it brought me back from hating it, and I was like, yeah, okay, I got what you're trying to do.
I really like the final act a lot.
Do you want to go ahead and do a few more, or are you almost?
Yeah, I only got like 3 left, so I could just
go ahead,
through
man.
the last 3. And I'll also give a little shout out to Halo 4 Dawn to Dawn, and that came out towards the end of 2012.
That was actually pretty good, yeah, I saw that.
And there are a lot of parts through the training of Ender's Game that kind of shared some similarities to 4 Dawn to Dawn for me, so I really got a little bit more out of those parts. But there's my little shout out for that. Homefront, that's kind of like another one of those, like Runner. It's a movie. Jason Statham, I thought he just can't carry the ball as a lead starring action movie anymore. I was really
he does like 20 of them a year.
I mean, I was really let down by Transporter 3, and
they're talking about making prequels of that now, without Jason Statham.
Oh man, but yeah, I mean, this one it was okay, but it seems like they could have plugged anyone else in there, and you just seem pretty
I wonder
interchangeable.
if he forgets what set he's on sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, he just wonders, like, all right, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And then, like, they just start telling him, he's like, okay.
Yeah, that's what I got up to. It seems this was his quick paycheck movie.
All right, punch this guy, kick, check.
Woody one-liner.
All right, Grudge Match. Where I once saw on Christmas and part of my all-day spending Christmas in the theater, saw 3 movies in one day there, and that movie was a little better than I thought it would be. Wasn't great. I thought Kevin Hart, a little too much of him. They could have toned him down a little bit on there. Way too many. Could have. I know it's a comedy, but they could have cut back a little bit on the jokes. But the final fight scene was way better than it had any right to be. They went for a completely serious fight between two way over the hill, De Niro and Stallone. Was it Stallone? I'm getting at all my actors.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the last fight scene made it worthwhile. Didn't make me regret seeing it. And I guess I'll leave it at that. Lone Survivor. You guys see this?
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg. This was intense. Really intense Middle East war movie, and based on true story, right?
Yeah, loosely.
Yeah, loosely. Okay. I liked it, but I guess I'll kind of go. Maybe definitely not for the right reason, but kind of like 12 Years a Slave. I really liked it, but I definitely don't want to see it again. It was a pretty draining movie, and after I saw it, I liked it, but I was done with it. If I was doing a top 20 list, it would have been in there.
The entire movie was just nothing but rough and tumble. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well, we don't really have a story here. I don't know what you're trying to portray. They tried to make it out to be...
Peter Berg, right?
I think so.
Yeah, direct Battleship.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for him to go from Battleship to doing this? Yeah, holy crap.
Well,
It's
he's
better.
No, he's pretty pro-America. That's the thing with him is, like... That's one of the, like, gripes I heard about the movie is it's, like, super America.
Yeah,
like,
rah.
Yeah. And I guess it was really dramatized, some of the scenes, so...
Well, I know towards the end they give like proper due to certain races in the Middle East there, and I thought they portrayed them in a good light too. It didn't seem like it's
I just know what I
non-Americans are
read
bad.
because I'm not going to watch it. So.
I don't know, but and the last two, I think I kind of briefly mentioned the improv comedy. I don't know if you want to expand on it more, Matt.
It's just a basic hour-long, kind of a very brief documentary about the history of the improv comedy place or whatever. Like, I mean, really, like, it's an hour long, and there's, like, probably 20 hosts for it, so they kind of briefly go about, like, the kind of rise and fall of some of them, so there's not much to say about it. It's just if you like comedy and you want to learn a little bit about its history, like, but not enough to actually, like, dedicate yourself to really learn about it. Yeah, so.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm with you. And finally, 12 Rounds 2. Almost straight to video. WWE gave it enough of a limited theatrical engagement. I think 10 cinemas. That's usually what they'll do for a lot of their movies with leading roles with their actors. I think they'll put it in like 10 random theaters across the country for a week or two just to say you got a theatrical release. It's kind of sad. In the last couple John Cena movies it happened to, and this one the same thing. Bending the rules it happened to. But yeah, I don't know. I really like 12 Rounds. The first 12 Rounds I think is probably like my favorite WWE film studio movie with a lead starring wrestler in it. Anyways, just a good kind of nonsensical action movie, kind of like tribute to 90s action movies where I think where they really started to get a little bit more beyond the basics of just being an action movie. Gave it a little bit of a decent plot to it. This one, it's more of the exact same thing. Guy's fiance wife gets kidnapped, and Randy Orton's the lead starring role.
I'm sure he's full of charisma.
Oh my god. Yes, he is. No, he's actually not too bad in it. I say that
a lot of gruff steering.
I say that very generously. He's not too bad, but yeah. I mean, yeah. He overcomes 12 random stunts by the antagonist to get his wife back, and there's actually a few pretty decent scenes in it, and I guess I'm being generous with that. But it's not great, but, for what it is, it's alright. And that's it for me.
Okay.
Matt?
You got anything? Or?
I think we kind of depleted my list.
Okay. After Ender's Game, I got Mr. Nobody, which I talked about, Jared Leto. Basically, it's a guy, like the oldest last natural living human. Everybody else has been modified, and he's going back and like looking at his life and the different paths it could have taken. And I just got bored with it, and I gave up, and I quit watching it. Broken Circle Breakdown was my movie of the year. Man of Tai Chi. It was alright. The fight scenes are alright, but once again, anytime you take an American director and actor and put it in an Asian film setting and have everybody speak English, man, some of these guys can't speak English very well. It just really takes me out of the movie. Like, have them speak their natural language and put subtitles on it. Like, that's, yeah. Thor: The Dark World. How I Live Now was a young adult kind of movie. I saw the trailer. It kind of looked interesting. It's basically like this American girl goes to England and hates the family she's with and falls in love with one of the boys. And then, like, World War III starts. And they kind of have to survive on their own. And it actually got a little darker. Like, one of the kids she's with dies and shit like that. And she finds their bodies in a pile in, like, a mass grave. And I wasn't expecting it to go that dark, which I was kind of... That's all right. So nothing to write home about. Nebraska, Hunger Games, Frozen. One I'm surprised nobody brought up Out of the Furnace.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the queue. I wanted to get around to it, but...
Slow burn, pretty solid movie. Woody Harrelson, man.
Yeah.
That guy's having a fucking great year, too, between that and True Detective. Really good role from him. Inside Llewyn Davis, The Hobbit, American Hustle, Anchorman, Her, Wolf of Wall Street, Dallas Buyers Club, Last Days on Mars, Liev Schreiber, Magnet Release, Straight to Video.
Was that good?
No.
No.
Really interesting premise, and then they ruin it with space zombies.
Oh, no.
Mandela Long Walk to Freedom. Actually really like this. Idris Elba is a good actor. Watched this day before I did 12 Weeks a Slave. Makeup effects are kind of weird on Idris Elba. That's the only thing that kind of took me out of the movie. 47 Ronin, we didn't really talk about it.
No, we didn't.
He's kind of talking about some scenes from it.
Yeah, just fight scenes were pretty good. The rest of the movie kind of dragged. Alright, it was alright.
I didn't mind it.
Yeah. 12 Years a Slave was good. The East. Watched that recently. Ellen Page. I can't think of his name. He plays Eric Northman on True Blood.
Oh, yeah.
Alexander Skarsgård.
That sounds...
Like that. Yeah, anyways, basically they're kind of a group of, like... They're tired of big business kind of, like, running the environment, so they're taking it back to them. It could have been a lot better. Kings of Summer, Improv 50 Years Behind the Brick Wall. And Dale, you didn't add this, actually, but Drew, the Man Behind the Poster. We just
I
watched.
mentioned it.
Did you mention that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm right. I said it barely missed my cutting room floor there.
Yeah. And then Nurse was my worst one.
I gave it my award for best documentary. Pay attention.
This is like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Nurse was the last movie I watched, and that was the worst I've watched. And then, of course, I didn't add in there Star Trek, but I did watch that.
Yeah.
I still have August Sausage County at home. I'm calling it Sausage County. I don't care.
Have you seen it yet?
No, I've been holding on to it for 2 weeks.
Well, it's interesting, that's for damn sure. Meryl Streep was on an amazing performance. I was kind of hoping she would get the Best Actress for that. But, I mean, of all the years that she doesn't get it, and I think she deserves it, so...
I'm trying to finish off, I think, outside of Philomena, Captain Phillips, and August Sausage County is the only last movies I need to see.
Philomena's pretty decent. I don't know, it's kind of in there in the middle. In the middle. Should have been, but...
I was going to say, yeah, you didn't should have brought it up.
Yeah, I completely forgot about it.
But with so many movies, we're all guilty of missing a couple.
This is the first year
obviously.
that I've actually tried to watch all the Oscar-nominated, including animated. Like, I've gone through every category, and I've seen almost every movie, except for documentaries. And Best Foreign Film, I have the ones, those are in my Netflix queue, so I'm just waiting on them. But
The documentaries, if you see all of them, let me know where you found them, because
they're all
that's
on Netflix,
scary.
man.
Netflix? Really?
Yeah. They're all on Instant Watch, yeah.
Oh, no, not the documentaries. I was thinking of the shorts, the foreign shorts and all that kind of
Probably
stuff, because I
on
can't seem to
YouTube.
find them. I suppose I could probably look them up on YouTube. But we didn't talk about this, but there was a really independent movie called Robot and Frank that Frank Langella
That was
in
last
it.
year.
What was 2012?
You sure?
Me and Dale watched that.
Yeah,
Oh,
we-
it was 2012. All right. Yeah,
No, that's a great movie.
It is great.
Watch too, yeah.
It's
It is.
fantastic.
It is.
Yeah, I brought that over. I was just like, we should watch this. And Dale's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, we should watch it.
But then I think once you said, was it Kevin Spacey doing the voice? Or someone famous doing the voice of the robot? Right?
Did the robot even have a voice?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I don't remember. It's been such a
Can't
long
remember his name.
time.
Oh,
But-
I have it pulled up.
But Oh, no, I'm probably wrong.
Oh yeah, no. Peter Sarsgaard did the voice of Robot.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. But yeah, that's a fantastic movie. I really, really liked it. Now we covered a lot of ground. I'm pretty happy with what I was able to see. Way more, like I said, saw about 20 some odd more movies than I did last year. But only a few more I really wanted to see that I didn't get to. But gosh, yeah, thank you all for sticking with us as long as we did. Jay, why don't you give your podcast one more plug here before we take off here?
Yeah, we are Rocker Productions, Rocker Podcast, and my library website is moozi, moozi.cc/rockprod, and we try as really as much as possible to catch as many movies as we possibly can. I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but it's a really good website. Please check us out.
Yeah, I listen to episodes of the movies I see just to catch your guys' view on. I know I just got your Captain America episode. I really enjoyed that one.
We did spoilers at the Yin Yang for that, but I think we picked comic books out of the whole mess to be like, okay, well, we can do spoilers on these. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing we do spoilers on.
Yeah, and you guys do a lot of other stuff too, like real in-depth coverage of award shows and stuff. So
yeah.
Definitely give those guys a listen. I'll give a plug to my Tumblr blog again, where I'm just reviewing catching up on a lot of my backlog movies. I've been doing a ton of them lately. Try to do at least 3 or 4 a month there. You can find it at Dale is. Hey, for me, this is big progress.
I've been on a movie a day since November or December 1st.
Yes.
I don't know how you find the time, man. But
DaleIsGreat.tumblr.com. Yeah, lately I did some blogs for 21 Jump Street, The Fighter, a couple of recent WrestleManias. I'm all over the place there. A lot of this, I'm trying to review all 12 Star Trek movies by the end of the year. I did the first 3 so far. So
yeah, I liked your one on Rathacon. That was good.
Sweet, thanks. Yeah, plan watch number 4 pretty soon. So yeah, you can check that out. And I'm on Twitter at Gruel, Gruel. So that's where you can find what I'm up to. Matt, anything you want to plug?
No. I'm off the grid, man.
Off the grid, yo.
Yeah, high five, Matt.
Cool. All right, well, thank you all for listening and sticking with us this long. This was a blast to do. Great to bust out the podcast equipment. See my old laptop from 2005 is still kicking it here. So
we should have talked about TV shows.
Oh, wow.
Well, if we weren't already 4 hours.
Just keep going.
Just keep going. This was a movie podcast. We'll do a TV podcast next.
All right.
Maybe.
Sounds good to me.
After the show.
All right. Take care, everyone. See you next year. Peace.